Section 22 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Norman Conquest of England, Battle of Hastings, A.D. 1066, Part 1, by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Toward the end of the reign of Edward the Confessor, the claims of three rival competitors for the English crown were persistently urged. These claimants were Harold Hardrada, King of Norway, whose claim was based upon an alleged compact of King Hardicanute with King Magnus, Harold's predecessor, Duke William of Normandy, and the Saxon Harold, son of Godwin, Earl of Wessex. This Harold, born about 1022, became Earl of East Anglia about 1045, was banished with his father by Edward the Confessor in 1051, and restored with his father in 1052, succeeded his father as Earl of Wessex in 1053, relinquishing the earldom of East Anglia, and from 1053 to 1066 was chief minister of Edward. Harold, probably in 1064, being shipwrecked on the coast of Normandy, became a guest and virtual prisoner of William, Duke of Normandy, by whom the Saxon was forced to take an oath that he would marry William's daughter and assist him in obtaining the crown of England. William then allowed Harold to return to his country. Upon the death of Edward the Confessor, January 5, 1066, an assembly of Thanes and prelates and leading citizens of London declared that Harold should be their king. His accession as Harold II dates from the day after Edward's death. Harold justified himself on the ground that his oath to William of Normandy was taken under constraint. William published his protest against what he called the bad faith of Harold, and proclaimed his purpose to assert his right by the sword. He also obtained the countenance of the Pope, whose authority Harold refused to recognize. A banner, blessed by the Pope for the invasion of England, was sent to William from the Holy See, and the clergy of the continent upheld his enterprise as being the cause of God. Thus supported by the spiritual power, then wielding vast influence, William proceeded to gather the most remarkable and formidable armament which the Western nations had witnessed. With this following, he entered upon an undertaking, the speedy and complete success of which, in the single and decisive Battle of Hastings, was fruitful in historic results such as are seldom so traceable to definite causes and events. No one who appreciates the influence of England and her empire upon the destinies of the world will ever rank that victory as one of secondary importance. All the adventurous spirits of Christendom flocked to the holy banner, under which Duke William, the most renowned knight and sagest general of the age, promised to lead them to glory and wealth in the fair domains of England. His army was filled with the chivalry of continental Europe, all eager to save their souls by fighting at the Pope's bidding, eager to signalize their valor in so great an enterprise, and eager also for the pay and plunder which William liberally promised. But the Normans themselves were pith and the flower of the army, and William himself was the strongest, the sagest, and the fiercest spirit of them all. Throughout the spring and summer of 1066, all the seaports of Normandy, Picardy, and Brittany rang with the busy sound of preparation. On the opposite side of the Channel, King Harold collected the army and the fleet with which he hoped to crush the southern invaders. But the unexpected attack of King Harold Hardrada of Norway upon another part of England disconcerted the skillful measures which the Saxon had taken against the menacing armada of Duke William. Harold's renegade brother, Earl Tostig, had excited the Norse king to this enterprise, the importance of which has naturally been eclipsed by the superior interest attached to the victorious expedition of Duke William, but which on a scale of grandeur which the Scandinavian ports had rarely, if ever, before witnessed. Hardrada's fleet consisted of 200 warships and 300 other vessels. All of the best warriors of Norway were in his host. He sailed first to the Orkneys, where many of the islanders joined him, and then to Yorkshire. After a severe conflict near York, he completely routed Earls Edwin and Morcar, the governors of Northumbria. The city of York opened its gates, and all the country, from the Tyne to the Humber, submitted to him. The tidings of the defeat of Edwin and Morcar compelled Harold to leave his position on the southern coast and move instantly into the Norwegians. By a remarkably rapid march, he reached Yorkshire in 4 days, and took the Norse king and his confederates by surprise. Nevertheless, the battle which ensued, and which was fought near Stamford Bridge, was desperate and was long doubtful. Unable to break the ranks of the Norwegian phalanx by force, Harold at length tempted them to quit their close order by a pretended flight. Then the English columns burst in among them, and a carnage ensued, the extent of which may be judged of by the exhaustion and inactivity of Norway for a quarter of a century afterward. King Harold Hardrada and all of the flower of his nobility perished on the 25th of September, 1066, at Stamford Bridge, a battle which was a Flodden to Norway. Harold's victory was splendid, but he had bought it dearly by the fall of many of his best officers and men, and still more dearly by the opportunity which Duke William had gained of effecting an unopposed landing on the Sussex coast. The whole of William's shipping had assembled at the mouth of the Dive, a little river between the Seine and the Orne, as early as the middle of August. The army which he had collected amounted to 50,000 knights and 10,000 soldiers of inferior degree. Many of the knights were mounted, but many must have served on foot, as it is hardly possible to believe that William could have found transports for the conveyance of 50,000 war horses across the Channel. For a long time the winds were adverse, and the Duke employed the interval that passed before he could set sail in completing the organization in and improving the discipline of his army, which he seems to have brought into the same state of perfection as was 7 centuries and a half afterward the boast of another army assembled on the same coast, and which Napoleon designed for a similar descent upon England. It was not till the approach of the equinox that the wind veered from the northeast to the west, and gave the Normans an opportunity of quitting the wary shores of the Dive. They eagerly embarked and set sail, but the wind soon freshened to a gale, and drove them along the French coast to St. Valery, where the greater part of them found shelter. But many of their vessels were wrecked, and the whole coast of Normandy was strewn with the bodies of the drowned. William's army began to grow discouraged and averse to the enterprise, which the very elements thus seemed to fight against, though in reality the northeast wind, which had cooped them so long at the mouth of the Dive, and the western gale which had forced them into St. Valery, were the best possible friends to the invaders. They prevented the Normans from crossing the Channel, until the Saxon king and his army of defense had been called away from the Sussex coast to encounter Harold Hardrada in Yorkshire, and also until a formidable English fleet, which by King Harold's orders had been cruising in the Channel to intercept the Normans, had been obliged to disperse temporarily for the purpose of refitting and taking in fresh stores of provisions. Duke William used every expedient to reanimate the drooping spirits of his men at St. Valery, and at last he caused the body of the patron saint of the place to be exhumed and carried in solemn procession, while the whole assemblage of soldiers, mariners, and appurtenant priests implored the saint's intercession for a change of wind. That very night the wind veered, and enabled the medieval Agamemnon to quit his Aulis. With full sails, and a following southern breeze, the Norman armada left the French shores and steered for England. The invaders crossed at undefended sea, and found an undefended coast. It was in Pevensey Bay in Sussex, at Bulverheath, between the castle of Pevensey and Hastings, that the last conquerors of this island landed on the 29th of September, 1066. Harold was at York, rejoicing over his recent victory, which had delivered England from her ancient Scandinavian foes, and resettling the government of the counties which Harold Hardrada had overrun, when the tidings reached him that Duke William of Normandy and his host had landed on the Sussex shore. Harold instantly hurried southward to meet this long-expected enemy, The severe loss which his army had sustained in the battle with the Norwegians must have made it impossible for many of his veteran troops to accompany him in his forced march to London and thence to Sussex. He halted at the capital only 6 days, and during that time gave orders for collecting forces from the southern and midland counties, and also directed his fleet to reassemble off the Sussex coast. Harold was well received in London, and his summons to arms was promptly obeyed by citizen, by thane, by sockman, and by ceorl, for he had shown himself, during his brief reign, a just and wise king, affable to all men, active for the good of his country, and, in the words of the old historian, sparing himself from no fatigue by land or by sea. He might have gathered as much more numerous army than that of William, but his recent victory had made him overconfident, and he was irritated by the reports of the country being ravaged by the invaders. As soon, therefore, as he collected a small army in London, he marched off toward the coast, pressing forward as rapidly as his men could traverse Surrey and Sussex, in the hope of taking the Normans unawares, as he had recently, by a similar forced march, succeeded in surprising the Norwegians. But he had now to deal with a foe equally brave with Harold Hardrada, and far more skillful and wary. The old Norman chroniclers describe the preparations of William on his landing with a graphic vigor, which would be wholly lost by transfusing their racy Norman couplets and terse Latin prose into the current style of modern history. It is best to follow them closely, though at the expense of much quaintness and occasional uncouthness of expression. They tell us how Duke William's own ship was the first of the Norman fleet. It was called the Mora, and was the gift of his Duchess Matilda. On the head of the ship, in the front, which mariners call the prow, there was a brazen child bearing an arrow with a bended bow. His face was turned toward England, and thither he looked, as though he was about to shoot. The breeze came soft and sweet, and the sea was smooth for their landing. The ships ran on dry land, and each ranged by the other side. There you might see the good sailors, the sergeants and squires, sally forth and unload the ships, cast the anchors, haul the ropes, bear out shields and saddles, and land the war horses and their palfreys. The archers came forth, and touched land the first, each with his bow strung, and with his quiver full of arrows slung at his side. All were shaven and shorn, and all clad in short garments, ready to attack, to shoot, to wheel about and skirmish. All stood well equipped, and of good courage for the fight, and they scoured the whole shore, but found not an armed man there. After the archers had thus gone forth, the knights landed, all armed, with their hauberks on, their shields slung at their necks, and their helmets laced. They formed together on the shore, each armed and mounted on his war-horse. All had their swords girded on, and rode forward into the country with their lances raised. Then the carpenters landed, who had great axes in their hands, and planes and adzes hung at their sides. They took counsel together, and sought for a good spot to place a castle on. They had brought with them in the fleet 3 wooden castles from Normandy, in pieces, all ready for framing together, and they took the materials of one of these out of the ships, all shaped and pierced to receive the pins which they had brought, cut and ready in large barrels, and before evening had set in, they had finished a good fort on the English ground, and there they placed their stores, and then ate and drank enough, and were right glad that they were ashore. When Duke William himself landed, as he stepped on the shore, he slipped and fell forward upon his 2 hands. Forthwith all raised a loud cry of distress. "An evil sign," said they, "is here." But he cried out lustily, "See, my lords, by the splendor of God, I have taken possession of England with both my hands. It is now mine, and what is mine is yours." The next day they marched along the seashore to Hastings. Near that place the Duke fortified a camp, and set up the 2 other wooden castles. The foragers and those who looked out for booty seized all the clothing and provisions they could find, lest what had been brought by the ships should fail them, and the English were to be seen fleeing before them, driving off their cattle, and quitting their houses. Many took shelter in burying places, and even there they were in grievous alarm. Besides the marauders from the Norman camp, strong bodies of cavalry were detached by William into the country, and these, when Harold and his army made their rapid march from London southward, fell back in good order upon the main body of the Normans, and reported that the Saxon king was rushing on like a madman. But Harold, when he found that his hopes of surprising his adversary were vain, changed his tactics. He halted about 7 miles from the Norman lines. He sent some spies, who spoke the French language, to examine the number and preparations of the enemy, who on their return related with astonishment that there were more priests in William's camp than there were fighting men in the English army. They had mistaken for priests all the Norman soldiers, who had short hair and shaven chins, for the English laymen were then accustomed to wear long hair and mustaches. Harold, who knew the Norman usages, smiled at their words, and said, "Those whom you have seen in such numbers are not priests, but stout soldiers, and they will soon make us feel." Harold's army was far inferior in number to that of the Normans, and some of his captains advised him to retreat upon London and lay waste the country, so as to starve down the strength of the invaders. The policy thus recommended was unquestionably the wisest, for the Saxon fleet had now reassembled and intercepted all William's communications with Normandy, and as soon as his stores of provisions were exhausted, he must have moved forward upon London, where Harold, at the head of the full military strength of the kingdom, could have defied his assault, and probably might have witnessed his rival's destruction by famine and disease without having to strike a single blow. But Harold's bold blood was up, and his kindly heart could not endure to inflict on the South Saxon subjects even the temporary misery of wasting the country. He would not burn houses and villages, neither would he take away the substance of his people. Harold's brothers, Gurth and Leutwein, were with him in the camp, and Gurth endeavored to persuade him to absent himself from the battle. The incident shows how well devised had been William's scheme of binding Harold by the oath of the holy relics. "My brother," said the young Saxon prince, "thou canst not deny that either by force or free will thou hast made Duke William an oath on the bodies of saints. Why then risk thyself in the battle with a perjury upon thee? To us we have sworn nothing. This is a holy and a just war. We are fighting for our country. Leave us then alone to fight this battle, and he who has the rights will win." Harold replied that he would not look on while others risked their lives for him. Men would hold him a coward, and blame him for sending his best friends where he dared not go himself. He resolved, therefore, to fight, and to fight in person, but he was still too good a general to be the assailant in the action, and he posted his army, with great skill, along a ridge of rising ground which opened southward, and was covered on the back by an extensive wood. He strengthened his position by a palisade of stakes and osier hurdles, and there he said he would defend himself against whoever should seek him. The ruins of Battle Abbey at this hour attest to the place where Harold's army was posted, and the high altar of the abbey stood on the very spot where Harold's own standard was planted during the fight, and where the carnage was the thickest. Immediately after his victory, William vowed to build an abbey on the site, and a fair and stately pile soon rose there. For many ages the monks prayed and said masses for the souls of those who were slain in the battle, whence the abbey took its name. Before that time the place was called Senlac. Little of the ancient edifice now remains, but it is easy to trace in the park in the neighborhood the scenes of the chief incidents in the action, and it is impossible to deny the generalship shown by Harold in stationing his men, especially when we bear in mind that he was deficient in cavalry, the arm in which his adversary's main strength consisted. William's only chance of safety lay in bringing on a general engagement, and he joyfully advanced his army from their camp on the hill over Hastings nearer to the Saxon position. but he neglected no means of weakening his opponent, and renewed his summonses and demands on Harold with an ostentatious air of sanctity and moderation. A monk named Hugues Maigrot had come in William's name to call upon the Saxon king to do one of three things: either to resign his royalty in favor of William, or to refer to the arbitration of the Pope to decide which of the two ought to be king, or let it be determined by the issue of a single combat. Harold abruptly replied, "I will not resign my title. I will not refer it to the Pope, nor will I accept the single combat." He was far from being deficient in bravery, but he was no more at liberty to stake the crown, which he had received from a whole people, in the chance of a duel, than to deposit it in the hands of an Italian priest. William, not at all ruffled by the Saxon's refusal, but steadily pursuing the course of his calculated measures, sent the Norman monk again, after giving him these instructions: "Go and tell Harold that if he will keep his former compact with me, I will leave him to all the country which is beyond the Humber, and will give his brother Gert all the lands which Godwin held. If he still persists in refusing my offers, then thou shalt tell him before all his people that he is a perjurer and a liar, that he and all who shall support him are excommunicated by the mouth of the Pope, and that the bull to that effect is in my hands." Hugues Maigrot delivered this message in a solemn tone, and the Norman Chronicle says that at the word excommunication, the English chiefs looked at one another, as if some greater danger were impending. One of them spoke as follows: "We must fight, whatever may be the danger to us, for what we have to consider is not whether we shall accept and receive a new lord, as if our king were dead. The case is quite otherwise. The Norman has given our lands to his captains, to his knights, to all his people, the greater part of whom already done homage to him for them. They will all look for their gift if their duke become our king, and he himself is bound to deliver up to them our goods, our wives, and our daughters. All is promised to them beforehand. They come not only to ruin us, but to ruin our descendants also, and to take from us the country of our ancestors. And what shall we do? Whither shall we go, when we have no longer a country? The English promised by a unanimous oath to make neither peace nor truce nor treaty with the invader, but to die or drive away the Normans." The 13th of October was occupied in these negotiations, and at night the Duke announced to his men that the next day would be the day of battle. That night is said to have been passed by the two armies in very different manners. The Saxon soldiers spent it in joviality, singing their national songs, and draining huge horns of ale and wine round their campfires. The Normans, when they had looked to their arms and horses, confessed themselves to the priests, with whom their camp was thronged, and received the sacrament by thousands at a time. On Saturday, the 14th of October, was fought the great battle. It is not difficult to compose a narrative of its principal incidents from the historical information which we possess, especially if aided by an examination of the ground. But it is far better to adopt the spirit-stirring words of the old chroniclers, who wrote while the recollections of the battle were yet fresh, and while the feelings and prejudices of the combatants yet glowed in the bosoms of living men. Robert Wace, the Norman poet who presented his Roman de Rue to Henry II, is the most picturesque and animated of the old writers, and from him we can obtain a more vivid and full description of the conflict than even the most brilliant romance writer of the present time can supply. We have also an antique memorial of the battle, more to be relied on than either chronicler or poet, and which confirms Wace's narrative remarkably, in the celebrated Bayeux Tapestry, which represents the principal scenes of Duke William's expedition and of the circumstances connected with it, in minute, though occasionally grotesque details, and which was undoubtedly the production of the same age in which the battle took place, whether we admit or reject the legend that Queen Matilda and the ladies of her court wrought it with their own hands in honor of the royal conqueror. Let us therefore suffer the old Norman chronicler to transport our imaginations to the fair Sussex scenery northwest of Hastings, as it appeared on that October morning. The Norman host is pouring forth from its tents, and each troop and each company is forming fast under the banner of its leader. The masses have been sung, which were finished betimes in the morning. The barons have all assembled round Duke William, and the Duke has ordered that the army shall be formed in 3 divisions, so as to make the attack upon the Saxon position in 3 places. The Duke stood on a hill where he could best see his men. The barons surrounded him, and he spake to them proudly. He told them how he trusted them, and how all that he gained should be theirs, and how sure he felt of the conquest, for in all the world there was not so brave an army or such good men and true as were then forming around him. Then they cheered him in turn and cried out, "You will not see one coward. None here will fear to die for love of you if need be." And he answered them, "I thank you well. For God's sake, spare not. Strike hard at the beginning. Stay not to take spoil. All the booty shall be in common, and there will be plenty for everyone. There will be no safety in asking quarter or in flight. The English will never love or spare a Norman. Felons they were, and felons they are. False they were, and false they will be. Show no weakness toward them, for they will have no pity on you. Neither the coward for running well, nor the bold man for smiting well, will be the better liked by the English, nor will any be the more spared on either account. You may fly to the sea, but you can fly no farther. You will find neither ships nor bridge there. There will be no sailors to receive you, and the English will overtake you there, and slay you in your shame. More of you will die in flight than in battle. Then, as flight will not secure you, fight and you will conquer. I have no doubt of the victory. We are come for glory. The victory is in our hands, and we may make sure of obtaining it if we so please." As the Duke was speaking thus, and would yet have spoken more, William Fitzilburn rode up with his horse, all coated with iron. "Sire," said he, "we tarry here too long. Let us all arm ourselves. Allons, allons." Then all went to their tents, and armed themselves as best they might, and the Duke was very busy giving everyone his orders. And he was courteous to all the vassals, giving away many arms and horses to them. When he prepared to arm himself, he called first for his hauberk, and a man brought it on his arm and placed it before him. But in putting his head in it, to get it on, he unawares turned it the wrong way, with the back part in front. He soon changed it, but when he saw that those who stood by were sorely alarmed, he said, "I have seen many a man who, if such a thing had happened to him, would not have borne arms or entered the field the same day. But I never believed in omens, and I never will. I trust in God, for he does in all things his pleasure, and ordains what is to come to pass according to his will. I have never liked fortune-tellers, nor believed in diviners, but I commend myself to Our Lady. Let not this mischance give you trouble. The hauberk, which was turned wrong, and then set right by me, signifies that a change will arise out of the matter which are now stirring. You shall see the name of Duke changed into King. Yea, a king shall I be, who hitherto have been but Duke." Then he crossed himself, and straightway took his hauberk, stooped his head, and put it on aright, and laced his helmet, and girt on his sword, which a varlet brought him. Then the Duke called for his good horse. Better could not be found. It had been sent him by a king of Spain out of very great friendship. Neither arms nor the press of fighting men did it fear if its lord spurred it on. Walter Gifford brought it. The Duke stretched out his hand, took the reins, put foot in stirrup, and mounted, and the good horse pawed, pranced, reared himself up, and curveted. The Viscount of Dorr saw how the Duke bore himself in arms, and said to his people that were around him, "Never have I seen a man so fairly armed, nor one who rode so gallantly, or bore his arms, or became his hauberk so well. Neither any of who bore his lance so gracefully, or sat his horse and managed him so nobly. There is no such knight under heaven. A fair count he is, and fair king he will be. Let him fight, and he shall overcome. Shame be to the man who shall fail him." Then the Duke called for the standard which the Pope had sent him, and he who bore it, having unfolded it, the Duke took it and called to Raoul de Conquest. "Bear my standard," said he, "for I would not but do you right. By right and by ancestry your line and standard-bearers of Normandy, and very good knights have they all been." But Raoul said that he would serve the Duke that day in other guise, and would fight the English with his hand as long as life should last. Then the Duke bade Walter Giffard bear the standard, but he was old and white-headed, and bade the Duke give the standard to some younger and stronger man to carry. Then the Duke said fiercely, "By the splendor of God, my lords, I think you mean to betrayal and fail me in this great need." "Sire," said Giffard, "not so. We have done no treason, nor do I refuse from any felony toward you. But I have to lead a great chivalry, both hired men and the men of my fief. Never had I such good means of serving you as I now have, and if God please, I will serve you. If need be, I will die for you, and will give my own heart for yours." "By my faith," quoth the Duke, "I always loved thee, and now I love thee more. If I survive this day, thou shalt be better for it all thy days." Then he called out a knight, whom he had heard much praised, Tostines Fitzhugh Leblanc by name, whose abode was at Becancaw. To him he delivered the standard, and Tostines took it right cheerfully, and bowed low to him in thanks, and bore it gallantly with good heart. His kindred still have quittance of all service for their inheritance on this account, and their heirs are entitled so to hold their inheritance forever. William sat on his war-horse and called out Rogier, whom they called de Montgomery. "I rely much on you," said he. "Lead your men thitherward and attack them from that side. William, the son of Osborne, the seneschal, a right good vassal, shall go with you and help in the attack, and you shall have the men of Bouillon and Poix and all my soldiers. Elaine Fergat and Amory shall attack the other side. They shall lead the Poitevins and the Bretons and all the barons of Maine, and I, with my own great men, my friends and kindred, will fight in the middle throng, where the battle shall be the hottest." The barons and knights and men-at-arms were all now armed. The foot soldiers were well equipped, each bearing bow and sword. On their heads were caps, and to their feet were bound buskins. Some had good hides, which they had bound round their bodies, and many were clad in frocks, and had quivers and bows hung to their girdles. The knights had hauberks and swords, boots of steel and shining helmets, shields at their necks, and in their hands lances. And all had their cognizances, so that each might know his fellow, and Norman might not strike Norman, nor Frenchman kill his countryman by mistake. Those on foot led the way, with serried ranks, bearing their bows. The knights rode next, supporting the archers from behind. Thus both horse and foot kept their course and order of march as they began, in close ranks, at a gentle pace, that the one might not pass or separate from the other. All went firmly and compactly, bearing themselves gallantly. End of section 22. Section 23 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Norman Conquest of England. Battle of Hastings, A.D. 1066, Part 2, by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Harold had summoned his men, earls, barons, and vavasors, from the castles and the cities, from the ports, the villages, and boroughs. The peasants were all called together from the villages, bearing such arms as they found, clubs and great picks, iron forks, and stakes. The English had enclosed the place where Harold was with his friends, and the barons of the country whom he had summoned all called together. Those of London had come at once, and those of Kent, of Hertford, of Essex, those of Surrey and Sussex, of St. Edmund and Suffolk, of Norwich and Norfolk, of Canterbury and Stanford, Bedford and Huntingdon. The men of Northampton also came, and those of Urwick and Bokenham, of Bed and Nottingham, Lindsay and Nicole. There came also from the west all who heard the summons, and very many were to be seen coming from Salisbury and Dorset, from Bath and from Somerset. Many came too from about Gloucester, and many from Worcester, from Winchester, Hantishire, and Bristolshire, and many more from other counties that we have not named, and cannot indeed recount. All who could bear arms, and had learned the news of the Duke's arrival, came to defend the land. But none came from beyond Humber, for they had other business upon their hands, the Danes and Totsey having much damaged and weakened them. Harold knew that the Normans would come back and attack him hand to hand, so he had early enclosed the field in which he had placed his men. He made them arm early and range themselves for the battle, he himself having put on arms and equipments that became such a lord. The Duke, he said, ought to seek him, as he wanted to conquer England, and it became him to abide the attack who had to defend the land. He commanded the people, and counseled his barons to keep themselves all together and defend themselves in a body, for if they once separated, they would with difficulty recover themselves. The Normans, said he, are good vassals, valiant on foot and on horseback. Good knights are they on horseback, and well used to battle. All is lost if they once penetrate our ranks. They have brought long lances and swords, but you have pointed lances and keen-edged bills, and I do not expect that their arms can stand against yours. Cleave wherever you can. It will be ill done if you spare aught. The English had built up a fence before them with their shields and with ash and other wood, and had well joined and wattled all the whole work, so as not to leave even a crevice. And thus they had a barricade in their front, through which any Norman who would attack them must first pass. Being covered in this way by their shields and barricades, their aim was to defend themselves, and if they had remained steady for that purpose, they would not have been conquered that day, for every Norman who made his way in lost his life in dishonor, either by hatchet or bill, by club or other weapon. They were short and close hauberks, and helmets that hung on their garments. King Harold issued orders and made proclamation round that all should be ranged with their faces toward the enemy, and that no one should move from where he was, so that whoever came might find them ready, and that whatever anyone, be he Norman or other, should do, he should do his best to defend his own place. Then he ordered the men of Kent to go where the Normans were likely to make the attack, for they say that the men of Kent are entitled to first strike, and that whenever the king goes to battle, the first blow belongs to them. The right of the men of London is to guard the king's body, to place themselves round him, and to guard his standard, and they were accordingly placed by the standard to watch and defend it. When Harold had made all ready and given his orders, he came into the midst of the English and dismounted by the side of the standard. Lufine and Gurth, his brothers, were with him, and around him he had barons enough, as he stood by his standard, which was in truth a noble one, sparkling with gold and precious stones. After the victory, William sent it to the Pope, to prove and commemorate his great conquest and glory. The English stood in close ranks, ready and eager for the fight, and they moreover made a fosse, which went across the field, guarding one side of their army. Meanwhile the Normans appeared advancing over the ridge of a rising ground, and the first division of their troops moved onward along the hill and across the valley. And presently another division, still larger, came in sight, close following upon the first, and they were led toward another part of the field, forming together as the first body had done. And while Harold saw and examined them, and was pointing them out to Gurth, a fresh company came in sight, covering all the plain, and in the midst of them were raised the standard that came from Rome. Near it was the Duke, and the best men and greatest strength of the army were there. The good knights, the good vassals, and brave warriors were there, and there were gathered together the gentle barons, the good archers, and the men-at-arms, whose duty it was to guard the Duke and range themselves around him. The youths and common herd of the camp, whose business was not to join in battle but to take care of the harness and stores, moved off toward a rising ground. The priests and the clerks all ascended a hill, there to offer up prayers to God and watch the event of the battle. The English stood firm on foot in close ranks, and carried themselves right boldly. Each man had his hauberk on, with his sword girt and his shield at his neck. Great hatchets were also slung at their necks, which they expected to strike heavy blows. The Normans brought on the 3 divisions of their army to attack at different places. They set out in 3 companies, and in 3 companies did they fight. The first and second had come up, and then advanced the third, which was the greatest. With that came the Duke, with his own men, and all moved boldly forward. As soon as the 2 armies were in full view of each other, great noise and tumult arose. You might hear the sound of many trumpets, of bugles, and of horns, and then you might see men ranging themselves in line, lifting their shields, raising their lances, bending their bows, handling their arrows, ready for assault and defense. The English stood steady to their post. The Normans still moved on, and when they drew near, the English were to be seen stirring to and fro, were going and coming, troops ranging themselves in order, some with their color rising, others turning pale, some making ready their arms, others raising their shields, the brave man rousing himself to fight, the coward trembling at the approach of danger. Then Taillefer, who sang right well, rode, mounted on a swift horse, before the Duke, singing of Charlemagne and of Roland, of Oliver, and the peers who died in Rochefort. And when they drew nigh to the English, "A boon, sire," cried Taillefer. "I have long served you, and you owe me for all such service. Today, so please you, you shall repay me. I ask as my guerdon, and beseech you for it earnestly, that you will allow me to strike the first blow in the battle." And the Duke answered, "I grant it." Then Taillefer put his horse to a gallop, charging before all the rest, and struck an Englishman dead, driving his lance below the breast into his body, and stretching him upon the ground. Then he drew his sword, and struck another, crying out, "Come on, come on! What do ye, sirs? Lay on, lay on!" At the second blow he struck the English pushed forward, and surrounded and slew him. Forthwith arose the noise and cry of war, and on either side the people put themselves in motion. The Normans moved on to the assault, and the English defended themselves well. Some were striking, others urging onward. All were bold and cast aside fear. And now, behold, the battle was gathered whereof the fame is yet mighty. Loud and far resounded the bray of the horns, and the shocks of the lances, the mighty strokes of maces, and the quick clashing of swords. One while the Englishmen rushed on, another while they fell back. One while the men from overseas charged onward, and again at other times retreated. The Normans shouted, "Dehai!" The English people, "Out!" Then came the cunning maneuvers, the rude shocks and strokes of the lance and blows of the swords, among the sergeants and soldiers, both English and Norman. When the English fall, the Normans shout. Each side taunts and defies the other, yet neither knoweth what the other saith, and the Normans say the English bark, because they understand not their speech. Some wax strong, others weak. The brave exult, but the cowards tremble, as men who are sore dismayed. The Normans press on the assault, and the English defend their post well. They pierce the hauberks and cleave the shields, receive and return mighty blows. Again some press forward, others yield, and thus in various ways the struggle proceeds. In the plain was a fosse, which the Normans had now behind them, having passed it in the fight without regarding it. But the English charged and drove the Normans before them, till they made them fall back upon this fosse, overthrowing it on horses and men. Many were to be seen falling therein, rolling one over the others, with their faces to the earth, and unable to rise. Many of the English also, whom the Normans drew down along with them, died there. At no time during the day's battle did so many Normans die as perished in that fosse. So those said who saw the dead. The varlets who were set to guard the harness began to abandon it as they saw the loss of the Frenchmen when thrown back upon the fosse without power to recover themselves. Being greatly alarmed at seeing the difficulty in restoring order, they began to quit the harness, and sought around, not knowing where to find shelter. Then Duke William's brother, Odo, the good priest, the Bishop of Bayeux, galloped up and said to them, stand fast, be quiet and move not, fear nothing, for if God please we shall conquer yet. So they took courage, and rested where they were, and Odo returned galloping back to where the battle was most fierce, and was of great service on that day. He had put a hauberk on over a white alb, wide in the body, with the sleeve tight, and sat on a white horse, so that all might recognize him. In his hand he held a mace, and wherever he saw most need, he held up and stationed the knights, and often urged them on to assault and strike the enemy. From 9 o'clock in the morning, when the combat began, till 3 o'clock came, the battle was up and down, this way and that, and no one knew who would conquer and win the land. Both sides stood so firm and fought so well that no one could guess which would prevail. The Norman archers with their bows shot thickly upon the English, but they covered themselves with their shields so that the arrows could not reach their bodies, nor do any mischief, how true soever was their aim, or however well they shot. Then the Normans determined to shoot their arrows upward into the air, so that they might fall on the enemy's heads and strike their faces. The archers adopted this scheme and shot up into the air toward the English, and the arrows, in falling, struck their heads and faces and put out the eyes of many, and all feared to open their eyes or leave their faces unguarded. The arrows now flew thicker than rain before the wind. Fast sped the shafts that the English call whibbets. Then it was that an arrow that has been thus shot upward struck Harold above his right eye and put it out. In his agony he drew the arrow and threw it away, breaking it with his hands. And the pain to his head was so great that he leaned upon his shield. So the English were wont to say, and still say to the French, that the arrow was well shot which so sent up against their king, and that the archer won them great glory, who thus put out Harold's eye. The Normans saw that the English defended themselves well, and were so strong in their position that they could do little against them. So they consulted together privily, and arranged to draw off and pretend to flee, till the English should pursue and scatter themselves over the field. For they saw that if they could once get their enemies to break their ranks, they might be attacked and discomfited much more easily. As they had said, so they did. The Normans, by little and little, fled, the English following them. As the one fell back, the other pressed after. And when the Frenchmen retreated, the English thought and cried out that the men of France fled and would never return. Thus they were deceived by the pretended flight, and great mischief thereby befell them. For if they had not moved from their position, it is not likely that they would have been conquered at all, but like fools they broke their lines and pursued. The Normans were to be seen following up their stratagem, retreating slowly so as to draw the English farther on. As they still flee, the English pursue. They push out their lances and stretch forth their hatchets, following the Normans as they go, rejoicing in the success of their scheme and scattering themselves over the plain. And the English meantime jeered and insulted their foes with words. "Cowards," they cried, "ye came hither in an evil hour, wanting our lands, and seeking to seize our property. Fools that ye were to come! Normandy is too far off, and you will not easily reach it. It is of little use to run back, unless you can cross the sea at a leap or can drink it dry. Your sons and daughters are lost to you." The Normans bore it all. But, in fact, they knew not what the English said. Their language seemed like the baying of dogs, which they could not understand. At length they stopped and turned around, determined to recover their ranks, and the barons might be heard crying, "Tajai!" for a halt. Then the Normans resumed their former position, turning their faces towards the enemy. and their men were to be seen facing round and rushing onward to a fresh melee, the one party assaulting the other, this man striking, another pressing onward. One hits, another misses. One flies, another pursues. One is aiming a stroke, while another discharges his blow. Norman strives with Englishman again, and aims his blows afresh. One flies, another pursues swiftly. The combatants are many, the plain wide, the battle and the melee fierce. On every hand they fight hard, the blows are heavy, and the struggle becomes fierce. The Normans were playing their part well when an English knight came rushing up, having in his company 100 men furnished with various arms. He wielded a northern hatchet, with a blade a full foot long, and was well armed after his manner, being tall, bold, and of noble carriage. In the front of the battle, where the Normans thronged most, he came bounding on, swifter than the stag, many Normans falling before him and his company. He rushed straight upon a Norman who was armed and riding on a war-horse, and tried with his hatchet of steel to cleave his helmet, but the blow miscarried, and the sharp blade glanced down before the saddle-bow, driving through the horse's neck down to the ground, so that both horse and master fell together to the earth. I know not whether the Englishman struck another blow, but the Normans who saw the stroke were astonished, and about to abandon the assault, when Roger de Montgomery came galloping up, with his lance set, and heeding not the long-handled axe which the Englishman wielded aloft, struck him down and left him stretched on the ground. Then Roger cried out, "Frenchmen, strike! The day is ours!" And again a fierce melee was to be seen, with many a blow of lance and sword, the English still defending themselves, killing the horses, and cleaving the shields. There was a French soldier of noble mien who sat his horse gallantly. He spied 2 Englishmen who were also carrying themselves boldly. They were both men of great worth, and had become companions in arms and fought together, the one protecting the other. They bore 2 long and broad bills, and did great mischief to the Normans, killing both horses and men. The French soldier looked at them and their bills, and was sore alarmed, for he was afraid of losing his good horse, the best that he had, and would willingly have turned to some other quarter if it would not have looked like cowardice. He soon, however, recovered his courage, and spurring his horse, gave him the bridle and galloped swiftly forward. Fearing the 2 bills, he raised his shield and struck one of the Englishmen with his lance on the breast, so that the iron passed out his back. At the moment that he fell, the lance broke, and the Frenchman seized the mace that hung at his right side, and struck the other Englishman a blow that completely fractured his skull. On the other side was an Englishman who much annoyed the French, continually assaulting them with a keen-edged hatchet. He had made a helmet of wood, which he had fastened down to his coat and laced around his neck, so that no blows could reach his head. The ravage he was making was seen by a gallant Norman knight, who rode a horse that neither fire nor water could stop in its career when its master urged it on. The knight spurred, and his horse carried him on well till he charged the Englishman, striking him over the helmet, so that it fell down over his eyes. And as he stretched out his hand to raise it and uncover his face, the Norman cut off his right hand, so that his hatchet fell to the ground. Another Norman sprang forward and eagerly seized the prize with both his hands, but he kept it a little space, and paid dearly for it. For as he stooped to pick up the hatchet, an Englishman with his long-handled axe struck him over the back, breaking all his bones, so that his entrails and lungs gushed forth. The knight of the good horse, meantime, returned without injury. But on his way he met another Englishman, and bore him down under his horse, wounding him grievously, and trampling him altogether under foot. And now might be heard the loud clang and cry of battle, and the clashing of lances. The English stood firm in their barricades, and shivered the lances, beating them into pieces with their bills and maces. The Normans drew their swords and hewed down the barricades, and the English, in great trouble, fell back upon their standard, where were collected the maimed and wounded. There were many knights of Chaus who jousted and made attacks. The English knew not how to joust, or bear arms on horseback, but fought with hatchets and bills. A man, when he wanted to strike with one of their hatchets, was obliged to hold it with both hands, and could not at the same time, as it seems to me, both cover himself and strike with any freedom. The English fell back toward the standard, which was upon a rising ground, and the Normans followed them across the valley, attacking them on foot and horseback. Then Hugh de Mortimer, with the sires de Auvillers, de Onnebac, and St. Clair, rode up and charged, overthrowing many. Robert Fitz-Ernest fixed his lance, took his shield, and galloping toward the standard, with his keen-edged sword struck an Englishman who was in front, killed him, and then drawing back his sword, attacked many others, and pushed straight for the standard, trying to beat it down. But the English surrounded it and killed him with their bills. He was found on the spot, when they afterwards sought for him, dead and lying at the standard's foot. Duke William pressed close upon the English with his lance, striving hard to reach the standard with the great troop he led, and carefully and seeking earnestly for Harold, on whose account the whole war was. The Normans follow their lord and press around him. They ply their blows upon the English, and these defend themselves stoutly, striving hard with their enemies, returning blow for blow. One of them was a man of great strength, a wrestler, who did great mischief to the Normans with his hatchet. All feared him, for he struck down a great many Normans. The Duke spurred on his horse, and aimed a blow at him, but he stooped, and so escaped the stroke. Then, jumping on one side, he lifted his hatchet aloft, and as the Duke bent to avoid the blow, the Englishman boldly struck him on the head and beat in his helmet, though without doing much injury. He was very near falling, however, but, bearing on his stirrups, he recovered himself immediately, and when he thought to have revenged himself upon the churl by killing him, he had escaped, dreading the Duke's blow. He ran back in among the English, but he was not safe even there, for the Normans, seeing him, pursued and caught him, and, having pierced him through and through with their lances, left him dead on the ground. Where the throng of the battle was greatest, the men of Kent and Essex fought wondrously well, and made the Normans again retreat, but without doing them much injury. And when the Duke saw his men fall back and the English triumphing over them, his spirit rose high, and he seized his shield and his lance, which a vassal handed to him, and took his post by his standard. Then those who kept close guard by him, and rode where he rode, being about 1,000 armed men, came and rushed with closed ranks upon the English, and with the weight of their good horses, and the blows the knights gave, broke the press of the army, and scattered the crowd before them, the good Duke leading them on in front. Many pursued, and many fled. Many were the Englishmen who fell around and were trampled under the horses, crawling upon the earth, and not able to rise. Many of the richest and noblest men fell in the rout, but still the English rallied in places, smote down those whom they reached, and maintained the combat the best they could, beating down the men and killing the horses. One Englishman watched the Duke and plotted to kill him. He would have struck him with his lance, but he could not, for the Duke struck him first, and felled him to the earth. Loud was now the clamor, and great the slaughter. Many a soul then quitted the body it inhabited. The living marched over the heaps of the dead, and each side was weary of striking. He charged on who could, and he who could no longer strike still pushed forward. The strong struggled with the strong. Some failed, others triumphed. The cowards fell back. The brave pressed on. And sad was his fate who fell in the midst, for he had little chance of rising again. And many in truth fell who never rose at all, being crushed under the throng. And now the Normans had pressed on so far that, at last, they had reached the standard. There Harold had remained, defending himself to the utmost, but he was sorely wounded in his eye by the arrow, and suffered grievous pain from the blow. An armed man came in the throng of the battle and struck him on the ventail of his helmet, and beat him to the ground. And as he sought to recover himself, a knight beat him down again, striking him in the thick of his thigh down to the bone. Gert saw the English falling around, and that there was no remedy. He saw his race hastening to ruin, and despaired of any aid. He would have fled, but could not, for the throng continually increased, and the Duke pushed on till he reached him, and struck him with great force. Whether he died of that blow I know not, but it was said that he fell under it and rose no more. The standard was beaten down. The golden standard was taken, and Harold and the rest of his friends were slain. But there was so much eagerness, and the throng of so many around seeking to kill him, that I know not who it was that slew him. The English were in great trouble at having lost their king, and at the Duke's having conquered and beat down the standard. But they still fought on, and defended themselves long, and in fact, till the day drew to a close. Then it clearly appeared to all that the standard was lost, and the news had spread throughout the army that Harold for certain was dead, and all saw that there was no longer any hope, so they left the field, and those fled who could. William fought well. Many assault did he lead, many a blow did he give, and many receive, and many fell dead under his hand. 2 horses were killed under him, and he took a third when necessary, so that he fell not to the ground and lost not a drop of blood. But whatever anyone did, and whoever lived or died, this is certain that William conquered, and that many of the English fled from the field, and many died on the spot. Then he returned thanks to God, and in his pride ordered his standard to be brought and set up on high, where the English standard had stood. And that was the signal of his having conquered and beaten down the standard. And he ordered his tent to be raised on the spot among the dead, and had his meat brought thither, and his supper prepared there. Then he took off his armor, and the barons and knights, pages and squires came when he had unstrung his shield, and they took the helmet from his head and the hauberk from his neck, and saw the heavy blows upon his shield, and how his helmet was dinted in, and all greatly wondered, and said, "Such a baron never bestrode war-horse, nor dealt such blows, nor did such feats of arms. Neither has been on earth such a knight since Roland or Oliver." Thus they lauded and extolled him greatly, and rejoiced in what they saw, but grieving also for their friends who were slain in the battle. And the Duke stood meanwhile among them, of noble stature and mien, and rendered thanks to the King of Glory, through whom he had the victory, and thanked the knights around him, mourning also frequently for the dead. And he ate and drank among the dead, and made his bed that night upon the field. The morrow was Sunday, and those who had slept upon the field of battle, keeping watch around and suffering great fatigue, bestirred themselves at break of day, and sought out and buried such of the bodies of their dead friends as they might find. The noble ladies of the land also came, some to seek their husbands, and others their fathers, sons, or brothers. They bore the bodies to their villages, and interred them at the churches. And the clerks and priests of the country were ready, and at the request of their friends took the bodies that were found, and prepared graves, and lay them therein. King Harold was carried and buried at Varham, but I know not who it was that bore him thither, neither do I know who buried him. Many remained on the field, and many had fled in the night. Such is a Norman account of the Battle of Hastings, which does full justice to the valor of the Saxons as well as to the skill and bravery of the victors. It is indeed evident that the loss of the battle by the English was owing to the wound which Harold received in the afternoon, and which must have incapacitated him from effective command. When we remember that he had himself just won the Battle of Stamford Bridge over Harold Hardrada by the maneuver of a feigned flight, it is impossible to suppose that he could be deceived by the same stratagem on the part of the Normans at Hastings. But his men, when deprived of his control, would very naturally be led by their inconsiderate ardor into the pursuit that proved so fatal to them, period. But his men, when deprived of his control, would very naturally be led by their inconsiderate ardor into the pursuit that proved so fatal to them. All the narratives of the battle, however much they vary as to the precise time and manner of Harold's fall, eulogize the generalship and the personal prowess which he displayed until the fatal arrow struck him. The skill with which he posted his army was proved both by the slaughter which it cost the Normans to force the position, and also by the desperate rally which some of the Saxons made after the battle in the forest in the rear, in which they cut off a large number of the pursuing Normans. This circumstance is particularly mentioned by William of Poitiers, the Conqueror's own chaplain. Indeed, if Harold or either of his brothers had survived, the remains of the English army might have formed again in the wood, and could at least have effected an orderly retreat and prolonged the war. But both Gurth and Wulfine and all the bravest thanes of southern England lay dead on Senlac, around their fallen king and the fallen standard of their country. The exact number that perished on the Saxon side is unknown, but we read that on the side of the victors, out of 60,000 men who had been engaged, no less than a fourth perished. So well had the English billman plied thy ghastly blow, and so sternly had the Saxon battle-axe cloven Norman's casque and mail. The old historian Daniel, justly as well as forcibly, remarks, "Thus was tried, by the great assize of God's judgment in battle, the right of power between the English and the Norman nations, a battle the most memorable of all others, and however miserably lost, yet most nobly fought on the part of England." Many a pathetic legend was told in after years, respecting the discovery and the burial of the corpse of our last Saxon king. The main circumstances, though they seem to vary, are perhaps reconcilable. Two of the monks of Waltham Abbey, which Harold had founded a little time before his election to the throne, had accompanied him to the battle. On the morning after the slaughter, they begged and gained permission of the Conqueror to search for the body of their benefactor. The Norman soldiery and camp followers had stripped and gashed the slain, and the two monks vainly strove to recognize from among the mutilated and gory heaps around them the features of their former king. They sent for Harold's mistress, Edith, surnamed the Fair and the Swan-necked, to aid them. The eye of love proved keener than the eye of gratitude, and the Saxon lady, even in that Hasaldama, knew her Harold. The king's mother now sought the victorious Norman, and begged the dead body of her son. But William at first answered in his wrath and the hardness of his heart that a man who had been false to his word and his religion should have no other sepulchre than the sand on the shore. He added with a sneer, "Harold mounted guard on the coast while he was alive. He may continue his guard, now he is dead." The taunt was an unintentional eulogy, and a grave washed by the spray of the Sussex waves would have been the noblest burial place for the martyr of Saxon freedom. But Harold's mother was urgent in her lamentations and her prayers. The Conqueror relented. Like Achilles, he gave up the dead body of his fallen foe to a parent's supplications, and the remains of King Harold were deposited with regal honors in Waltham Abbey. On Christmas Day in the same year, William the Conqueror was crowned at London, King of England. End of section 23.
Section 25 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Triumphs of Hildebrand, the turning point of the Middle Ages. Henry IV begs for mercy at Canossa, A.D. 1073 to 1085. Arthur R. Pennington, Artaud de Montor. If during the pontificate of Innocent III, 1198 to 1216, the papal power attained its greatest height, yet under one of his predecessors the chair of St. Peter became a throne of almost absolute supremacy. This mighty pontiff, Gregory VII, whose real name, Hildebrand, indicates his German descent, was born, the son of a carpenter, in Tuscany about 1020. He became a monk of the Benedictine order and was educated at the Abbey of Cluny in France. In 1044 he went to Rome, called by a papal election, and there saw abuses which from that moment he fixed his mind upon striving to abolish. In 1048 he was again in Rome and soon rose to the rank of cardinal. For many years Hildebrand was the real director of papal policy, and long before his election as pope, in 1073, he worked to accomplish the reforms that distinguish his pontificate, which continued till his death in 1085. As a part of the Holy Roman Empire, Italy held a dual relation to the emperor and the pope. Between the Roman pontiffs and the secular heads of the empire, the struggle for supremacy had been long and often bitter. At the time of Hildebrand's active appearance, the papacy was in a state of degradation which demoralized the church itself. Long before his elevation to the papal chair, Hildebrand's efforts had met with much success, and the power of the Holy See was gradually increased. Independently of the emperor, whose will had hitherto governed the papal elections, in 1058, chiefly through the influence of Hildebrand, Pope Nicholas II was chosen by a new method, and from that time the choice of popes has been made by the Sacred College of Cardinals. Hildebrand reluctantly accepted the office of pope, but having entered upon the task which he knew to be so formidable, he pursued it with such energy, courage, and success as to make his pontificate one of the most memorable in the annals of the Church. Of his greatest contest within the ecclesiastical jurisdiction over the celibacy of the clergy and simony, as well as of those with the imperial power represented by Henry IV, the War of Investitures. The following account will be found to present the essential features with a clearness and comprehensiveness which are seldom seen in the relation of matter so complex and in a narrative so concise. The differing viewpoints are also instructive, as presented by Pennington of the Church of England and Artaud, the standard Roman Catholic authority. Arthur R. Pennington. The time had come when Hildebrand was to receive the reward of the important services which he had rendered to the Holy See. He had been the ruling spirit under 5 popes, Leo, Victor, Stephen, Nicholas, and Alexander, 4 of whom were indebted to him for their election. But now he must himself be raised to the papal throne. The clergy were assembled in the Lateran Church to celebrate the obsequies of Alexander. Hildebrand, as archdeacon, was performing the service. Suddenly, in the midst of the requiem for the departed, a shout was heard which seemed to come as if by inspiration from the assembled multitude. Quote, "Hildebrand is pope. St. Peter chooses the archdeacon Hildebrand." End quote. From the funeral procession, Hildebrand flew to the pulpit, and with impassioned gestures seeming to be imploring silence. The storm, however, did not cease till one of the cardinals, in the name of the Sacred College, declared that they had unanimously elected him whom the people had chosen. Arrayed in scarlet robes, crowned with the papal tiara, Gregory VII ascended the chair of St. Peter. The Pope very soon made known the course which he should pursue. He issued a prohibition against the marriage of the clergy, and in a council at Rome abolished the right of investiture. He was determined to redress the wrongs of society. He had seen oppression laying waste the fairest provinces of Europe. He had seen many princes, goaded on by the revengeful passions of their nature, flinging wide their standard to the winds and dipping their hands in the blood of those who, if Christianity be not a fable, were their very brothers. A magnificent vision arose up before him. He would rule the world by religion. He would be the Caesar of the spiritual monarchy. He and a council of prelates, annually assembled at Rome, would constitute a tribunal from whose judgment there should be no appeal, empowered to hold the supreme mediation in matters relating to the interests of the body politic, to settle contested successions to kingdoms, and to compel men to cease from their dissensions. Footnote. That is, the right of the civil power to grant church offices at will, and to invest ecclesiastics with symbols of their offices, and receive their oaths of fealty. End footnote. The civil power was to pledge itself to be prompt in the execution of their decrees against those who despised their authority. But if the decisions of those judges were to carry weight, they must be men of unblemished integrity. The purity of their ermine must be altogether unsullied. The sale of the highest spiritual offices by the prince, who had deprived the clergy and people of their right to elect them, which had stained the hands of the church and undermined its power, must be altogether forbidden. Elections must be free. The custom of investiture by sovereigns with the ring and crozier, which had rendered the hierarchy and clergy creatures of their will, must be forbidden. The clergy must possess an absolute exemption from the criminal justice of the state. They must recognize but one ruler, the Pope, who disposed of them indirectly through the bishops, or directly in cases of exemption, and used them as tools for the execution of his behests. In fact, they were to constitute a vast army, exclusively devoted to the service of an ecclesiastical monarch. They must be unconnected by marriage with the world around them, that they might be bound more closely to one another and to their head, that they might be saved from the temptation of restless projects for the advancement of their families, which have caused so much scandal in the world, and that they might give an exalted idea of their sanctity, inasmuch as, in order that they might give themselves to prayer and the ministry of the word, they would forego that connubial bliss, the portion of those, quote, the happiest of their kind, whom gentler stars unite in one fate, their hearts, their fortunes, and their beings blend. End quote. The marriage of the clergy was everywhere more or less repugnant to the general feeling of Christendom. The rise and progress of asceticism in the church had their source in human nature. Its growth was quickened by a reaction from the immorality of paganism. The general effect on the position of the clergy was to compel them to keep progress with the prevailing movement. Men consecrated to the service of Jehovah must rise superior to the common herd of their fellow creatures. By a decree of Pope Siricius at the end of the 4th century, marriage was interdicted to all priests and deacons. This decree was, however, very imperfectly observed during the following centuries. The general feeling was, however, at this time, very strongly against the married clergy. But throughout the spiritual realm of Hildebrand in Italy, from Calabria to the Alps, the clergy had risen up in rebellion against him and the popes his predecessors when they attempted to coerce them into celibacy. We believe that this opposition, much more than the strife as to investitures, was the cause of the strong feeling, almost unprecedented, which existed against Gregory VII. We must now show that Gregory enforced his views as to investitures. This part of our subject is important because it gave occasion for the assertion that the Pope could depose the Holy Roman Emperor and the King of Italy if he should find him morally or physically disqualified for fulfilling the condition on which his appointment depended, that he should defend him from his enemies. Henry IV, at the beginning of his reign only 10 years of age, was at this time emperor. Footnote, that is, emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, which included the German-speaking people of Europe, and also, in theory at least, Italy. End footnote. One day, as he was standing by the Rhine, a galley with silken streamers appeared, into which he was invited to enter. After he had been gliding for some time down the stream, he found that he was a prisoner. The archbishops of Milan and Cologne, with other powerful lords, have consigned him to a degrading captivity, administered in his name the government of the empire. By affording him every means of vicious indulgence, they were only too successful in corrupting a noble and generous nature. Very soon he was guilty of crimes and plunged into excesses which seemed to cry aloud for vengeance. The Pope saw that the time had come for the execution of his designs. Henry had been guilty of the grossest simony. The spiritual dignities had been openly sold to the highest bidder. He also saw that, while the clergy took the oath of fealty to the monarch, and were invested by him with the ring and crozier, he could not establish the superiority of the spiritual to the temporal jurisdiction. He therefore summoned a council at the Lateran, 1075, which issued a decree against lay investitures. The Pope, having thus declared war against the emperor, proceeded to fill up certain vacant bishoprics and to suspend bishops, both in Germany and Italy, who had been guilty of simony. He also cited Henry before him to answer for his simony, crimes, and excesses. This citation is alleged to have given occasion for an attempted crime, supposed to have been sanctioned by Henry, which may show us that while the Pope was asserting a right to rule over the nations, he could not rule in his own city. On Christmas Eve, 1075, the city of Rome was visited with a violent tempest. Darkness brooded over the land. The inhabitants thought that the day of judgment was at hand. In the midst of this war of the elements, two processions were seen advancing toward the church of Santa Maria Maggiore. At the head of one of them was Hildebrand, leading his priests to worship at a shrine. At the head of the other was Cincius, a Roman noble. In one of the pauses in the roar of the tempest, when the Pope was heard blessing his flock, the arm of Cincius grasped his person, and the sword of a ruffian inflicted a wound on his forehead. Bound with cords, the Pope was removed to a mansion in the city, from which he was the next day to be removed to exile or to death. A sword was aimed at the pontiff's bosom, when the cries of a fierce multitude, threatening to burn down the house, arrested the arm of the assassin. An arrow, discharged from below, reached and slew the latter. Cincius fell at the Pope's feet, a suppliant for pardon and for life. The pontiff immediately pardoned him. Then, amid the acclamations of the Roman people, Gregory proceeded to complete the interrupted solemnities at Santa Maria Maggiore. The war between Henry and the Pope continued. Henry summoned a synod at Worms in January 1076, which decreed the deposition of the Pope. The envoy charged to convey this sentence appeared in the council chamber of the Lateran in February, before an assembly consisting of the mightiest in the land, whom the Pope had summoned to sit in judgment on Henry. With flashing eyes and in a voice of thunder, he directed the Pope to descend from the chair of St. Peter. Cries of indignation rang through the hall, and 100 swords were seen leaping from their scabbards to inflict vengeance on the daring intruder. The Pope, with difficulty, stilled the angry tumult. Then, rising with calm dignity, amid the breathless silence of the assembled multitude, he uttered that dread anathema which shuts paradise and opens hell, and absolved the subjects of Henry from their allegiance. The inhabitants of Europe were struck dumb with amazement when they witnessed this exercise of papal prerogative. They thought that the powerful arm of Henry would have been raised to smite down the audacious Hildebrand. Pope, however, well knew that Henry had by his excesses alienated from himself the affections of his subjects. The sentence gave a pretext to many of his nobility to withdraw from their allegiance. Awed by spiritual terrors, his attendants fell away from him as if he had been smitten by a leprosy. An assembly was now summoned at Trebor in obedience to a requisition from the Pope, at which it was decreed that, if the emperor continued excommunicate on the 23rd of February 1077, his crown should be given to another. The theory of the Holy Roman Empire had thus become a practical reality. The vassal of Artaud had reduced the successor of Artaud to vassalage. A great pope had wrung from the superstition and reverence of mankind a spiritual empire which, it was hoped, would extend its sway to earth's remotest boundaries. End of section 25.
Section 26 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Triumphs of Hildebrand. The turning point of the Middle Ages. Henry IV begs for mercy at Canossa. A.D. 1073 to 1085. Arthur R. Pennington, Artaud de Montor. If during the pontificate of Innocent III, 1198 through 1216, the papal power attained its greatest height, yet under one of his predecessors, the chair of St. Peter became a throne of almost absolute supremacy. This mighty pontiff, Gregory VII, whose real name, Hildebrand, indicates his German descent, was born the son of a carpenter in Tuscany about 1020. He became a monk of the Benedictine order and was educated at the Abbey of Cluny in France. In 1044 he went to Rome, called by a papal election, and there saw abuses which from that moment he fixed his mind upon striving to abolish. In 1048 he was again in Rome, and soon rose to the rank of cardinal. For many years Hildebrand was the real director of papal policy, and long before his election as pope in 1073, he worked to accomplish the reforms that distinguish his pontificate, which continued till his death in 1085. As part of the Holy Roman Empire, Italy held a dual relation to the emperor and the pope. Between the Roman pontiffs and the secular heads of the empire, the struggle for supremacy had been long and often bitter. At the time of Hildebrand's active appearance, the papacy was in a state of degradation which demoralized the church itself. Long before his elevation to the papal chair, Hildebrand's efforts had met with much success, and the power of the Holy See was gradually increased. Independently of the emperor, whose will had hitherto governed the papal elections, in 1058, chiefly through the influence of Hildebrand, Pope Nicholas II was chosen by a new method, and from that time the choice of popes has been made by the Sacred College of Cardinals. Hildebrand reluctantly accepted the office of pope, but having entered upon the task which he knew to be so formidable, he pursued it with such energy, courage, and success as to make his pontificate one of the most memorable in the annals of the Church. Of his greatest contests within the ecclesiastical jurisdiction, over the celibacy of the clergy and simony, as well as those of the imperial power represented by Henry IV, the War of Investitures, the following account will be found to present the essential features, with a clearness and comprehensiveness which are seldom seen in the relation of matter so complex and in a narrative so concise. The differing viewpoints are also instructive, and presented by Pennington of the Church of England and Artaud, the standard Roman Catholic authority. Arthur R. Pennington. The time had come when Hildebrand was to receive the reward of the important services which he had rendered to the Holy See. He had been ruling the spirit under 5 popes, Leo, Victor, Stephen, Nicholas, and Alexander, 4 of whom were indebted to him for their election. But now he must himself be raised to the papal throne. The clergy were assembled in the Lateran Church to celebrate the obsequies of Alexander. Hildebrand, as archdeacon, was performing the service. Suddenly, in the midst of the requiem for the departed, a shout was heard, which seemed to come as if by inspiration from the assembled multitude. "Hildebrand is pope! St. Peter chooses the Archdeacon Hildebrand!" From the funeral procession, Hildebrand flew to the pulpit, and with impassioned gestures seemed to be imploring silence. The storm, however, did not cease till one of the cardinals, in the name of the Sacred College, declared that they had unanimously elected him whom the people had chosen. Arrayed in scarlet robes, crowned with the papal tiara, Gregory VII ascended the chair of St. Peter. The Pope very soon made known the course which he should pursue. He issued a prohibition against the marriage of the clergy, and in a council at Rome abolished the right of investiture. He was determined to redress the wrongs of society. He had seen oppression laying waste the fairest provinces of Europe. He had seen many princes, goaded on by the revengeful passions of their nature, flinging wide their standard to the winds, and dipping their hands in the blood of those who, if Christianity be not a fable, were their very brothers. A magnificent vision rose up before him. He would rule the world by religion. He would be the Caesar of the spiritual monarchy. He and a council of prelates, annually assembled at Rome, would constitute a tribunal from whose judgment there should be no appeal, empowered to hold the supreme meditation in matters relating to the interests of the body politic, to settle contested successions to kingdoms, and to compel men to cease from their dissensions. The civil power was to pledge itself to be prompt in the execution of their decrees against those who despised their authority. But if the decisions of those judges were to carry weight, they must be men of unblemished integrity. The purity of their ermine must be altogether unsullied. The sale of the highest spiritual offices by the prince, who had deprived the clergy and people of their right to elect them, which had stained the hands of the church and undermined its power, must be altogether forbidden. Elections must be free. The custom of investiture by sovereigns with ring and crosier, which had rendered the hierarchy and clergy the creatures of their will, must be forbidden. The clergy must possess an absolute exemption from the criminal justice of the state. They must recognize but one ruler, the Pope, who disposed of them indirectly through the bishops, or directly in cases of exemption, and used them as tools for the execution of his behests. In fact, they were to constitute a vast army, exclusively devoted to the service of an ecclesiastical monarch. They must be unconnected by marriage with the world around them, that they might be bound more closely to one another and to their head, that they might be saved from the temptation of restless projects for the advancement of their families, which have caused so much scandal in the world, and that they might give an exalted idea of their sanctity, inasmuch as, in order that they might give themselves to prayer and the ministry of the word, they would forego that connubial bliss portion of those, the happiest of their kind, whom gentler stars unite, and in one fate their hearts, their fortunes, and their beings blend. The marriage of the clergy was everywhere more or less repugnant to the general feeling of Christendom. The rise and progress of asceticism in the Church had their source in human nature, and its growth was quickened by a reaction from the immorality of paganism. The general effect on the position of the clergy was to compel them to keep progress with the prevailing movement. Men consecrated to the service of Jehovah must rise superior to the common herd of their fellow creatures. By a decree of Pope Siricius, at the end of the 4th century, marriage was interdicted to all priests and deacons. This decree was, however, very imperfectly observed during the following centuries. The general feeling was, however, at this time very strongly against the married clergy. But throughout the spiritual realm of Hildebrand in Italy, from Calabria to the Alps, the clergy had risen up in rebellion against him, and the popes, his predecessors, when they attempted to coerce them into celibacy. We believe that this opposition, much more than the strife as to investitures, was the cause of the strong feeling, almost unprecedented, which existed against Gregory VII. We must now show that Gregory enforced his views as to investitures. This part of our subject is important because it gave occasion for the assertion that the Pope could depose the Holy Roman Emperor and the King of Italy if he should find him morally or physically disqualified for fulfilling the condition on which his appointment depended, that he should defend him from his enemies. Henry IV, at the beginning of his reign, only 10 years of age, was at this time emperor. One day he was standing by the Rhine. A galley with silken streamers appeared, into which he was invited to enter. After he had been gliding for some time down the stream, he found that he was a prisoner. The archbishops of Milan and Cologne, with other powerful lords, having consigned him to a degrading captivity, administered in his name the government of the empire. By affording him every means of vicious indulgence, they were only too successful in corrupting a noble and generous nature. Very soon he was guilty of crimes, and plunged into excesses which seemed to cry aloud for vengeance. The Pope saw that the time had come for the execution of his designs. Henry had been guilty of the grossest simony. The spiritual dignities had been openly sold to the highest bidder. He saw also that while the clergy took the oath of fealty to the monarch, and were invested by him with the ring and crosier, he could not establish the superiority of the spiritual to the temporal jurisdiction. He therefore summoned a council at the Lateran, 1075, which issued a decree against lay investitures. The Pope, having thus declared war against the emperor, proceeded to fill up certain vacant bishoprics, and to suspend bishops both in Germany and Italy who had been guilty of simony. He also cited Henry before him to answer for his simony, crimes, and excesses. The citation is alleged to have given occasion for an attempted crime, supposed to have been sanctioned by Henry, which may show us that while the Pope was asserting a right to rule over the nations, he could not rule in his own city. On Christmas Eve, 1075, the city of Rome was visited with a violent tempest. Darkness brooded over the land. The inhabitants thought that the day of judgment was at hand. In the midst of this war of the elements, 2 processions were seen advancing towards the church of Santa Maria Maggiore. At the head of one of them was Hildebrand, leading his priests to worship at a shrine. At the head of the other was Sentius, a Roman noble. In one of the pauses in the roar of the tempest, when the Pope was heard blessing his flock, the arm of Sentius grasped his person, and the sword of a ruffian inflicted a wound on his forehead. Bound with cords, the Pope was removed to a mansion in the city, from which he was the next day to be removed to exile or to death. A sword was aimed at the pontiff's bosom, when the cries of a fierce multitude, threatening to burn down the house, arrested the arm of the assassin. An arrow discharged from below reached and slew the latter. Sentius fell at the Pope's feet, a suppliant for pardon and for life. The pontiff immediately pardoned him. Then, amid the acclamations of the Roman people, Gregory proceeded to complete the interrupted solemnities at Santa Maria Maggiore. The war between Henry and the Pope continued. Henry summoned a synod at Worms in January 1076, which decreed the deposition of the Pope. The envoy charged to convey this sentence appeared in the council chamber of the Lateran in February, before an assembly consisting of the mightiest in the land, whom the Pope had summoned to sit in judgment on Henry. With flashing eyes and in a voice of thunder, he directed the Pope to descend from the chair of St. Peter. Cries of indignation rang through the hall, and 100 swords were seen leaping from their scabbards to inflict vengeance on the daring intruder. The Pope, with difficulty, stilled the angry tumult. Then, rising with calm dignity, amid the breathless silence of the assembled multitude, he uttered that dread anathema which shuts paradise and opens hell, and absolved the subjects of Henry from their allegiance. The inhabitants of Europe were struck dumb with amazement when they witnessed this exercise of papal prerogative. They thought that the powerful arm of Henry would have been raised to smite down the audacious Hildebrand. The Pope, however, well knew that Henry had by his excesses alienated from himself the affections of his subjects. The sentence gave a pretext to many of his nobility to withdraw from their allegiance. Awed by spiritual terrors, his attendants fell away from him, as if he had been smitten by a leprosy. An assembly was now summoned at Tribure, in obedience to a requisition from the Pope, at which it was decreed that if the Emperor continued excommunicated on the 23rd of February, 1077, his crown should be given to another. The theory of the Holy Roman Empire had thus become a practical reality. The vassal of Artaud had reduced the successor of Artaud to vassalage. A great pope had wrung from the superstition and reverence of mankind a spiritual empire, which, it was hoped, would extend its sway to earth's remotest boundaries. Artaud de Montor. Gregory made it invariable rule to act at the outset with gentleness. No one, says he, reaches the highest rank at a single spring. Great edifices rise gradually. Certain of his strength, he chose to employ conciliation. He especially sought to convince Henry, but the excesses in which that prince wallowed were so abominable that his subjects in all parts, and especially the great, revolted against him. In 1076 Gregory assembled a council, which pronounced the excommunication of the king, with all the terrible consequences attendant upon it. History shows several emperors of the East excommunicated by preceding popes: Arcadius by Innocent I, Anastasius by Saint Symmachus, and Leo the Isaurian by Gregory II and Gregory III. The decree of the same council set forth that the throne vacated by Henry was adjudged to Rudolf, Duke of Swabia, already created King of Germany by the electors of the empire. Before the election of Rudolf, Gregory had declared that he would repair to Germany. King Henry, on his part, promised to come into Italy. The Pope left Rome, with an escort furnished by the Countess of Tuscany, daughter of Boniface, Marquis of Tuscany. The march of Gregory was a triumph. Amidst that escort he reached Vercelli. It was feared by some that Henry would make his appearance at the head of an army, but he had not that intention. The Pope, nevertheless, deemed it best to retire into the fortress of Canossa, belonging to Countess Matilda, in order that he might be secure from all violence. Henry had spent nearly 2 months at Spires, in a profound and melancholy solitude. The weight of the excommunication oppressed him with 1,000 griefs. Weary of that state of uncertainty, and still as ever tricky and hypocritical, he conceived the idea of winning over the Pope by an apparent piety, and of satisfying his requirements by a brief humiliation. Moreover, the decree of excommunication declared that it should be withdrawn if the king appeared before the Pope within a year from the date of the decree. The winter was severe. After running 1,000 dangers, the king and his queen arrived at Turin and proceeded to Placentia. Thence the prince announced that he would proceed to Canossa by way of Reggio. The Countess Matilda met him with Hugo, Bishop of Cluny. She wished to restore harmony between the Pope and the king. Gregory seemed to desire that Henry should return to Augsburg to be judged by the Diet. The envoys of the king at Canossa replied, "Henry does not fear being judged. He knows that the Pope will protect innocence and justice. But the anniversary of the excommunication is at hand, and if the excommunication be not removed, the king, according to the laws of the land, will lose his right to the crown. The prince humbly requests the Holy Father to raise the interdict and to restore him to the communion of the Church. He is ready to give every satisfaction that the Pope shall require, to present himself at such place and at such time as the Pope shall order, to meet his accusers, and to commit himself entirely to the decision of the head of the Church. Henry says Voigt, having received permission to advance, was not long on the way. The fortress had triple enclosures. Henry was conducted into the second. His retinue remained outside the first. He had laid aside the insignia of royalty. Nothing announced his rank. All day long, Henry, bareheaded, clad in penitential garb, and fasting from morning till night, awaited the sentence of the sovereign pontiff. He thus waited during a second and a third day. During the intervening time he had not ceased to negotiate. On the morrow Matilda interceded with the Pope on behalf of Henry, and the conditions of the treaty were settled. The prince promised to give satisfaction to the complaints made against him by his subjects, and he took an oath, in which his sureties joined. When the oaths were taken, the pontiff gave the king the benediction and the apostolic peace, and celebrated Mass. After the consecration of the host, the Pope called Henry and all present, and still holding the host in his hand, said to the king, "We have received letters from you and those of your party, in which we are accused of having usurped the Holy See by simony, and of having, both before and since our episcopacy, committed crimes which, according to the canons, exclude us from holy orders. Although we could justify ourselves by the testimony of those who have known our manner of life from our childhood, and who are the authors of our promotion to the episcopacy, nevertheless, to do away with all kinds of scandal, we will appeal to the judgment, not of men, but of God. Let the body of our Lord Jesus Christ, that we are about to take, be this day a proof of our innocence. We pray the Almighty to dispel all suspicion, if we are innocent, and to cause us suddenly to die, if we are guilty." Then, turning towards the king, Gregory again spoke. "Dear son, do also as you have seen us do. The German princes have daily accused you to us of a great number of crimes, for which those nobles maintain that you ought to be interdicted during your whole life, not only from royalty and all public function, but also from all ecclesiastical communion, and from all commerce of civil life. They urgently demand that you be judged, and you know how uncertain are all human judgments. Do then as we advise, and if you feel that you are innocent, deliver the Church from this scandal, and yourself from this embarrassment. Take this other portion of the host, that this proof of your innocence may close the lips of your enemies, and engage us to be your most ardent defender, to reconcile you with the nobles, and forever to terminate the civil war." This address astonished the king. Going apart with his confidence, he tremblingly consulted as to what he could do to avoid so terrible a test. At length, having somewhat recovered his calmness, he said to the Pope that as those nobles who remained faithful were for the most part absent, as well as those who accused him, the latter would give little faith to what he might do in his own justification, unless it were done in their presence. For that reason, he asked that the test should be postponed to the day of the sitting of the General Diet, and the Pope consented. When the Pope had finished Mass, he invited the king to dinner, treated him with much attention, and dismissed him in peace to his own people, who had remained outside the castle. Henry, on his return to his nobles, was not well received. Henry, as Voigt shows, soon became alarmed at their disapprobation, which originated only in a feeling of wounded complicity and ambitious views, which could not hope for success after the victory gained by Gregory. Henry, hearing himself accused of weakness, thought to deliver himself from so much annoyance by a bold perjury, and he endeavored to draw Gregory and Matilda into a snare. Warned by faithful friends, they did not visit the king as had been agreed, and that new wrong determined Gregory to suspend his departure for the Diet of Augsburg. Not one, not even the pious Matilda, now dared to speak of a reconciliation. Henry held a Brescia in 1080, a pseudo-council of the bishops devoted to him, and there he caused Gebert, Archbishop of Ravenna, and avowed enemy of Gregory, to be elected as pope. And he deposed Gregory, although he was recognized as the legitimate pope by the whole Catholic world, with the exception of the bishops in revolt, under the direction of Henry. On learning this, Gregory celebrated at Rome, in the year 1080, a regular council in which he again excommunicated Henry, and especially the anti-pope, whom he would never absolve. Arthur Pennington. The war continued. Henry's rival for the empire, Rudolf of Swabia, was supported by many German partisans, especially by the Saxons. He was defeated with great loss at Fladenheim. The skill and courage of the Saxon commander, however, turned a defeat into victory. Emboldened by this victory, Gregory excommunicated Henry, and granted and conceded that Rudolf might rule the Italian and German empires. With the sanction of 30 bishops, an anti-pope, Guibert, was elected at Brixen. The war raged with undiminished violence. The Saxons, the only power in alliance with the Romans, gained a victory over Henry in Germany at the very same time when Matilda's forces fled before his army in the Mantuan territory. Matilda had lately granted all her hereditary states to Gregory and his successors forever. Before the summer of the year 1080, the citizens of Rome saw the forces of Henry in the Campagna. The siege of Rome continued for 3 years. The capture of the city was imminent when the forces of Robert Guiscard, the Norman, came to the rescue of the Pope. Nicholas II had bestowed on Robert Guiscard the investiture of the duchies of Apulia and Calabria, Sicily also, the conquest of which his brother Richard was meditating, being prospectively added to Robert's dominions. The oath taken by Robert Guiscard on this occasion bound him to be the devoted defender of the pontificate. He now became a friend indeed. A hasty retreat saved the forces of Henry from the impending danger. The Pope returned in triumph to the Lateran, but within a few hours he heard from the streets the clash of arms and the loud shouts of the combatants. A fierce contest was raging between the soldiers of Robert and the citizens who espoused the cause of Henry. A conflagration was kindled, which at length destroyed 3/4 of the city. Gregory, perhaps conscience-stricken when he thought of the wars he had kindled, sought in the castle of Salerno from the Normans the security which he could no longer expect among his own subjects. He soon found that the hand of death was upon him. He summoned round his bed the bishops and cardinals who had accompanied him in his flight from Rome. He maintained the truth of the principles for which he had always contended. He forgave and blessed his enemies, with the exception of the antipope and the emperor. He had received the transubstantiated elements. The final unction had been given to him. He then prepared himself to die. Anxious to catch the last words from that tongue, to the utterances of which they had always listened with intense delight, his followers were bending over him, when, collecting his powers for one last effort, he said in an indignant tone, "I have loved righteousness and hated iniquity, and therefore I die in exile." End of section 26.
Section 27 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richmond Na Tete. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rosita Johnson, and John Rood. Triumphs of Hildebrand, the turning point of the Middle Ages, Henry IV Begs for Mercy at Canossa, AD 1073 to 1085, by Arthur R. Pennington. The war continued. Henry's rival for the empire, Rudolf of Swabia, was supported by many German partisans, especially by the Saxons. He was defeated with great loss at Fladenheim. The skill and courage of the Saxon commander, however, turned a defeat into a victory. Emboldened by this victory, Gregory excommunicated Henry and granted and conceded that Rudolf might rule the Italian and German empires. With the sanction of 30 bishops and antipope, Gilbert was elected at Brexin. The war raged with undiminished violence. The Saxons, the only power in alliance with the Romans, gained a victory over Henry in Germany at the very same time when Matilda's forces fled before his army in the Montor territory. Matilda had lately granted all her hereditary states to Gregory and his successors forever. Before the summer of the year 1080, the citizens of Rome saw the forces of Henry in the Campania. The siege of Rome continued for 3 years. The capture of the city was imminent when the forces of Robert Guiscard, the Norman, came to the rescue of the Pope. Nicholas II had bestowed on Robert Guiscard the investiture of the duchies of Apulia and Calabria, Sicily also, the conquest of which his brother Richard was meditating, being prospectively added to Robert's dominions. The oath taken by Robert Guiscard on this occasion bound him to be the devoted defender of the pontificate. He now became a friend indeed. A hasty retreat saved the forces of Henry from the impending danger. The Pope returned in triumph to the Lateran, but within a few hours he heard from the streets the clash of arms and the loud shouts of the combatants. A fierce contest was raging between the soldiers of Robert and the citizens who espoused the cause of Henry. A conflagration was kindled, which at length destroyed 3/4 of the city. Gregory, perhaps conscience-stricken when he thought of the wars he had kindled, sought in the castle of Salerno from the Normans the security which he could no longer expect among his own subjects. He soon found that the hand of death was upon him. He summoned round his bed the bishops and cardinals who had accompanied him in his flight from Rome. He maintained the truth of the principles for which he had always contended. He forgave and blessed his enemies, with the exception of the antipope and the emperor. He had received the transubstantiated elements. The final unction had been given to him. He then prepared himself to die, anxious to catch the last words from that thank, to the utterances of which they had always listened with intense delight. His followers were bending over him. When collecting his powers for one last effort, he said, in an indignant tone, "I have loved righteousness and hated iniquity, and therefore I die in exile." End of section 27.
Section 28 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson and John Rudd. Completion of the Doomsday Book, AD 1086, by Charles Knight. When William the Conqueror had been some years established in his English realm, he found himself confronted with a feudal baronage largely composed of men who had gone with him from Normandy, where many of them had reluctantly bowed to his command. They were jealous of the royal power and eager for military and judicial independence within their own manors. The Conqueror met this situation with the skill of political genius. He granted large estates to the nobles, but so widely scattered as to render union of the great landowners and hereditary attachment of great areas of population to separate feudal lords impossible. He caused under-tenants to be bound to their lords by the same conditions of service which bound the lords to the crown, to which each subtenant swore direct fealty. William also strengthened his position as king by means of a new military organisation and by his control of the judicial and administrative systems of the kingdom. By the abolition of the 4 great earldoms of the realm, he struck a final blow at the ambition of the greater nobles for independent power. By this stroke he made the shire the largest unit of local government. By his control of the national revenues, he secured a great financial power in his own hands. A large part of the manors were burdened with special dues to the crown, and for the purpose of ascertaining and recording these, William sent into each county commissioners to make a survey, whose inquiries were recorded in the Domesday Book, so called because its decision was regarded as final. This book, in Norman French, contains the results of his survey of England, made in 1085 to 1086, and consists of 2 volumes in vellum, a large folio of 382 pages, and a quarto of 450 pages. For a long time it was kept under 3 locks in the Exchequer with the King's seal, and is now kept in the Public Records Office. In 1783, the British government issued a facsimile edition of it in 2 folio volumes, printed from types specially made for the purpose. It is one of the principal sources for the political and social history of the time. The Domesday Book contains a record of the ownership, extent, and value of the lands of England at the time of the survey, at the time of their bestowal when granted by the King, and at the time of a previous survey under Edward the Confessor, of the detailed registrations of tenants, defendants, livestock, etc., as well as of contemporary social features of the English people. The following account presents interesting pictures. The survey contained in the Domesday Book extended to all England, with the exception of Northumberland, Cumberland, Westmoreland, and Durham. All the country between the Tees and the Tyne were held by the Bishop of Durham, and he was reputed a Count Palatine, having a separate government. The other 3 northern counties were probably so devastated that they were purposely omitted. Let us first see, from the information of Domesday Book, by what men the land was occupied. First we have barons and we have thanes. The barons were the Norman nobles, the thanes the Saxon. These were included under the general designation of liberi homines, free men, which term included all the freeholders of a manor. Many of these were tenants of the king, in capite, that is, they held their possessions direct from the crown. Others of these had placed themselves under the protection of some lord, as the defender of their persons and estates, they paying some stipend or performing some service. In the register there are also liberi feminae, free women. Next to the free class were the sociamini or sockmen, a class of inferior landowners who held lands under a lord and owed suit and service in the lord's court, but whose tenure was permanent. They sometimes performed services in husbandry, but those services, as well as their payments, were defined. Descending in the scale, we come to the villani. These were allowed to occupy land at the will of the lord, upon the condition of performing services, uncertain in their amount, and often of the meanest nature. But they could acquire no property in lands or goods, and they were subject to many exactions and oppressions. There are entries in Domesday Book which show that the villani were not altogether bondmen, but represented the Saxon churl. The lowest class were servi, slaves, the class corresponding with the Saxon theo. By a degradation in the condition of the villani and the elevation of that of the servi, the 2 classes were brought gradually nearer together, till at last the military oppression of the Normans, thrusting down all degrees of tenants and servants into one common slavery, or at least into strict dependence, one name was adopted for both of them as a generic term, that of villeins regardant. Of the subdivisions of these great classes, the register of 1085 affords us some particulars. We find that some of the nobles are described as milites, soldiers, and sometimes the milites are classed with the inferior orders of tenantry. Many of the chief tenants are distinguished by their offices. We have among these the great regal officers, such as they existed in the Saxon times, the camerarius and cubicularius, from whom we have our Lord Chamberlain, the dapifer or Lord Steward, the pincerna or chief butler, the constable and the treasurer. We have the hawk keepers and the bow keepers, the providers of the king's carriages and his standard bearers. We have lawmen and legates and mediciners. We have foresters and hunters. Coming to the inferior officers and artificers, we have carpenters, smiths, goldsmiths, farriers, potters, ditchers, launders, armourers, fishermen, millers, bakers, salters, tailors and barbers. We have mariners, muniers, minstrels and watchmen. Of rural occupations we have the beekeepers, ploughmen, shepherds, neatherds, goatherds and swineherds. Here is a population in which there is a large division of labour. The freemen, tenants, villeins, slaves are labouring and deriving sustenance from arable land, meadow, common, pasture, wood and water. The grain-growing land is, of course, carefully registered as to its extent and value, and so the meadow and pasture. An equal exactness is bestowed upon the woods. It was not that the timber was of great commercial value, in a country which possessed such insufficient means of transport, but that the acorns and beech mast, upon which great herds of swine subsisted, were of essential importance to keep up the supply of food. We constantly find such entries as a wood for pannage of 50 hogs. There are woods described which will feed 100, 200, 300 hogs, and on the Bishop of London's domain at Fulham 1,000 hogs could fatten. The value of a tree was determined by the number of hogs that could lie under it in the Saxon time, and in this survey of the Norman period we find entries of useless woods and woods without pannage, which to some extent were considered identical. In some of the woods there were patches of cultivated ground, as the entries show, where the tenant had cleared the dense undergrowth and had his cornland and his meadows. Even the fenlands were of value, for their rents were paid in eels. There is only mention of 5 forests in this record: Windsor, Gravelings, Wiltshire, Winburn, Wychwood and the New Forest. Undoubtedly there were many more, but being no objects of assessment, they are passed over. It would be difficult not to associate the memory of the Conqueror with the New Forest, and not to believe that his unbridled will was here the cause of great misery and devastation. Ordericus Vitalis says, speaking of the death of William's second son Richard, "Learn now, my reader, why the forest in which the young prince was slain received the name of the New Forest. That part of the country was extremely populous from early times, and full of well-inhabited hamlets and farms. A numerous population cultivated Hampshire with unceasing industry, so that the southern part of the district plentifully supplied Winchester with the products of the land. When William I ascended the throne of Albion, being a great lover of forests, he laid waste more than 60 parishes, compelling the inhabitants to emigrate to other places, and substituted beasts of the chase for human beings, that he might satisfy his ardour for hunting. There is probably some exaggeration in the statement of the country being extremely populous from early times. This was an old woody district called Etain. No forest was artificially planted as Voltaire has imagined, but the chases were opened through the ancient thickets, and hamlets and solitary cottages were demolished. It is a curious fact that some woodland spots in the New Forest have still names with the terminations of ham and tun. There are many evidences of the former existence of human abodes in places now solitary, yet we doubt whether this part of the district plentifully supplied Winchester with food, as Ordericus relates, for it is a sterile district in most places, fitted for little else than the growth of timber. The lower lands are marsh and the upper are sand, The conqueror, says the Saxon Chronicle, so much loved the high deer as if he had been their father. The first of the Norman kings and his immediate successors would not be very scrupulous about the depopulation of a district if the presence of men interfered with their pleasures. But theory thinks that the extreme severity of the forest laws was chiefly enforced to prevent the assemblage of Saxons in those vast wooded spaces which were now included in the royal domains. All these extensive tracts were, more or less, retreats for the dispossessed and the discontented. The Normans, under pretence of preserving the stag and the hare, could tyrannize with a pretended legality over the dwellers in these secluded places, and thus William might have driven the Saxon people of Etain to emigrate and have destroyed their cottages, as much from a possible fear of their association as from his own love of the high deer. Whatever was the motive, there were devastation and misery. Domesday shows that in the district of the New Forest, certain manors were afforested after the Conquest, cultivated portions in which the Sabbath bell was heard. William of Jumièges, the Conqueror's own chaplain, says, speaking of the deaths of Richard and Rufus, "There were many who held that the two sons of William the King perished by the judgment of God in these woods, since for the extension of the forest he had destroyed many inhabited places, villas, and churches within its circuit." It appears that in the time of Edward the Confessor about 17,000 acres of this district had been afforested, but that the cultivated parts remaining had then an estimated value of £363. After the afforestation by the Conqueror, the cultivated parts yielded only £129. The grants of land to huntsmen, venators, are common in Hampshire as in other parts of England, and it appears to have been the duty of an especial officer to stall the deer, that is, to drive them with his troop of followers from all parts to the centre of a circle, gradually contracting, where they were to stand for the onslaught of the hunters. In the survey many parks are enumerated. The word hay, hire, which is still found in some of our counties, meant an enclosed part of a wood to which the deer were driven. In the 17th century, this mode of hunting upon a large scale, by stalling the deer, this mimic war, was common in Scotland. Taylor, called the water poet, was present at such a gathering, and has described the scene with a minuteness which may help us to form a picture of the Norman hunters. 500 or 600 men do rise early in the morning, and they do disperse themselves divers ways, and 7, 8, or 10 miles compass. They do bring or chase in the deer in many herds, 200, 300, or 400 in a herd, to such a place as the nobleman shall appoint them. Then, when the day is come, the lords and gentlemen of their companies do ride or go to the said places, sometimes wading up to the middle through bournes and rivers, and then they being come to the place, do lie down on the ground, till those foresaid scouts, which are called the Tinkhelt, do bring down the deer. Then, after we had stayed there 3 hours or thereabouts, we might perceive the deer appear on the hills around about us, their heads making a show like a wood, which being followed close by the Tinkhelt, are chased down into the valley where we lay. Then all the valley on each side being waylaid with 100 couple of strong Irish greyhounds, they are let loose as occasion serves upon the herd of deer, that with dogs, guns, arrows, dirks, and daggers, in the space of 2 hours 80 fat deer were slain. Domesday affords indubitable proof of the culture of the vine in England. There are 38 entries of vineyards in the southern and eastern counties. Many gardens are enumerated. Mills are registered with great distinctness, for they were invariably the property of the lords of the manors, lay or ecclesiastical, and the tenants could only grind at the lord's mill. Wherever we find a mill specified in Domesday, there we generally find a mill now. At Arundel, for example, we see what rent was paid by a mill, and there still stands at Arundel an old mill whose foundations might have been laid before the Conquest. Salt works are repeatedly mentioned. They were either works upon the coast for procuring marine salt by evaporation, or were established in the localities of inland salt springs. The salt works of Cheshire were the most numerous and were called witches, hence the names of some places, such as Middlewich and Nantwich. The revenue from mines offers some curious facts. No mention of tin is to be found in Cornwall. The ravages of Saxon and Dane, and the constant state of hostility between races, had destroyed much of that mineral industry which existed in the Roman times. A century and a half after the Conquest had elapsed before the Norman kings had a revenue from the Cornish iron mines. Iron forges were registered, and lumps of hammered iron are stated to have been paid as rent. Lead works are found only upon the king's domain in Derbyshire. Fisheries are important sources of rent. Payments of eels are enumerated by hundreds and thousands. Herrings appear to have been consumed in vast numbers in the monasteries. Sandwich yielded 40,000 annually to Christchurch in Canterbury. Kent, Sussex and Norfolk appear to have been the great seats of this fishery. The Severn and the Wye had their salmon fisheries, whose produce king, bishop and lord were glad to receive as rent. There was a weir for Thames fish at Mortlake. The religious houses had their piscinae and vivaria, their stews and fish pools. Domesday affords us many curious glimpses of the condition of the people in cities and boroughs. For the most part they seem to have preserved their ancient customs. London, Winchester and several other important places are not mentioned in the record. We shall very briefly notice a few indications of the state of society. Dover was an important place, for it supplied the king with 20 ships for 15 days in a year, each vessel having 21 men on board. Dover could therefore command the service of 420 mariners. Every burgess in Lewes compounded for a payment of 20 shillings when the king fitted out a fleet to keep the sea. At Oxford the king could command the services of 20 burgesses whenever he went on an expedition, or they might compound for their services by a payment of £20. Oxford was a considerable place at this period. It contained upward of 700 houses, but 478 were so desolated that they could pay no dues. Hereford was the king's domain, and the honour of being his immediate tenants appears to have been qualified by considerable exactions. When he went to war, and when he went to hunt, men were to be ready for his service. If the wife of a burgher brewed his ale, he paid 10 pence. The smith who kept a forge had to make nails from the king's iron. In Hereford, as in other cities, there were moneyers or coiners. There were 7 at Hereford, who were bound to coin as much of the king's silver into pence as he demanded. At Cambridge the burgesses were compelled to lend the sheriff their ploughs. Leicester was bound to find the king a hawk, or pay £10, while a sumpter or baggage horse was compounded for at £1. At Warwick there were 225 houses on which the king and his barons claimed tax, and 19 houses belonged to free burgesses. The dues were paid in honey and corn. In Shrewsbury there were 252 houses belonging to burgesses, but the burgesses complained that they were called upon to pay as much tax as in the time of the Confessor, although Earl Roger had taken possession of extensive lands for building his castle. Chester was a port in which the king had his dues upon every cargo, and where he had fines whenever a trader was detected in using a false measure. The fraudulent female brewer of adulterated beer was placed in the cucking stool, a degradation afterward reserved for scolds. This city has a more particular notice as to laws and customs in the time of the Confessor than any other place in the survey. Particular care seems to have been taken against fire. The owner of a house on fire not only paid a fine to the king, but forfeited 2 shillings to his nearest neighbour. Marten skins appear to have been a great article of trade in this city. No stranger could cart goods within a particular part of the city without being subjected to a forfeiture of 4 shillings or 2 oxen to the bishop. We find, as might be expected, no mention of that peculiar architecture of Chester called the Rose, which has so puzzled antiquarian writers. The probability is that in a place so exposed to the attacks of the Welsh they were intended for defence, The low streets in which the rows are situated have the road considerably beneath them, like the cutting of a railway, and from the covered way of the rows an enemy in the road beneath might be assailed with great advantage. In the civil wars of Charles I, the possession of the rows by the Royalists or parliamentary troops was fiercely contested. Of their antiquity there is no doubt. They probably belong to the same period as the castle. The wall of Chester and the bridge were kept in repair according to the survey, by the service of one labourer for every hide of land in the county. It is to be remarked that in all the cities and boroughs the inhabitants are described as belonging to the king or a bishop or a baron. Many, even in the most privileged places, were attached to particular manors. The Domesday survey shows that in some towns there was an admixture of Norman and English burgesses, and it is clear that they were so settled after the Conquest, for a distinction is made between the old customary dues of the place and those the foreigner should pay. The foreigner had to bear a small addition to the ancient charge. No doubt the Norman clung to many of the habits of his own land, and the Saxon unwillingly parted with those of the locality in which his fathers had lived, but their manners were gradually assimilated. The Normans grew fond of the English beer, and the English adopted the Norman dress. The survey of 1085 affords the most complete evidence of the extent to which the Normans had possessed themselves of the landed property of the country. The ancient domains of the crown consisted of 1,422 manors, but the king had confiscated the properties of Godwin, Harold, Algar, Edward, Morcar, and other great Saxon earls, and his revenues thus became enormous. Ordericus Vitalis states, with a minuteness that seems to imply the possession of official information, that the king himself received daily £61, 30,000 pence, and 3 farthings sterling, money from his regular revenues in England alone, independently of presents, fines for offences, and many other matters which constantly enrich a royal treasury. The numbers of manors held by the favourites of the Conqueror would appear incredible, if we did not know that these great nobles were grasping and unscrupulous, indulging the grossest sensuality with a pretence of refinement, limited in their perpetration of injustice only by the extent of their power, and so blinded by their pride as to call their plunder their inheritance. 10 Norman chiefs who held under the crown are enumerated in the survey as possessing 2,820 manors. This enormous transfer of property did not take place without the most formidable resistance, but when a period of tranquillity arrived came the era of castle building. The Saxons had their rude fortresses and entrenched earthworks, but solid walls of stone for defence and residence were to become the local seats of regal and baronial domination. Domesday contains notices of 49 castles, but only one is mentioned as having existed in the time of Edward the Confessor. Some which the Conqueror is known to have built are not noticed in the survey. Among these is the White Tower of London. The site of Rochester Castle is mentioned. These 2 buildings are associated by our old antiquaries as being erected by the same architect. Stowe says, "I find in a fair register book of the acts of the bishops of Rochester, set down by Edmund of Haddenham, that William I, surnamed Conqueror, builded the Tower of London, to wit, the great white and square tower there, about the year of Christ 1078, appointing Gundulf, then Bishop of Rochester, to be principal surveyor and overseer of that work, who was for that time lodged in the house of Edmere, a burgess of London. The chapel in the White Tower is a remarkable specimen of early Norman architecture. The keep of Rochester Castle, so picturesquely situated on the Medway, was not a mere fortress without domestic convenience. Here we still look upon the remains of sculptured columns and arches. We see where there were spacious fireplaces in the walls, and how each of 4 floors was served with water by a well. The 3rd story contains the most ornamental portions of the building. In the Domesday enumeration of castles, we have repeated mention of houses destroyed and lands wasted for their erection. At Cambridge 27 houses are recorded to have been thus demolished. This was the fortress to overawe the fen districts. At Lincoln 166 mansions were destroyed on account of the castle. In the ruins of all these castles we may trace their general plan. There were an outer court, an inner court, and a keep. Round the whole area was a wall, with parapets and loopholes. The entrance was defended by an outwork or barbican. The prodigious strength of the keep is the most remarkable characteristic of these fortresses, and thus many of these towers remain, stripped of every interior fitting by time, but as untouched in their solid construction as the mounts upon which they stand. We ascend the steep steps which lead to the ruined keep of Carisbrooke, with all our historical associations directed to the confinement of Charles I in this castle, but this fortress was registered in Domesday Book. 5 centuries and a half had elapsed between William I and James I. The Norman keep was out of harmony with the principles of the 17th century, as much as the feudal prerogatives to which Charles unhappily clung. We have thus enumerated some of the more prominent statistics of this ancient survey, which are truly as much matter of history as the events of this beginning of the Norman period. There is one more feature of this Domesday Book which we cannot pass over. The number of parish churches in England in the 11th century will, in some degree, furnish an indication of the amount of religious instruction. By some most extraordinary exaggeration, the number of these churches has been stated to be above 45,000. In Domesday, the number enumerated is a little above 1,700. No doubt this enumeration is extremely imperfect. Very nearly half of all the churches put down are found in Lincolnshire, Norfolk, and Suffolk. The register, in some cases, gives the amount of land with which the church was endowed. Bosham, in Sussex, the estate of Harold, had, in the time of King Edward, 112 hides of land. At the date of the survey it had 65 hides. This was an enormous endowment. Some churches had 5 acres only, some 50, some 100. Some are without land altogether, but whether the endowment be large or small, here is the evidence of a church planted upon the same foundation as the monarchy, that of territorial possessions. The politic ruler of England had, in the completion of Domesday Book, possessed himself of the most perfect instrument for the profitable administration of his government. He was no longer working in the dark, whether he called out soldiers or levied taxes. He had carried through a great measure rapidly and with a minuteness which puts to shame some of our clumsy modern statistics. But the Conqueror did not want his books for the gratification of official curiosity. He went to work when he knew how many tenants-in-chief he could command, and how many men they could bring into the field. He instituted the great feudal principle of knight service. His ordinance is in these words: "We command that all earls, barons, knights, sergeants, and freemen be always provided with horses and arms as they ought, and that they be always ready to perform to us their whole service, in manner as they owe it to us of right for their fees and tenements, and as we have appointed to them by the common council of our whole kingdom, and as we have granted to them in fee with right of inheritance." These words, "in fee with right of inheritance," leave no doubt that the great vassals of the crown were absolute proprietors, and that all their sub-vassals had the same right of holding in perpetuity. The estate, however, reverted to the crown if the race of the original feoffee became extinct, and in cases also of felony and treason. When Elaine of Bretagne, who commanded the rear of the army at the Battle of Hastings, and who had received 442 manors, bowed before the king at Salisbury at the Great Council in 1085, and swore to be true to him against all manner of men, he also brought with him his principal lands-attend men, landowners, who also bowed before the king and became his men. They had previously taken the oath of fealty to Elaine of Bretagne, and engaged to perform all the customs and services due to him for their lands and tenements. Alain and his men were proprietors, but with very unequal rights. Alain, by his tenure, was bound to provide to the king as many armed horsemen as the vast extent of his estates demanded. But all those whom he had enfeoffed or made proprietors upon his 442 manors were each bound to contribute a proportionate number. When the free service of 40 days was to be enforced, the great earl had only to send round to his vassals, and the men were at his command. By this organisation, which was universal throughout the kingdom, 60,000 cavalry could, with little delay, be called into the field. Those who held by this military service had their allotments divided into so many knights' fees, and each knight's fee was to furnish one mounted and armed soldier. The great vassals retained a portion of their land as their domains, having tenants who paid rents and performed services not military, but under any circumstances the vassal of the crown was bound to perform his whole free service with men and horses and arms. It is perfectly clear that this wonderful organisation rendered the whole system of government one great confederacy, in which the small proprietors, tenants and villeins had not a chance of independence, and that their condition could only be ameliorated by those gradual changes which result from a long intercourse between the strong and the weak, in which power relaxes its severity and becomes protection. In the ordinance in which the king commanded free service, he also says, "We will that all the free men of the kingdom possess their lands in peace, free from all tallage and unjust exaction." This, unhappily for the free men, was little more than a theory under the Norman kings. There were various modes of making legal exaction the source of the grossest injustice. When the heir of an estate entered into possession, he had to pay a relief, or heriot, to the lord. This soon became a source of oppression in the crown, and enormous sums were exacted from the great vassals. The lord was not more sparing of his men. He had another mode of extortion. He demanded aid on many occasions, such as the marriage of his eldest daughter, or when he made his eldest son a knight. The estate of inheritance, which looked so generous and equitable an arrangement, was a perpetual grievance, for the possessor could neither transmit his property by will nor transfer it by sale. The heir, however remote in blood, was the only legitimate successor. The feudal obligation to the lord was, in many other ways, a fruitful source of tyranny, which lasted up to the time of the Stuarts. If the heir were a minor, the lord entered into possession of the estate without any accountability. If it descended to a female, the lord could compel her to marry according to his will, or could prevent her marrying. During a long period, all these harassing obligations connected with property were upheld. The crown and the nobles were equally interested in their enforcement, and there can be little doubt that, though the great vassals sometimes suffered under these feudal obligations to the king, the inferior tenants had a much greater amount of oppression to endure at the hands of their immediate lords. But if the freemen were oppressed in the tenure of their property, we can scarcely expect that the landless man had not much more to suffer. If he committed an offence in the Saxon time, he paid a mulct. If in the Norman, he was subjected to an amerciament. His whole personal estate was at the mercy of the lord. Having thus obtained a general notion of the system of society established in less than 20 years after the Conquest, we see that there was nothing wanting to complete the most entire subjection of the great body of the nation. What had been wanting was accomplished in the practical working out of the theory that the entire land of the country belonged to the king. It was now established that every tenant-in-chief should do homage to the king, that every superior tenant should do homage to his lord, that every villain should be the bondman of the free, and that every slave should, without any property however limited and insecure, be the absolute chattel of some master. The whole system was connected with military service. This was the feudal system. There was some resemblance to it in parts of the Saxon organisation, but under that organisation there was so much of freedom in the allodial or free tenure of land that a great deal of other freedom went with it. The casting off of the chains of feudality was the labour of 6 centuries. End of section 28. Recording by Florence.
Section 29 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in November 2020. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Decline of the Moorish power in Spain. Growth and decay of the Almoravide and Almohade dynasties, AD 1086 to 1214, by S. A. Dunham. During the early part of the 11th century, the Western Caliphate, which with its splendid capital of Cordova had flourished for almost 300 years, entered upon a decline that was the beginning of its final dissolution. By AD 1020, the local governors openly asserted their independence of Cordova and assumed the title of kings. Conspicuous among them was Mahomet ben Ismail ben Abid, the Wali of Seville. While these petty rulers were determined to renounce allegiance to Cordova, it was resolved at that capital to elect a sovereign to subdue them and restore the ancient splendor of the empire. The choice fell upon Gehwar ben Mahomet, who soon established a degree of tranquility and commercial prosperity unknown for many years. But he failed to re-establish the supremacy of Cordova, which capital Mahomet of Seville was preparing to invade when he died. His son, Mahomet al-Mu'tarid, having subdued southern Andalusia, became the ally of Mahomet, son and successor of Gehwar, on the throne of Cordova, but he betrayed the latter under pretense of aiding him against his enemies and usurped the sovereignty. On the death of Mahomet al-Mu'tarid, his son Mahomet succeeded him at Cordova. He was already king of Seville, and as he soon occupied many other cities, he became the most independent and powerful sovereign of Mahometan Spain. His chief rival, Yahya al-Qadiyah, king of Toledo, was so contemptible to his people that they expelled him. He appealed for aid to Alfonso VI, king of Leon, Alfonso of Castile, but that Christian soldier was persuaded by Mahomet to oppose instead of assisting Yahya. The latter was restored to his throne by the king of Badajoz, but Alfonso invested Toledo and, after a 3 years' siege, reduced the city in AD 1085. In the history of the events directly following the capitulation, it is shown how costly to himself was the alliance of Mahomet with Alfonso, and how it played its part in the coming of his co-religionists from Africa to his assistance, and finally, as it proved, to his own undoing and the supplanting of the power he represented in the Mahometan government of Spain. The fall of Toledo, however it might have been foreseen by the Mohammedans, filled them with equal dismay and indignation. As Mahomet was too formidable to be openly assailed, they turned their vociferations of anger against his Hagib, whom they accused of betraying the faith of Islam. Alarmed at the universal outcry, Mahomet was not sorry that he could devolve the heavy load of responsibility on the shoulders of his minister. The latter fled, but though he procured a temporary asylum from several princes, he was at length seized by the emissaries of his offended master, was brought first to Cordova, next to Seville, confined within the walls of a dungeon, and soon beheaded by the royal hand of Mahomet. Thus was a servant of the king sacrificed for no other reason than that he had served that king too well. The conquest of Toledo was far from satisfying the ambition of Alfonso. He rapidly seized on the fortress of Madrid, Maqueda, Guadalajara, and established his dominion on both banks of the Tagus. Mahomet now began seriously to repent his treaty with the Christian, and to tremble even for his own possessions. He vainly endeavored to divert his ally from the projects of aggrandizement which that ally had evidently formed. The kings of Badajoz and Saragossa became tributaries to the latter. Nay, if any reliance is to be placed on either Christian or Arabic historians, the King of Seville himself was subjected to the same humiliation. However this may have been, Mahomet saw that unless he leagued himself with those whose subjugation had hitherto been his constant object, the princes of his faith, his and their destruction was inevitable. The magnitude of the danger compelled him to solicit their alliance. As the King of Saragossa was too much in fear of the Christians to enter into any league against them, and as the one of Valencia, Yaxia, reigned only at the pleasure of Alfonso, the sovereigns of Badajoz, Almeria, and Granada were the only powers on whose cooperation he could calculate. He had annihilated the authority of several petty kings. He invited those princes to send their representatives to Seville to consult as to the measures necessary to protect their threatened independence. The invitation was readily accepted. On the day appointed, Mahomet, with his son al-Rasid and a considerable number of his wazirs and cadis, was present at the deliberations. The danger was so imminent, the force of the Christians was so augmented, and that of the Moslems so weakened, that such resistance as Mahometan Spain alone could offer seemed hopeless. With this conviction in their hearts, two of the most influential cadis proposed an appeal to the celebrated African conqueror, Yusuf ben Tasfin, whose arm alone seemed able to preserve the faith of Islam in the peninsula. The proposal was received with general applause by all present. They did not make the very obvious reflection that when a nation admits into his bosom an ally more powerful than itself, it admits at the same time a conqueror. The Wali of Malaga alone, Abdallah ben Zagud, had courage to oppose the dangerous embassy under consideration. You mean to call in the aid of the Almoravides? Are you ignorant that these fierce inhabitants of the desert resemble their own native tigers? Suffer them not, I beseech you, to enter the fertile plains of Andalusia and Granada. Doubtless they would break the iron scepter which Alfonso intends for us, but you would still be doomed to wear the chains of slavery. Do you not know that Yusuf has taken all the cities of Al-Maghreb, that he has subdued the powerful tribes of the east and west, that he has everywhere substituted despotism for liberty and independence? The aged Zagud spoke in vain. He was even accused of being a secret partisan of the Christian, and the embassy was decreed. But Zagud was not the only one who foresaw the catastrophe to which that embassy must inevitably lead. Al-Rasid shared the same prophetic feeling. In reply to his father, who, after the separation of the assembly, expatiated on the absolute necessity of soliciting the alliance of Aben Tasfin as the only measure capable of saking the rest of Mahometan Spain from the yoke of Alfonso, he said, "This Aben Tasfin, who has subdued all that he pleased, will serve us as he has already served the people of Al-Maghreb and Mauritania. He will expel us from our country." "Anything," rejoined the father, "rather than Andalusia should become the prey of the Christians. Dost thou wish the Mussulmans to curse me? I would rather become a humble shepherd, a driver of Yusuf's camels, than reign dependent on these Christian dogs. But my trust is in Allah." "May Allah protect both thee and thy people," replied Al-Rasid mournfully, who saw that the die of fate was cast. The course of this history must be interrupted for a moment, while the origin and exploits of this formidable African are recorded. Before the chain of Mount Atlas, in the deserts of ancient Getulia, dwelt two tribes of Arabian descent, both, probably, of the greater one of Sanaga, so illustrious in Arabian history. At what time they had been expelled, or had voluntarily exiled themselves from their native Yemen, they knew not, but tradition taught them that they had been located in the African deserts from ages immemorial. Their life was passed under the tent. Their only possessions were their camels and their freedom. Yahya ben Ibrahim, belonging to one of these tribes, that of Gudala, made the pilgrimage of Mecca. On his return through the province of Kairouan, he became acquainted with Abu Amram, a famous al-Faqih, originally of Fez. Being questioned by his new friend as to the religion and manners of his countrymen, he replied that they were sunk in ignorance, both from their isolated situation in the desert and from their want of teachers. He added, however, that they were strangers to cruelty, and that they would be willing enough to receive instruction from any quarter. He even entreated the al-Faqih to allow some one of his disciples to accompany him into his native country, but none of those disciples were willing to undertake so long and perilous a journey, and it was not without considerable difficulty that Abdallah ben Yassim, the disciple of another al-Faqih, was persuaded to accompany the patriotic Yahya. Abdallah was one of those ruling minds which, fortunately for the peace of society, nature so seldom produces. Seeing his enthusiastic reception by the tribe of Gudala, and the influence he was sure of maintaining over it, he formed the design of founding a sovereignty in the heart of these vast regions. Under the pretext that to diffuse a holy religion and useful knowledge was among the most imperative of duties, he prevailed on his obedient disciples to make war on the kindred tribe of Lamtuna. That tribe submitted, acknowledging his spiritual authority, and zealously assisted him in his great purpose of gaining proselytes by the sword. His ambition naturally increased with his success. In a short time he had reduced, in a similar manner, the isolated tribes around him. To his valiant followers of Lamtuna he now gave the name of Muraditins or Almoravides, which signifies men consecrated to the service of God. The whole country of Dara was gradually subdued by this new apostle, and his authority was acknowledged over a region extensive enough to form a respectable kingdom. But though he exercised all the rights of sovereignty, he prudently abstained from assuming the title. He left to the emir of Lamtuna the ostensible exercise of temporal power, and when, in A.D. 1058, that emir fell in battle, he nominated Abu Bekr ben Omar to the vacant dignity. His own death, which was that of a warrior, left Abu Bekr in possession of an undivided sovereignty. The power, and consequently the reputation of the emir, spread far and wide, and numbers flocked from distant provinces to share in the advantages of religion and plunder. His native plains were now too narrow for the ambition of Abu Bekr, who crossed the chain of Mount Atlas and fixed his residence in the city of Agmat, between those mountains and the sea. But even this place was soon too confined for his increased subjects, and he looked round for a site on which he might lay the foundations of a great city, the destined metropolis of a great empire. One was at length found, and the city of Morocco began to rear its head from the valley of Eilana. Before, however, his great work was half completed, he received intelligence that the tribe of Gudala had declared a deadly war against that of Lamtuna, and that the ruin of one at least of the hostile people was to be apprehended. As he belonged to the latter, he naturally trembled for the fate of his kindred, and at the head of his cavalry he departed for his native deserts, leaving the superintendence of the buildings and the command of the army, during his absence, to his cousin, Yusuf ben Tasfin. The person and character of Yusuf are drawn in the most favorable colors by the Arabian writers. We are told that his stature was tall and noble, his countenance prepossessing, his eye dark and piercing, his beard long, his tone of voice harmonious, his whole frame, which no sickness ever assailed, strong, robust, and familiar with fatigue, that his mind corresponded with his outward appearance, his generosity, his care of the poor, his sobriety, his justice, his religious zeal, yet freedom from intolerance, rendering him the admiration of foreigners and the love of his own people. But whatever were his other virtues, it will be seen that gratitude, honor, and good faith were not among the number. Scarcely had his kinsman left the city, than, in pursuit of the design he had formed of usurping the supreme authority, he began to win the affection of the troops, partly by his gifts, and partly by that winning affability of manner which he could easily assume. How well he succeeded will soon appear. Nor was his success in war less agreeable to so fierce and martial a people as the Almoravides. The Berbers who inhabited the defiles of Mount Atlas, and who, animated by the spirit of independence so characteristic of mountaineers, endeavored to vindicate their natural liberty, were quickly subdued by him. But his policy was still superior. He had long loved, or at least long aspired to the hope of marrying, the beautiful Zainab, sister of Abu Bekr, but the fear of a repulse from the proud chief of his family had caused him to smother his inclination. He now disdained to supplicate for that chief's consent. He married the lady, and from that moment proceeded boldly in his projects of ambition. Having put the finishing touch to his magnificent city of Morocco, he transferred thither the seat of his empire, and by the encouragement he afforded to individuals of all nations who chose to settle there, he soon filled it with a prosperous and numerous population. The augmentation of his army was his next great object, and so well did he succeed in it that on his departure, in a hostile expedition against Fez, he found his troops exceeded 100,000. With so formidable a force, he had little difficulty in rapidly extending his conquests. Yusef had just completed the subjugation of Fez when Abu Bekr returned from the desert and encamped in the vicinity of Agmat. He was soon made acquainted, probably common report had acquainted him long before, with the usurpation of his kinsman. With a force so far inferior to his rivals, and still more with the conviction that the hearts of the people were weaned from him, he might well hesitate as to the course he should adopt. His greatest mortification was to hear his own horsemen, whom curiosity drew into Morocco, loud in the praises of Yusef, whose liberality to the army was the theme of universal admiration, and whose service for that reason many avowed their intention of embracing. He now feared that his power was at an end, yet he resolved to have an interview with his cousin. The two chiefs met about halfway between Morocco and Agmat, and after a formal salutation took their seats on the same carpet. The appearance of Yusef's formidable guard, the alacrity with which he was obeyed, and the grandeur which surrounded him, convinced Abu Bekr that the throne of the usurper was too firmly established to be shaken. The poor emir, so far from demanding the restitution of his rights, durst not even utter one word of complaint. On the contrary, he pretended that he had long renounced empire, and that his only wish was to pass the remainder of his days in the retirement of the desert. With equal hypocrisy, Yusef humbly thanked him for his abdication. The sheikhs and walis were summoned to witness the renewed declaration of the emir, after which the two princes separated. The following day, however, Abu Bekr received a magnificent present from Yusef, who, indeed, continued to send him one every year to the period of his death. Yusef, who, though he had refused to receive the title of Al-Mumemin, which he considered as properly belonging to the Caliph of the East, had just exchanged his humble one of Emir for those of Al-Musulmin, or Prince of the Believers, and of Nazaradin, or Defender of the Faith, when the letters of Mahomet reached him. A similar application from Omar, king of Badajoz, he had disregarded, not because he was indifferent to the glory of serving his religion, still less to the advantage of extending his conquests, but because he had not then sufficiently consolidated his power. Now, however, he was in peaceful possession of an extended empire, and he assembled his chiefs to hear their sentiments on an expedition which he had resolved to undertake. All immediately exclaimed that war should be undertaken in defense of the tottering throne of Islam. Before, however, he returned a final answer to the King of Seville, he insisted that the fortress of Algeciras should be placed in his hands, on the pretense that, if fortune were unpropitious, he should have some place to which he might retreat. That Mahomet should have been so blind as to not perceive the designs involved in the insidious proposal is almost enough to make one agree with the Arabic historians that destiny had decreed he should fall by his own measures. The place was not only surrendered to the artful Moor, but Mahomet himself went to Morocco to hasten the departure of Yusuf. He was assured of speedy succor and induced to return. He was soon followed by the ambitious African at the head of a mighty armament. Alfonso was besieging Saragossa, which he had every expectation of reducing, when intelligence reached him of Yusuf's disembarkation. He resolved to meet the approaching storm. At the head of all the forces he could muster, he advanced toward Andalusia, and encountered Yusuf on the plains of Salaka, between Badajoz and Merida. As the latter was a strict observer of the outward forms of his religion, he summoned the Christian king by letter to embrace the faith of the Prophet, or consent to pay an annual tribute, or prepare for immediate battle. "I am told," added the writer, "that thou wishest for vessels to carry the war into my kingdom. I spare thee the trouble of the voyage. Allah brings thee into my presence that I may punish thy presumption and pride." The indignant Christian trampled the letter under foot, and at the same time said to the messenger, "Tell thy master what thou hast seen. Tell him also not to hide himself during the action. Let him meet me face to face." The two armies engaged the 13th day of the moon Regeb, A.H. 1479. October 23, A.D. 1086. The onset of Alfonso at the head of the Christian cavalry was so fierce that the ranks of the Almoravides were thrown into confusion. No less successful was Sancho, king of Navarre, against the Andalusians, who retreated towards Badajoz. But the troops of Seville kept the field, and fought with desperate valor. They would, however, have given way, had not Yusuf at this critical moment advanced with his reserve and his own guard, consisting of his bravest troops, and assailed the Christians in the rear and flanks. This unexpected movement decided the fortune of the day. Alfonso was severely wounded and compelled to retreat, but not until nightfall, nor until he had displayed a valor worthy of the greatest heroes. Though his own loss was severe, amounting, according to the Arabians, to 24,000 men, that of the enemy could scarcely be inferior. When we consider that this victory had no result, Yusuf was evidently too much weakened to profit by it. End of section 29. Section 30 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in November 2020. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 30. Decline of the Moorish power in Spain. Growth and decay of the Almoravide and Almohade dynasties, AD 1086 to 1214, by S. A. Dunham, Part 2. Not long after the battle, Yusuf being called to Africa by the death of a son, the command of the Almoravides devolved on Sir Ben Abu Bekr, the ablest of his generals. That general advanced northward and seized some insignificant fortresses, but the advantage was but temporary and was more than counterbalanced by the disasters of the following year. The king of Saragossa, Abu Giafar, had hoped that the defeat of Zalaka would prevent the Christians from attacking him, but that of his allies, the Mahometan princes in the neighborhood, and the taking of Huesca by the king of Navarre, convinced him how fallacious was his fancied security. Seeing that no advantage whatever had accrued from his former expedition, Yusuf now proclaimed the Al-Higet, or Holy War, and invited all the Andalusian princes to join him. In A.D. 1088, he again disembarked at Algeciras and joined the confederates. But this present demonstration of force proved as useless as the preceding. It ended in nothing, owing partly to the dissensions of Mahometans and partly to the activity of the Christians, who not only rendered abortive the measures of the enemy, but gained some signal advantages over them. Yusuf was forced to retreat on Almeida. Whether through the distrust of the Mahometan princes, who appear to have penetrated his intention of subjecting them to his empire, or through his apprehension of Alfonso, he again returned to Africa, to procure new and more considerable levies. In A.D. 1091 he landed a third time at Algeciras, not so much with the view of humbling the Christian king, as of executing the perfidious design he had so long harbored. For form's sake, indeed, he invested Toledo, but he could have entertained no expectation of reducing it, and when he perceived that the Andalusian princes refused to join him, he eagerly left that city and proceeded to secure far dearer and easier interests. He openly threw off the mask and commenced his career of spoliation. The king of Granada, Abdallah ben Balkin, was the first victim to African perfidy. In the conviction that he must be overwhelmed if resistance were offered, he left his city to welcome Yusuf. His submission was vain. He was instantly loaded with chains, and with his family sent to Agmat. Timur ben Balkin, brother of Abdallah, was in the same violent manner despoiled of Malaga. Mahomet now perceived the grievous error which he had committed, and the prudent foresight of his son Al-Rasid. "Did not I tell thee," said the latter mournfully, "what the consequences would be, that we should be driven from our palace and country?" "Thou wert indeed a true prophet," replied the self-accused father, "but what power could avert the decrees of fate?" It seemed as if fate had indeed resolved that this well-meaning but misguided prince should fall by his own obstinacy, for though his son advised him to seek the alliance of Alfonso, he refused to do so until that alliance could no longer avail him. He himself seemed to think that the knell of his departing greatness was about to sound, and the most melancholy images were present to his fancy, even in sleep. One night, says an Arabic historian, he heard in a dream his ruin predicted by one of his sons. He awoke, and the same verses were repeated. "Once fortune carried thee in her car of triumph, and thy name was by renown spread to the ends of the earth. Now the same renown conveys only thy sighs. Days and nights pass away, and like them the enjoyments of the world. Thy greatness has vanished like a dream." But if Mahomet was superstitious, if he felt that fate had doomed him, and that resistance would be useless, he resolved not to fall ignobly. His defense was indeed heroic, but it was vain. Even though Alfonso sent him an aid of 20,000 men, his city fell one by one. Seville was constrained to capitulate. He and his family were thrown into prison until a ship was prepared to convey them into Africa, whither their perfidious ally had retired some weeks before. His conduct in this melancholy reverse of fortune is represented as truly great. Not a sigh escaped him, except for the innocent companions of his misfortune, especially for his son Al-Rasid, whose virtues and talents deserved a better destiny. Surrounded by the best beloved of his wives, by his daughters, and his 4 surviving sons, he endeavored to console them as they wept on seeing his royal hands oppressed with fetters, and still more when the ship conveyed all from the shores of Spain. "My children and friends," said the suffering monarch, "let us learn to support our lot with resignation. In this state of being our enjoyments are but lent us, to be resumed when heaven sees fit. Joy and sorrow, pleasure and pain, closely follow each other, but the noble heart is above the inconstancy of fortune." The royal party disembarked at Ceuta, and were conveyed to Agmat to be confined in a fortress. We are told that on their journey a compassionate poet presented the fallen king with a copy of verses deploring his misfortunes, and that he rewarded the poet with 36 pieces of gold, the only money he had left from his once exhaustless riches. He had little apprehension of what was to follow, that Yusef would leave him without support, that his future life was to be passed in penury, nay, that his daughters would be compelled to earn his subsistence and their own by the labor of their hands. Yet even in that indigent condition, says Aben Lebuna, and through the sadness which covered their countenances, there was something about them which revealed their high origin. The unfortunate monarch outlived the loss of his crown and liberty about 4 years. After the fall of Mahomet, the general of Yusef had little difficulty in subduing the princes of Andalusia. Valencia next received the African yoke. The king of Saragossa was more fortunate. He sent ambassadors to Yusef bearing rich presents and proposing an alliance with a common league against the Christians. "My dominions," said Abu Giafar, "are the only barrier between thee and the Christian princes. Hitherto my predecessors and myself have withstood all their efforts. With thy succor I shall fear them still less." Yusef accepted the proposal, a treaty of alliance was made, and the army of Abu Giafar was reinforced by a considerable body of Almoravides, Anno Hegire 486, with whom he repelled an invasion of Sancho, king of Aragon. A third division of the Africans, which marched to destroy the sovereignty of Algarve and Badajoz, was no less successful. Badajoz capitulated, but, in violation of the treaty, the dethroned Omar, with 2 of his sons, was surrounded and assassinated by a body of cavalry, as he was unsuspiciously journeying from the scene of his past prosperity in search of another asylum. A third son was placed in close confinement. Thus ended the petty kingdoms of Andalusia after a stormy existence of about 60 years. For some years after the usurpation of Yusef, peace appears to have existed in Spain between the Mahometans and the Christians. Fearing a new eruption of Africans, Alfonso contented himself with fortifying Toledo, and Yusef felt little inclination to renew the war with one whose prowess he had so fatally experienced. But Christian Spain was, at one moment, near the brink of ruin. The passion for the Crusades was no less ardently felt by the Spaniards than by other nations of Europe. Thousands of the best warriors were preparing to depart for the Holy Land, as if there were more merit in contending with the infidels in a remote region for a barren sepulchre than at home for the dearest interests of man, for honor, patriotism, and religion. Fortunately for Spain, Pope Pascal II, in answer to the representations of Alfonso, declared that the proper post of any Spaniard was at home, and there were his true enemies. Soon afterward, Yusef returned to Morocco, where he died on the 3rd day of the moon Muharram, Anno Hegire 500, after living 100 Arabian or about 97 Christian years. In Anno Hegire 514, the empire of the Almoravides was tottering to its fall. It had never been agreeable to the Mahometans of Spain, whose manners, from their intercourse with a civilized people, were comparatively refined. The sheikhs of Lamtuna were so many insupportable tyrants. The Jews, the universal agents for the collection of the revenues, were here, as in Poland, the most pitiless extortioners. Every savage from the desert looked with contempt on the milder inhabitant of the peninsula. The domination of these strangers was indeed so odious that, except for the divisions between Alfonso and his ambitious queen Donna Urraca, who was sovereign in her own right, all Andalusia might speedily have been subjected to Christian rule. Alfonso, the king of Aragon, fell at the siege of Fraga about A.D. 1109, but the Almoravides met an equally valiant foe in his son and successor, Alfonso Raymond, king of Leon and Castile. After a period of about 40 years, during which the Christians were steadily increasing their dominions, Coria and Mora and other Mahometan strongholds were acquired by Alfonso, now styled the Emperor, and almost every contest between the two natural enemies had turned to the advantage of the Christians. So long, indeed, as the Walis were eager only to preserve or to extend their authority, independent of each other and of every superior, this success need not surprise us. We may rather be surprised that the Mahometans were allowed to retain any footing in the peninsula. Probably they would at this time have been driven from it, but for the seasonable arrival of the victorious Almohades. Both Christians and Africans now contended for the superiority. While the troops of Alfonso reduced Baeza, and, with a Mahometan ally, even Cordova, Malaga, and Seville acknowledged Abu Amran, Calatrava and Almeria next fell to the Christian emperor, about the same time that Lisbon and the neighboring towns received Don Enrique, the new sovereign of Portugal. Most of these conquests, however, were subsequently recovered by the Almohades. Being reinforced by a new army from Africa, the latter pursued their successes with greater vigor. They reduced Cordova, which was held by an ally of Alfonso, defeated and forever paralyzed the expiring efforts of the Almoravides, and proclaimed their emperor Abdelmumen as sovereign of all Mahometan Spain. Notwithstanding the destructive wars which had prevailed for nearly a century, neither Moors nor Christians had acquired much advantage by them. From the reduction of Saragossa to the present time, the victory indeed had generally declared for the Christians, but their conquests, with the exception of Lisbon and a few fortresses in central Spain, were lost almost as soon as gained, and the same fate attended the equally transient successes of the Mahometans. The reasons why the former did not permanently extend their territories were their internal dissensions. While Leon was at war with Castile, or Castile with Leon, or either with Aragon, we need not wonder that the united Almoravides, or their successors the Almohades, should sometimes triumph. But those triumphs were sure to be followed by reverses, whenever not all but any one of the Christian states was at liberty to assail its natural enemy. The Christians, when at peace among themselves, were always too many for their Mahometan neighbors, even when the latter were aided by the whole power of Western Africa. In Anno Hegire 572, about A.D. 1179, the king of Castile reduced Caenza, and the Moors were defeated before Toledo. The following year the Portuguese were no less successful before Abrantes, which the Africans had besieged. These disasters roused the wrath of Yusuf Abu Yagur, son and successor of Abdulmumen, who died Anno Hegire 558, Anno Domini 1165. but as an obscure rebellion required his presence at that time in Mauritania, he did not land in Spain until Anno Hagire 580. He marched without delay against Santarem, which his soldiers had vainly besieged some years before. Wishing to divide the Portuguese force, he one night sent an order to his son Cid Abu Ishaq, who lay encamped near him, to march with the Andalusian cavalry on Lisbon. The officer who carried the order instead of Lisbon named Seville. The whole Moslem army was sure that some disaster was impending, and that the siege was to be raised. Before morning the camp was deserted. The guard alone of Yusuf remained. While he dispatched orders to recall the alarmed fugitives, the Christians, who were soon aware of the retreat, issued from the walls, surrounded and massacred the guard. Yusuf defended himself like a hero. 6 of the advancing assailants he laid low, before the same fate was inflicted on himself. The merciless carnage of the Christians spared not even his female attendants. At this moment 2 companies of cavalry arrived, and, finding their monarch dying, furiously charged the Christians, whom they soon put to flight. In a few hours the whole army returned, and, inspired with the same hope of vengeance, they stormed and took the place, and put every living creature to the sword. Yaqub ben Yusuf, from his victories afterward named Almansor, who was then in Spain, was immediately declared successor to his father. For some years he was not personally opposed to the Christians, though his valleys carried on a desultory, indecisive war. He was long detained in Africa, first in quelling some domestic commotions, and afterward by severe illness. He was scarcely recovered when the intelligence that the Christians were making insulting irruptions to the very outworks of Algeciras made him resolve on punishing their audacity. His preparations were of the most formidable description. In Anno Hagire 591 he landed in Andalusia and proceeded toward Valencia, where the Christian army then lay. There Alfonso VIII, King of Castile, was awaiting the expected reinforcements from his allies, the kings of Leon and Navarre. Both armies pitched their tents on the plains of Alarcon. The following day the Christians commenced the attack, and with so much impetuosity that the center was soon broken. But an Andalusian chief conducted a strong body of his men against Alfonso, who, with the reserve, occupied the hill above the plain. While the struggle was in all its fury, Yaqub and his division took the Christians in flank. The result was fatal to the Castilian army, which, discouraged at what it considered a new enemy, gave way in every direction. Alfonso, preferring an honorable death to the shame of defeat, prepared to plunge into the heart of the Mahometan squadrons, when his nobles surrounded him and forced him from the field. His loss must have been immense, amounting probably to 20,000 men. With a generosity very rare in a Mahometan, and still more in an African, Yaqub restored his prisoners to liberty, an action for which, we are informed, he received few thanks from his followers. Alfonso retreated to Toledo just as the King of Leon arrived with the promised reinforcement. After his signal victory, Yaqub repeatedly reduced Calatrava, Guadalajara, Madrid and Essalona, Salamanca, etc. Toledo too he invested, but in vain. He returned to Africa, caused his son Mahomet to be declared Wali al-Hadi, and died, the 22nd day of the moon Regeb, Anno Hagire 595, May 19, 1199. He left behind him the character of an able, a valiant, a liberal, a just, and even magnanimous prince, one of who labored more for the real welfare of his people than any other potentate of his age. He was, beyond doubt, the greatest and best of the Almohades. The character of Mahomet Abu Abdallah, surnamed Al-Nasir, was very different from that of his great father. Absorbed in effeminate pleasures, he paid little attention to the internal administration of his empire or to the welfare of his people. Yet he was not insensible to martial fame, and he accordingly showed no indisposition to forsake his harem for the field. After quelling 2 inconsiderable rebellions, he prepared to punish the audacity of Alfonso of Castile, who made destructive inroads into Andalusia. Much as the world had been astounded at the preparations of his grandfather Yusef, they were not surpassed by his own, if, as we are credibly informed, one alone of the 5 divisions of his army amounted to 160,000 men. It is certain that a year was required for the assembling of this vast armament, that 2 months were necessary to convey it across the straits, and that all Christian Europe was filled with alarm at its disembarkation. Innocent III proclaimed a crusade to Spain, and Rodrigo of Toledo, the celebrated historian, accompanied by several prelates, went from one court to another to rouse the Christian princes. While the kings of Aragon and Navarre promised to unite their forces with their brother of Castile to repel the common danger, great numbers of volunteers from Portugal and southern France hastened to the general rendezvous at Toledo. The Pope ordered fasting, prayers, and processions to be made to propitiate the favor of heaven, and to avert from Christendom the greatest danger that had threatened it since the days of the Emir Abderrahman. Mahomet opened the campaign of Anno Hagire 608 by the siege of Salvatierra, a strong but not important fortress of Estremadura, defended by the Knights of Calatrava. That he should waste his forces on objects so incommensurate with their extent proves how little he was qualified to wield them. The place stood out for several months, and did not surrender until the emperor had sustained a heavy loss, nor until the season was too far advanced to permit any advantage to be derived from this partial success. By suspending the execution of his great design until the following season, he allowed Alfonso time to prepare for the contest. The following June, the kings of Leon and Castile having assembled at Toledo, and been joined by a considerable number of foreign volunteers, the Christian army advanced towards the south. That of the infidels lay in the neighborhood of Baeza and extended to the Sierra Morena. On July 12, Anno Hegire 608, the Crusaders reached the mountainous chain which divides New Castile from Andalusia. They found not only the passes but the summits of the mountains occupied by the Almohades. To force a passage was impossible, and they even deliberated on retreating so as to draw out, if possible, the enemy from positions so formidable, when a shepherd entered the camp of Alfonso and proposed to conduct the Christian army, by a path unknown to both armies, to the summit of this elevated chain, by a path, too, which would be invisible to the enemy's outposts. A few companies having accompanied the man and found him equally faithful and well informed, the whole army silently ascended and entrenched themselves on the summit, the level of which was extensive enough to contain them all. Below appeared the widespread tents of the Moslems, whose surprise was great on perceiving the heights thus occupied by the Crusaders. For 2 days the latter, whose fatigues had been harassing, kept their position, but on the 3rd day they descended into the plains of Tolosa, which were about to be immortalized by their valor. Their right wing was led by the King of Navarre, their left by the King of Aragon, while Alfonso took his station in the center. Mahomet had drawn up his army in a similar manner, but, with a strong body of reserve, he occupied an elevation well defended besides by vast iron chains, which surrounded his impenetrable guard. In one hand he held a useless scimitar, in the other the Koran. The attack was made by the Christian center against that of the Mahometans, and immediately the 2 wings moved against those of the enemy. The African center, which consisted of the 160,000 volunteers, made a determined stand, and though it was broken, it soon rallied on being reinforced from the reserve. At one time, indeed, the superiority of numbers was so great on the part of the Moslems that the troops of Alfonso appeared about to give way. At this moment the king, addressing the Archbishop Rodrigo, who was with him, said, "Let us die here, prelate," and he prepared to rush amid the dense ranks of the enemy. The prelate, however, and a Castilian general, retained him by the bridle of his horse, representing the rashness of his purpose, and advising him to reinforce his weak points by new succors. Accordingly, those succors, among which were the vassals with the pennon of the archbishop, advanced to support the sinking Castilians. This maneuver decided the fortune of the day. The Mahometan centre, after a sharp conflict, was again broken, this time irretrievably, and a way opened to the entrenchments of the emperor. Seeing the success of their allies, the two wings charged their opponents with double fury and triumphed likewise. But the Africans rallied around Mahomet and presented a mass deep and formidable to the conquerors. Rodrigo, with his brother prelate, the Archbishop of Narbonne, now incited the Christians to overcome this last obstacle. Both intrepidly accompanied the van of the centre. The struggle was terrific, but short. Myriads of the barbarians fell. The boundary was first broken down by the King of Navarre. The Castilians and Aragonese followed. All opponents were massacred or fled, and the victors began to ascend the eminence on which Mahomet still remained. Seeing the total destruction or flight of his vast host, the emperor sorrowfully exclaimed, "Allah alone is just and powerful, the devil is false and wicked." Scarcely had he uttered the truism, when an Alarab approached, leading by the hand a strong but nimble mule. "Prince of the faithful," said the African, "how long wilt thou remain here? Dost thou not perceive that thy Moslems flee? The will of Allah be done. Mount this mule, which is fleeter than the bird of heaven, or even the arrow which strikes it. Never yet did she fail her rider. Away, for on thy safety depends that of us all." Mahomet mounted the beast, while the Alarab ascended the emperor's horse, and both soon outstripped not only the pursuers but the fugitives. The carnage of the latter was dreadful until darkness put an end to it. The victors now occupied the tents of the Mahometans, while the two martial prelates sounded the Te Deum for the most splendid success which had shone on the banners of the Christians since the time of Charles Martel. The loss of the Africans, even according to the Arabian writers, who admit that the centre was wholly destroyed, could not fall short of 160,000 men. The reduction of several towns from Tolosa to Baeza immediately followed this glorious victory, a victory in which Don Alfonso nobly redeemed his failure in the field of Zalaca, and which, in its immediate consequences, involved the ruin of the Mahometan Empire in Spain. After an unsuccessful attempt on Ubeda, as the hot season was raging, the Allies returned to Toledo, satisfied that the power of Mahomet was forever broken. That emperor, indeed, did not long survive his disaster. Having precipitately fled to Morocco, he abandoned himself to licentious pleasures, left the cares of government to his son, or rather his ministers, and died on the 10th day of the moon Shafan, Anno Hegire 610, A.D. 1214, not without suspicion of poison. By recent writers of Spain, the number of slain on the part of the Africans was 200,000, on that of the Christians 25 individuals only. Of course, the whole campaign is represented as miraculous, and indeed actual miracles are recorded, which we have neither space nor inclination to notice. End of section 30.
Section 31 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 31, The First Crusade, A.D. 1096 to 1099, by Sir George W. Cox, Part 1. Religious feeling in the 11th century rose to a great pitch of enthusiasm, and led men of various nations, with still more various motives and aims in worldly affairs, to pursue one common end with their whole heart. Between the years 1096 and 1270, these attempts of Christian nations to rescue the Holy Land from the infidels, as the Mahometans were called, added a wholly new character of human enterprise to the world's history. At the time, in the middle of the 11th century, when the Seljuks, a Turkish tribe of Western Asia, had overrun Syria and Asia Minor, throwing the East into a state of anarchy, Europe was beginning to adopt modes of settled order. Through the Byzantine Empire, great numbers of pilgrims for centuries had passed to visit Palestine. With the improved condition of the Western nations, which led to an extension of commerce in the East, the pilgrimage to that part of the world acquired a new importance. As early as 1064, a caravan of 7,000 pilgrims made their way to the neighborhood of Jerusalem, where they narrowly escaped destruction by the Bedouins, their rescue being effected by a Saracen emir. In 1070, the Seljuks took possession of Jerusalem, inflicting hardships on the pilgrims by intolerable exactions, insult, and plunder. Besides outraging Christian sentiment, they ruined the commerce of the Western nations. Throughout Europe arose the cry for vengeance, and men's minds were fully prepared for an attempt to conquer Palestine when their leaders began to preach the sacred duty of delivering the Holy Sepulchre from the hands of the infidels. At the Council of Clermont in 1094, Pope Urban II depicted the miseries of Christians in Palestine and, with a power of eloquence unsurpassed in his day, called upon those who heard him to wipe off from the face of the earth the impurities which caused them, and to lift their oppressed fellow Christians from the depths into which they had been trampled. He urged them to take up arms in the service of the cross, at the same time setting before them the temporal, no less than the spiritual, advantages that would accrue from the conquest of a land flowing with milk and honey, and which, he said, should be divided among them. He likewise offered them full pardon for all their sins. The enthusiasm of his hearers burst all bounds, and with one voice they cried, "God wills it, God wills it." To all parts of Europe the fervor spread. The Pope was powerfully aided by an earnest and eloquent, if ignorant, monk, Peter the Hermit of Amiens, who declared that he would rouse the martial spirit of Europe in the cause, and he himself was the first, with whatsoever of misguided zeal, to lead the way to the Holy Land. The Crusades are so called from the simple circumstance that the badge chosen for the movement was the cross, which Pope Urban bade the Christian warriors wear on their breasts or on their shoulders, as the sign of him who died for the salvation of their souls, and as the pledge of a vow that could never be recalled. In the enterprise to which Latin Christendom stood committed, the several nations or countries of Europe took equal parts, or, rather, no nation, as such, took any part in it at all, and in this fact we have the explanation of that want of coherent action, and even decent or average generalship, which is commonly seen in national undertakings. For the Crusade there was no attempt at a commissariat, no care for a base of supplies, and the crusading hosts were a collection of individual adventurers who either went without making any provisions for their journey or provided for their own needs and those of their followers from their own resources. The number of these adventurers was naturally determined by the political conditions of the country from which they came. In Italy, the struggle between the Pope and the anti-Pope went far toward chilling enthusiasm, and the recruits for the crusading army came chiefly from the Normans who had followed Robert Guiscard to the sunny southern lands. The Spaniards were busied with a crusade nearer home, and were already pushing back to the south the Mahometan dominion which had once threatened to pass the barriers of the Pyrenees and carry the crescent to the shores of the Baltic Sea. About 10 years before the Council of Clermont, the Moslem dynasty of Toledo had been expelled by Alfonso, king of Galicia. The kingdom of Cordova had fallen 20 years earlier, 1065, and while Peter the Hermit was hurrying hither and thither through the countries of northern Europe, the Christians of Spain were winning victories in Murcia, and the land was ringing with the exploits of the dauntless Cid, Roy Diaz de Bivar. By the Germans, the summons to the rescue of the Holy Sepulchre was received with comparative coldness. The partisans of emperors, who had been humbled to the dust by the predecessors of Urban, if not by himself, were not vehemently eager to obey it. The bishops of Salzburg, Passau, and Strasbourg, the aged Duke Gelf of Bavaria, had undertaken the toilsome and perilous journey. Not one of them saw their homes again, and their death in the distant east was not regarded by their countrymen as an encouragement to follow their example. In England, the English were too much weighed down by the miseries of the Conquest, the Normans too much occupied in strengthening their position, and the king, William the Red, more ready to take advantage of the needs of his brother Robert than to incur any risks of his own. The great movement came from the lands extending from the Scheldt to the Pyrenees. Franks and Normans alike made ready with impetuous haste for the great adventure, and tens of thousands who could not wait for the formation of something like a regular army hurried away, under leaders as frantic as themselves, to their inevitable doom. Little more than half the time allowed for the gathering of the Crusaders had passed away when a crowd of some 60,000 men and women, neither caring nor thinking about the means by which their ends could be attained, insisted that the hermit Peter should lead them at once to the holy city. Mere charity may justify the belief that some, even among these, may have been folk of decent lives, moved by the earnest conviction that their going to Jerusalem would do some good, that the vast majority looked upon their vow as a license for the commission of any sin, there can be no moral doubt. That they exhibited not a single quality needed for the successful prosecution of their enterprise is absolutely certain. With a foolhardiness equal to his ignorance, Peter undertook the task, in which he was aided by Walter the Penniless, a man with some pretensions to the soldier-like character, but the utter disorder of this motley host made it impossible for them to journey long together. At Cologne they parted company, and 15,000 under the penniless Walter made their way to the frontiers of Hungary, while Peter led onward a host which swelled gradually on the march to about 40,000. Another army or horde of perhaps 20,000 marched under the guidance of Emico, Count of Leiningen, a third under that of the monk Gottschalk, a man not notorious for the purity or disinterestedness of his motives. Behind these came a rabble, it is said, of 200,000 men, women, and children, preceded by a goose and a goat, or, as some have supposed, by banners on which, as symbols of the mysterious faith of Gnostics and Paulicians, the likeness of these animals was painted. In this vile horde no pretense was kept up of order or of decency. Sinning freely, it would seem, that grace might abound, they plundered and harried the lands through which they marched, while 3,000 horsemen, headed by some counts and gentlemen, were not too dignified to act as their attendants and to share their spoil. But if they had no scruple in robbing Christians, their delight was to prove the reality of their mission as soldiers of the cross by plundering, torturing, and slaying Jews. The crusade against the Turk was interpreted as a crusade directed not less explicitly against the descendants of those who had crucified the Redeemer. The streets of Verdun and Treves and of the great cities on the Rhine ran red with the blood of their victims, and if some saved their lives by pretended conversions, many more cheated their persecutors by throwing their property and their persons either into the rivers or into the consuming fires. A space of 600 miles lay between the Austrian frontier and Constantinople, and across the dreary waste the followers of Walter the Penniless struggled on, destitute of money, and rousing the hostility of the inhabitants whom they robbed and ill-used. In Bulgaria their misdeeds provoked reprisals which threatened their destruction, and none perhaps would have reached Constantinople if the imperial commander at Nisus had not rescued them from their enemies, supplied them with food, and guarded them through the remainder of their journey. These succors involved some costs, and the costs were paid by the sale of unarmed men among the pilgrims, and especially of the women and children, who were seized to provide the necessary funds. Of those who formed the train of the hermit Peter, 7,000 only, it is said, reached Constantinople. Of such a rabble rout the Emperor Alexius needed not to be afraid. He had already seen and encountered far larger armies of Normans, Turks, and Romans, and he now extended to this vanguard of the hosts of Latin Christendom a hospitality which was almost immediately abused. They had refused to comply with his request that they should quietly await the arrival of their fellow crusaders, and consulting the safety of his people not less than his own, he induced them to cross the Bosporus and pitch their camp on Asiatic soil, the land which they had come to wrest from the unbelievers. Alexius wished simply to be rid of their presence. They had to deal with an enemy still more crafty and formidable in the Seljukian Sultan David. The vagrants whom Peter and Walter had brought thus far on the road to Jerusalem were scattered about the land in search of food, and it was no hard task for David to cheat the main body with the false tidings that their companions had carried the walls of Nice, and were reveling in the pleasures and spoils of his capital. The doomed horde rushed into the plain which fronts the city, and a vast heap of bones alone remained to tell the story of the great catastrophe, when the forces which might more legitimately claim the name of an army passed the spot where the Seljukian had entrapped and crushed his victims. In this wild expedition not less, it is said, than 300,000 human beings had already paid the penalty of their lives. Still, the First Crusade was destined to accomplish more than any of the 7 or 8 crusades which followed it, and this measure of success it achieved probably because none of the great European sovereigns took part in it. The task of setting up a Latin kingdom in Palestine was to be achieved by princes of the second order. Of these, the foremost and the most deservedly illustrious was Godfrey, of Bouillon in the Ardennes, a kinsman of the Counts of Boulogne, and Duke of Lotharingen, Lorraine. In the service of the Emperor Henry IV, the enemy or the victim of Hildebrand, he had been the first to mount the walls of Rome and cleave his way into the city. He might now hope that his crusading vow would be accepted as an atonement for his sacrilege. Speaking the Frank and Teutonic dialects with equal ease, he exercised by his bravery, his wisdom, and the uprightness of his life an influence which brought to his standard, it is said, not less than 80,000 infantry and 10,000 horsemen, together with his brothers Baldwin and Eustace, Count of Boulogne. Among the most conspicuous of Godfrey's colleagues was Hugh, Count of Vermandois. With him may be placed the Norman Duke Robert, whose carelessness had lost him the crown of England, and who had now pawned his duchy for a pittance scarcely less paltry than that for which Esau bartered away his birthright. The number of the great chiefs who led the pilgrims from northern Europe is completed with the names of Robert, Count of Flanders, and of Stephen, Count of Chartres, Troyes, and Blois. Foremost, by virtue of his title and office, among the leaders of the southern bands was the papal legate Adhemar, Aymar, Bishop of Puy, a leader rather as guiding the councils of the army than as gathering soldiers under his banner. 100,000 horse and foot attested, we are told, the greatness, the wealth, and the zeal of Raymond, Count of Toulouse, Lord of Auvergne and Languedoc, who had grown old in warfare. Less tinged with the fanatical enthusiasm of his comrades, and certainly more cool and deliberate in his ambition, Bohemond, son of Robert Guiscard, looked to the crusade as a means by which he might regain the vast regions extending from the Dalmatian coast to the northern shores of the Aegean. Nay, if we are to believe William of Malmesbury, he urged Urban to set forward the enterprise for the very purpose, partly of thus recovering what he was pleased to regard as his inheritance, and in part of enabling the pontiff to suppress all opposition in Rome. Guiscard had left his Apuleian domains to a younger son, and Bohemond was resolved, it would seem, to add to his principality of Tarentum a kingdom which would make him a formidable rival of the Eastern emperor. Far above Bohemond rises his cousin Tancred, the son of the Marquis Odo, surnamed the Good, and of Emma, the sister of Robert Guiscard. In Tancred was seen the embodiment of those peculiar sentiments and modes of thought which gave birth to the Crusades, and to which the Crusades in their turn imparted marvelous strength and splendor. The miserable remnant of 3,000 men who escaped from the field of blood before the city of the Seljukian Sultan found a refuge in Byzantine territory about the time when the better appointed armies of the Crusaders were setting off on their eastward journey. The most disciplined of these troops set out with a vast following from the banks of the Meuse and the Moselle under Godfrey of Bouillon, who led them safely and without opposition to the Hungarian border. Here the armies of Hungary barred the way against the advance of a host at whose hands they dreaded a repetition of the havoc wrought by the lawless bands of Peter the Hermit and his self-chosen colleagues. 3 weeks passed away in vain attempts to get over the difficulty. The Hungarian king demanded as a hostage Baldwin, the brother of the general. The demand was refused, and Godfrey put him to shame by surrendering himself. He asked only for a free passage and a free market. But although these were granted, it was not in his power to prevent some disorder and some depredations as his army or horde passed through the country. The mischief might have been much worse had not the Hungarian cavalry, acting professedly as a friendly escort, but really as cautious warders, kept close to the crusading hosts. At length they reached the gates of Philippopolis, and here Godfrey learned that Hugh of Vermandois, whose coming had been announced to the Greek emperor Alexius by 24 knights in golden armor, and who styled himself the brother of the King of Kings and lord of all the Frankish hosts, was a prisoner within the walls of Constantinople. With Robert of Normandy and Robert of Flanders, with Stephen of Chartres and some lesser chiefs, Hugh had chosen to make his way through Italy, and the charms of that voluptuous land had a greater effect, it seems, in breaking up and corrupting their forces than the delights of Capua had in weakening the soldiers of Hannibal. With little regard to order, the chiefs determined to cross the sea as best they might. Hugh embarked at Bari, and if we may believe Anna Comnena, the historian and the worshipper of her father Alexius, his fleet was broken by a tempest, which shattered his own ship on the coast between Palos and Dyrrhachium, Durazzo, of which John Comnenus, the nephew of the emperor, was at this time the governor. The Frank chief was here detained until the good pleasure of Alexius should be known. That wary and cunning prince saw at once how much might be made of his prisoner, who was by his orders conducted with careful respect and ceremony to the capital. Kept here really as a hostage, but welcome to outward seeming as a friend, Hugh was so completely won by the charm of manner which Alexius well knew how and when to put on, that, paying him homage and declaring himself his man, he promised to do what he could to induce others to follow his example. From Philippopolis, Godfrey sent ambassadors to Alexius, demanding the immediate surrender of Hugh. The request was refused, and Godfrey resumed his march, treating the land through which he passed as an enemy's country, until by way of Adrianople he at length appeared before the walls of the capital at Christmastide, 1096. The fears of Alexius were aroused by the sight of a host so vast and so formidable. They quickened into terror as he thought of the armies which were still on their way under the command of Bohemond and Tancred. Of Godfrey, beyond the fact of his mission as a crusader, he knew little or nothing, but in Bohemond he saw one who claimed as his inheritance no small portion of his empire. This gathering of myriads, whom a false step on his part might convert into open enemies, was the result of his own entreaties urged through his envoys before Urban II in the Council of Piacenza, and his mind was divided between a feverish anxiety to hurry them on to their destination and so to rid himself of their hateful presence, and the desire to retain a hold not only on the crusading chiefs, but on any conquests which they might make in Syria. Hugh was sent back to Godfrey's camp, but the quarrel was patched up rather than ended. It was easier to rouse suspicion and jealousy than to restore friendship, but it was of the first importance for Alexius that he should secure the homage of the princes already gathered round his capital before the arrival of his ancient enemy Bohemond. In this he succeeded, and a compact was made by which Alexius pledged them his word that he would supply them with food and aid them in their eastward march, and would protect all pilgrims passing through his dominions. On the other hand, the crusading chiefs, as already subjects of other sovereigns, gave their fealty to the emperor as their liege lord only for the time during which they might remain within his borders, and undertook to restore to him such of their conquests as had been recently wrested from the empire. The policy and the bribes of Alexius had overcome the opposition of Bohemond. He was to experience a stouter resistance from Raymond of Toulouse, who, though he had been the first to enlist, was the last to set out on his crusade. The Count of Toulouse scarcely regarded himself as the vassal, even of the French king. He was ready, he said, to be the friend of Alexius on equal terms, but he would not declare himself to be his man. On this point he was immovable, although Bohemond tried the effect of a threat, which was never forgiven, that if the quarrel came to blows, he should be found on the side of the emperor. But Alexius soon saw that in Raymond he had to deal with an enthusiast as sincere and persistent as Godfrey. He took his measures accordingly, winning the heart of the old warrior, although he failed to compel his obedience. While Alexius was busied in dealing with Godfrey and Raymond, Bohemond and Tancred, he was not less anxiously occupied with the task of sending across the Bosporus the swarms which might soon become an army of devouring locusts round his own capital. It was easier to give them a welcome than to get rid of them, and more than 2 months had passed since Christmas, when the followers of Godfrey found themselves on the soil of Asia. Godfrey's men had no sooner been landed on the eastern side of the Bosporus than all the vessels which had transported them were brought back to the western shore. With great astuteness, and at the cost of large gifts, Alexius in like manner freed the neighborhood of his capital from the invading multitudes. As fast as they came, they were hurried across, and the emperor breathed more freely when, on the feast of Pentecost, not a single Latin pilgrim remained on the European shore. The danger of conflict had throughout been imminent, and the danger arose not so much from the fact that the Crusaders were armed men marching through the country of professed allies, but from the thorough antagonism between Greeks and Latins in modes of thought and habits of life. Nor must we forget the vast gulf which separated the Eastern from the Western clergy. The clergy of the West despised their brethren of the East for their cowardly submission to the secular arm. These, in their turn, shrunk with horror from the sight of bishops, priests, and monks riding with blood-stained weapons over fields of battle, and exhibiting at other times an ignorance equal to their ferocity. The strength and valor of the Crusaders were soon to be tested. They were now face to face with the Turks, on whose cowardice Urban II had enlarged with so much complacency before the Council of Clermont. The Sultan David, or Khalij Arslan, placed his family and treasures in his capital city of Nice and retreated with 50,000 horsemen to the mountains, whence he swooped down from time to time on the outposts of the Christians. By these his city was formerly invested, and for 7 weeks it was assailed to little purpose by the old instruments of Roman warfare, while some of the besiegers shot their weapons from the hill on which were moldering the bones of the fanatic followers of Peter. It was protected to the west by the Ascanian Lake, and so long as the Turks had command of this lake, they felt themselves safe. But Alexius sent thither on sledges a large number of boats, and the city, subjected to a double blockade, submitted to the emperor, who was in no way anxious to see the Crusaders masters of the place. The Crusaders were making ready for the last assault when they saw the imperial banner floating on the walls. Their disappointment at the escape of the miscreants, or unbelievers, for so they delighted to speak of them, was vented in threats which seemed to bode a renewal of the old troubles. But Alexius, with gifts which added force to his words, professed that his only desire now, as it had been, was to forward them safely on their journey. Nor had they to go many stages before they found themselves again confronted with their adversary. The conflict took place near the Phrygian Dorylaeon, and seemed at first to portend dire defeat to the Crusaders. More than once the issue of the day seemed to be turned by the indomitable personal bravery of the Norman Robert, of Tancred, and of Bohemond, and when even those seemed likely to be borne down, they received timely succors from Godfrey and Hugh of Vermandois, from Bishop Adhemar of Puy, and from Raymond, Count of Toulouse. Still the Turks held out, and it seemed likely that they would long hold out, when the appearance of the last division of Raymond's army filled them with the fear that a new host was upon them. The Crusaders had won a considerable victory. 3,000 knights belonging to the enemy had been slain, and Khalij Arslan was hurrying away to enlist the services of his kinsmen. Meanwhile, the Latin hosts were sweeping onward. Hundreds died from the heat, and dogs or goats took the place of the baggage horses which had perished. At length, Tancred with his troop found himself before Tarsus, the birthplace and the home of that single-hearted apostle who long ago had preached a gospel strangely unlike the creed of the Crusaders. Following rapidly behind him, Baldwin saw with keen jealousy the banner of the Italian chief floating on its towers, and insisted on taking the precedence. Tancred pleaded the choice of the people and his own promise to protect them, but the intrigues of Baldwin changed their humor, and the rejection of Tancred by the men of Tarsus was followed by an attempt at private war between Tancred and Baldwin, in which the troops of Tancred were overborne. So early was the first harvest of murderous discord reaped among the holy warriors of the cross. It was ruin, however, to stay where they were, and the main army again began its march, to undergo once more the old monotony of hardship and peril. A very small force would have sufficed to disorganize and rout them as they clambered over the defiles of Mount Taurus, nor could Raymond, recovering from a terrible illness, or Godfrey, suffering from wounds inflicted by a bear, have done much to help them. But for the present their enemies were dismayed, and Baldwin, brother of Godfrey, hastened with eagerness to obey a summons which besought him to aid the Greek or Armenian tyrant of Edessa. As Alexius had done to his brother, so this chief welcomed Baldwin as his son, but Baldwin, having once entered into the city, cared nothing for the means which had brought him thither, and the death of his adoptive father was followed by the establishment at Edessa of a Latin principality which lasted for 54, or, as some have thought, 47 years. Baldwin had anticipated the unconditional surrender of Samosata, but the Turkish governor had some of the Edessines in his power, and he refused to give up the city except on the payment of 10,000 gold pieces. The Turk shortly afterward fell into Baldwin's hands and was put to death. End of section 31. Section 32 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 32. The First Crusade, A.D. 1096 to 1099, by Sir George W. Cox, Part 2. Meanwhile, the main army of the Crusaders was advancing toward the Syrian capital, Antioch, that ancient and luxurious city whose fame had gone over the whole Roman world for its magnificence, its unbounded wealth, its soft delights, and its unholy pleasures. The days of its greatest splendor had passed away. Its walls were partially in ruins, its buildings were in some parts crumbling away or had already fallen, but against assailants utterly ignorant and awkward in all that relates to the blockade of cities, it was still a formidable position. Nor could they invest it until they had passed the iron bridge, so called from its iron-plated gates, of 9 stone arches, which spanned the stream of the Ifrin at a distance of 9 miles from the city. This bridge was carried by the impetuous charge of Robert of Normandy, aided by the more steady efforts of Godfrey, and in the language of an age which delighted in round numbers, 100,000 warriors hurried across to seize the splendid prize which now seemed almost within their grasp. But the city was in the hands of men who had been long accustomed to despise the Greeks, and who had not yet learned to respect the valor of the Latins. Preparing himself for a resolute defense, the Seljukian governor Bagration had sent away as useless, if not mischievous, most of the Christians within the town, and the crusading chiefs had begun to discuss the prudence of postponing all operations till the spring, when Raymond of Toulouse, with some other chiefs, insisted that delay would imply fear, and that the imputation of cowardice would ensure the paralysis of their enterprise. The city was therefore at once invested, so far as the forces of the Crusaders could suffice to encircle it, and a siege began which in the eyes of the military historian must be absolutely without interest, and of which the issue was decided by paroxysms of fanatical vehemence on the one side, and by lack, not of bravery, but of generalship on the other. Of the eastern and northern walls, the blockade was complete. Of the west, it was partial, and the failure to invest a portion of the western wall, with 2 out of the 5 gates of the city, left the movements of the Turks in this direction free. But the besiegers were in no hurry to begin the work of death. The wealth of the harvests and the vintage spread before them its irresistible temptations, and the herds feeding in the rich pastures seemed to promise an endless feast. The cattle, the corn, and the wine were alike wasted with besotted folly, while the Turks within the walls received tidings, it is said, of all that passed in the crusading camp from some Greek and Armenian Christians, to whom they allowed free egress and ingress. Of this knowledge they availed themselves in planning the sallies by which they caused great distress to the besiegers, whose clumsy engines and devices seemed to produce no result beyond the waste of time, and who felt perhaps that they had done something when they blocked up the gate of the bridge with huge stones dug from the neighboring quarries. 3 months passed away, and the Crusaders found themselves not conquerors, but in desperate straits from famine. The winter rains had turned the land round their camp into a swamp, and lack of food left them more and more unable to resist the pestilential diseases which were rapidly thinning their numbers. A foraging expedition under Bohemond and Tancred filled the camp with food. It was again recklessly wasted. The second famine scared away Tatikios, the lieutenant of the Greek emperor Alexius, But the crusading chiefs were perhaps still more disgusted by the desertion of William of Melun, called the Carpenter, from the sledgehammer blows which he dealt out in battle. Hunger obtained a victory even over the hermit Peter, who was stealing away with William of Melun, when he with his companion was caught by Tancred and brought back to the tent of Bohemond. For a moment the look of things was changed by the arrival of ambassadors from Egypt. To the Fatimite caliph of that country the progress of the crusading arms had thus far brought with it but little dissatisfaction. The humiliation of the Seljukian Turks could not fail to bring gain to himself, if the flood of Latin conquests could be checked and turned back in time. His generals besieged Jerusalem and Tyre, and when the Fatimite once more ruled in Palestine, his envoys hastened to the Crusaders' camp to announce the deliverance of the Holy Land from its oppressors, to assure to all unarmed and peaceable pilgrims a month's unmolested sojourn in Jerusalem, and to promise them his aid during their march, on condition that they should acknowledge his supremacy within the limits of his Syrian empire. The arguments and threats of the caliph were alike thrown away. The Latin chiefs disclaimed all interest in the feuds and quarrels of rival sultans and in the fortunes of Mahometan sects. God himself had destined Jerusalem for the Christians, and if any held it who were not Christians, these were usurpers whose resistance must be punished by their expulsion or their death. The envoys departed not encouraged by this answer, and still more perplexed by the appearance of plenty and by the magnificence of a camp in which they had expected to see a terrible spectacle of disorder and misery. The resolute persistence of the besiegers convinced Bagazian of the need of reinforcements. These were hastening to him from Caesarea, Aleppo, and other places, when they were cut off by Bohemond and Raymond, who sent a multitude of heads to the envoys of the Fatimite caliph, and discharged many hundreds from their engines into the city of Antioch. The Turks had their opportunity for reprisals when the arrival of some Pisan and Genoese ships at the mouth of the Orontes drew off the greater part of the besieging army. The Crusaders were returning with provisions and arms when their enemies started upon them from an ambuscade. The battle was fierce, but the defeat of Raymond, which threatened dire disaster, was changed into victory on the arrival of Godfrey and the Norman Robert, whose exploits equaled or surpassed, if we are to believe the story, even those of Arthur, Lancelot, or Tristram. Hundreds, if not thousands, of Turks fell. Their bodies were buried by their comrades in the cemetery without the walls. The Christians dug them up, severed the heads from the trunks, and paraded the ghastly trophies on their pikes, not forgetting to send a goodly number to the Egyptian caliph, by way of showing how his Seljukian friends or enemies had fared. The picture is disgusting, but if we shut our eyes to these loathsome details, the truth of the history is gone. We are dealing with the wars of savages, and it is right that we should know this. The next scene exhibits Godfrey and Bohemond in fierce quarrel about a splendid tent, which, being intended as a gift for the former, had been seized by an Armenian chief and sent to the latter. But there was now more serious business on hand. Rumor spoke of the near approach of a Persian army, and the besieged, under the plea of wishing to arrange terms of capitulation, obtained a truce which they sought probably only for the sake of gaining time. The days passed by, but no offers were made, and their disposition was shown by seizing a crusading knight in the groves near the city and tearing his body in pieces. The Latins returned with increased fury to the siege, but the defense, although more feeble, was still protracted, and Bohemond began to feel not only that fraud might succeed where force had failed, but that from fraud he might reap, not safety merely, but wealth and greatness. His plans were laid with a renegade Christian named Feruz, high in the favor of the governor, with whom he had come into contact either during the truce or in some other way. By splendid promises he ensured the zealous aid of his new ally, and then came forward in the council with the assurance that he could place the city in their hands, but that he could do this only on condition that he should rule in Antioch as Baldwin ruled in Edessa. His claim was angrily opposed by the Provençal Raymond, but this opposition was overruled, and it was resolved that the plan should be carried out at once. There was need for so doing. Rumors spread within the city that some attempt was to be made to betray the place to the besiegers, and hints or open accusations pointed out Feruz as the traitor. Like other traitors, the renegade thought it best to anticipate the charge by urging that the guards of the towers should on the very next day be changed. His proposal was received as indubitable proof of his innocence and his faithfulness. But he had made up his mind that Antioch should fall that night, and that night by means of a rope ladder, Bohemond, with about 60 followers, the ropes broke before more could ascend, climbed up the wall. Seizing 10 towers, of which all the guards were killed, they opened a gate, and the Christian host rushed in. The banner of Bohemond rose on one of the towers, the trumpets sounded for the onset, and a carnage began in which at first the assailants took no heed to distinguish between the Christian and the Turk. In the awful confusion of the moment, some of the besieged made their way to the citadel, and there shut themselves in, ready to resist to the death. Of the rest, few escaped. 10,000, it is said, were massacred. Bagration, with some friends, passed out beyond the besiegers' lines, but, fainting from loss of blood, he fell from his horse, and his companions hurried on. A Syrian Christian heard his groans, and striking off his head, carried the prize to the camp of the conquerors. Firouz lived to be a second time a renegade, and to close his career as a thief. The victory was for the Crusaders a change from famine to abundance, and their feasting was accompanied by the wildest riot and the most filthy debauchery. But if heedless waste may have been one of the most venial of their sins, it was the greatest of their blunders. The reports which spoke of the approach of the Persians were not false. The Turks within the citadel suddenly found that they were rather besiegers than besieged, and that the Christians were hemmed in by the myriads of Kerboga, Prince of Mosul, and the warriors of Khalij Arslan. The old horrors of famine were now repeated, but in greater intensity, and the doom of the Latin host seemed now to be sealed. Stephen, Count of Chartres, had deserted his companions before the fall of the city. Others now followed his example, and with him set out on their return to Europe. In Phrygia, Stephen encountered the Emperor Alexius, who was marching to the aid of the Crusaders, not only with a Greek army, but with a force of well-appointed pilgrims who had reached Constantinople after the departure of Godfrey and his fellows. The story told by Stephen drove out of his head every thought except that of his own safety. The order for retreat was given, and the pilgrim warriors, not less than the Greeks, were compelled to turn their faces westward. In Antioch, the crusading soldiers were fast sinking into utter despair. Discipline had well nigh come to an end, and so obstinate was their refusal to bear arms any longer that Bohemond resolved to burn them out of their quarters. These were consumed by the flames, which spread so rapidly as to fill him with fear that he had destroyed not only their dwellings, but his whole principality. His experiment brought the men back to their duty, but so despondingly was their work done that but for some signal succor, the end, it was manifest, must soon come. In a credulous age, such succor at the darkest hour, if obtained at all, will generally be obtained through miracle. A Lombard priest came forward, to whom St. Ambrose of Milan had declared in a vision that the 3rd year of the crusade should see the conquest of Jerusalem. Another had seen the Savior himself, attended by his Virgin Mother and the Prince of the Apostles, had heard from his lips a stern rebuke of the Crusaders for yielding to the seductions of pagan women, as if the profession of Christianity altered the color and the guilt of a vice, and lastly had received the distinct assurance that in 5 days they should have the help which they needed. The hopes of the Crusaders were roused. With hope came a return of vigorous energy, and Peter Barthélemy, chaplain to Raymond of Toulouse, seized the opportunity for recounting a vision which was to be something more than a dream. To him, St. Andrew had revealed the fact that in the church of St. Peter lay hidden the steel head of the spear which had pierced the side of the Redeemer as he hung upon the cross, and that holy lance should win them victory over all their enemies as surely as the spear which imparted irresistible power to the Knight of the Sangreal. After 2 days of special devotion, they were to search for the long-lost weapon. On the 3rd day, the workmen began to dig, but until the sun had set, they toiled in vain. The darkness of night made it easier for the chaplain to play the part which Sir Walter Scott, in The Antiquary, assigns to Herman Dousterswivel in the ruins of St. Ruth. Barefooted and with a single garment, the priest went down into the pit. For a time the strokes of his spade were heard, and then the sacred relic was found, carefully wrapped in a veil of silk and gold. The priest proclaimed his discovery, the people rushed into the church, and from the church throughout the city spread the flame of a fierce enthusiasm. 9 or 10 months later, Peter Barthélemy paid the penalty of his life for his fraud or his superstition. A bribe taken by his master Raymond brought that chief into ill odor with his comrades, and let loose against his chaplain the tongue of Arnold, the chaplain of Bohemond. Raymond had traded on fresh visions of his clerk, and Arnold boldly attacked him in his citadel by denying the genuineness of the Holy Lance. Peter appealed to the ordeal of fire. He passed through the flames, as it seemed, unhurt. The bystanders pressed to feel his flesh and were vehement in their rejoicings at the result which vindicated his integrity. He had really received fatal injuries. 12 days afterward he died, and Raymond suffered greatly in his dignity and his influence. The infidel was doomed, but the Crusaders resolved to give him one chance of escape. Peter the Hermit was sent as their envoy to Kerboga to offer the alternative of departure from a land which St. Peter had bestowed on the faithful, or of baptism, which should leave him master of the city and territory of Antioch. The reply was short and decisive. The Turk would not embrace an idolatry which he hated and despised, nor would he give up soil which belonged to him by right of conquest. The report of the hermit raised the spirit of the Crusaders to fever heat, and on the feast of St. Peter and St. Paul they marched out in 12 divisions, in remembrance of the mission of the 12 apostles, while Raymond of Toulouse remained to prevent the escape of the Turks shut up in the citadel. The Holy Lance was borne by the papal legate Adhemar, Bishop of Puy, and the morning air laden with the perfume of roses was now regarded as a sign assuring them of the divine favor. They were prepared to see good omens in everything, and they went in full confidence that departed saints would, as they had been told, take part in the battle and smite down the infidel. The fight, one of brute force on the Christian side, of some little skill as well as strength on the other, had gone on for some time when such help seemed to become needful. Tancred had hurried to the aid of Bohemond, who was grievously pressed by Kilij Arslan, and Kerboga was bearing heavily on Godfrey and Hugh of Vermandois, when, clothed in white armor and riding on white horses, some human forms were seen on the neighboring heights. "The saints are coming to your aid," shouted the Bishop of Puy, and the people saw in these radiant strangers the martyrs St. George, St. Maurice, and St. Theodore. Without awaiting their nearer approach, the Crusaders turned on the enemy with a force and fury which were now irresistible. Their cavalry could do little. 200 horses only remained of the 60,000 which had filled the plain a few months before. But the hedge of spears advanced like a wall of iron, and the Turks gave way, broke, and fled. It was rout, not retreat, and with the Crusaders' victory was followed by the massacre of men, women, and children. The garrison in the citadel at once surrendered. Some declared themselves Christians and were baptized. Those who refused to abandon Islam were taken to the nearest Mahometan territory. The city was the prize of Bohemond, and in his keeping it remained, although Raymond of Toulouse had made an effort to seize it by hoisting his banner on the walls. The work of pillage being ended, the churches were cleansed and repaired, and their altars blazed with golden spoils taken from the infidel. The Greek patriarch was again seated on his throne, but he held his office at the good pleasure of the Latins, and 2 years later he was made to give place to Bernard, a chaplain of the Bishop of Puy. 10 months had passed away after the conquest of Antioch, when the main body of the crusading army set out on its march to Jerusalem. They had wished to depart at once, but their chiefs dreaded to encounter waterless wastes at the end of a Syrian summer, and for the present they were content to send Hugh of Vermandois and Baldwin of Hainaut as envoys to the Greek emperor, to reproach him with his remissness or his want of faith. But the miseries endured by Christians and Turks were the pleasantest tidings in the ears of Alexius, for in the weakening of both lay his own strength, and he saw with satisfaction the departure of Hugh, not for Antioch, but for Europe, whither Stephen of Chartres had preceded him. Winter came, but the chiefs still lingered at Antioch. Some were occupied in expeditions against neighboring cities, but a more pressing care was the plague, which punished the foulness and disorder of the pilgrims. A band of 1,500 Germans, recently landed in strong health and full equipments, were all, it is said, cut off, and among the victims the most lamented perhaps was the papal legate Adhemar. A feeling of discouragement was again spreading through the army generally. The chiefs vainly entreated the Pope to visit the city where the disciples of St. Peter first received the Christian name. The people were disheartened by the animosities and the selfish or crooked policy of their chiefs. Raymond still hankered after the principality of Antioch, and insisted that Bohemond and his people should share in the last great enterprise of the crusade. More disgraceful than these feuds were the scenes witnessed during the siege and after the conquest of Marra. Heedlessness and waste soon brought the assailants to devour the flesh of dogs and of human beings. The bodies of Turks were torn from their sepulchres, ripped up for the gold which they were supposed to have swallowed, and the fragments cooked and eaten. Of the besieged, many slew themselves to avoid falling into the hands of the Christians. To some, Bohemond, tempted by a large bribe, gave an assurance of safety. When the massacre had begun, he ordered these to be brought forward. The weak and old he slaughtered, the rest he sent to the slave markets of Antioch. A weak attempt made by Alexius to detain the Crusaders only spurred them to more vigorous efforts. They had already left Antioch, and Laodicea was in their hands, when he desired them to await his coming in June. The chiefs, remembering the departure of Tatichios with his Byzantine troops for Cyprus, retorted that he had broken his compact, and had therefore no further claims on their obedience. Hastening on their way, they crossed the plain of Berytos, Beirut, overlooked by the eternal snows of Lebanon, along the narrow strip of land whence the great Phoenician cities had sent their seamen and their colonists, with all the wealth of the East, to the shores of the Adriatic and the gates of the Mediterranean. Having reached Jaffa, they turned inland to Ramla, a town 16 miles only from Jerusalem. 2 days later, the Crusaders came in sight of the Holy City, the object of their long pilgrimage, the cause of wretchedness and death to millions. As their eyes rested on the scene hallowed to them through all the associations of their faith, the Crusaders passed in an instant from fierce enthusiasm to a humiliation which showed itself in sighs and tears. All fell on their knees to kiss the sacred earth and to pour forth thanksgivings that they had been suffered to look upon the desire of their eyes. Putting aside their armor and their weapons, they advanced in pilgrim's garb and with bare feet toward the spot which the Savior had trodden in the hours of his agony and his passion. But before their feelings of devotion could be indulged, there was other work to be done. The chiefs took up their posts on those sides from which the nature of the ground gave most hope of a successful assault. On the northern side were Godfrey and Tancred, Robert of Flanders and Robert of Normandy. On the west, Raymond with his provincials. On the 5th day, without siege instruments, with only one ladder, and trusting to mere weight, the Crusaders made a desperate assault upon the walls. Some succeeded in reaching the summit, and the very rashness of their attack struck terror for a moment into their enemies. But the garrison soon rallied, and the invaders were all driven back or hurled from the ramparts. The task, it was manifest, must be undertaken in a more formal manner. Siege engines must be made, and the palm and olive of the immediate neighborhood would not supply fit materials for their construction. These were obtained from the woods of Shechem, a distance of 30 miles, and the work of preparation was carried on under the guidance of Gaston of Beam by the crews of some Genoese vessels which had recently anchored at Jaffa. So passed away more than 30 days, days of intense suffering to the besiegers. At Antioch they had been distressed chiefly by famine. In place of this wretchedness they had here the greater miseries of thirst. The enemy had carefully destroyed every place which might serve as a receptacle of water, and in seeking for it over miles of desolate country, they were exposed to the harassing attacks of Muslim horsemen. Nor had visions and miracles improved the morals or discipline of the camp, and the ghost of Adamar of Puy appeared to rebuke the horrible sins which were drawing down upon them the judgments of the Almighty. Better service was done by the generosity of Tancred, who made up his quarrel with Raymond, and the enthusiasm of the Crusaders was again roused by the preaching of Arnold and the hermit Peter. The narrative of the siege of Jericho in the book of Joshua suggested probably the procession in which the clergy, singing hymns, preceded the laity round the walls of the city. The Saracens on the ramparts mocked their devotions by throwing dirt upon crucifixes, but they paid a terrible price for these insults. On the next day the final assault began, and was carried on through the day with the same monotony of brute force and carnage which marked all the operations of this merciless war. The darkness of night brought no rest. The actual combat was suspended, but the besieged were incessantly occupied in repairing the breaches made by the assailants, while these were busied in making their dispositions for the last mortal conflict. In the midst of that deadly struggle, when it seemed that the cross must after all go down before the crescent, a knight was seen on Mount Olivet, waving his glistening shield to rouse the champions of the Holy Sepulchre to the supreme effort. "It is St. George the Martyr who has come again to help us," cried Godfrey, And at his words, the Crusaders started up without a feeling of fatigue and carried everything before them. The day, we are told, was Friday. The hour was 3 p.m, the moment at which the last cry from the cross announced the accomplishment of the Saviour's passion, when Latold of Tournai stood, the first victorious champion of the cross, on the walls of Jerusalem. Next to him came, we are told, his brother Engelbert, the third was Godfrey. Tancred with the 2 Roberts stormed the gate of St. Stephen. The Provençals climbed the ramparts by ladders, and the conquest of Jerusalem was achieved. The insults offered a little while ago to the crucifixes were avenged by Godfrey's orders in the massacre of hundreds. The carnage in the Mosque of Omar swept away the bodies of thousands in a deluge of human blood. The Jews were all burnt alive in their synagogues. The horses of the Crusaders, who rode up to the porch of the temple, were, so the story goes, up to the knees in the loathsome stream, and the forms of Christian knights hacking and hewing the bodies of the living and the dead furnished a pleasant commentary on the sermon of Urban at Clermont. From the duties of slaughter, these disciples of the Lamb of God passed to those of devotion. Bareheaded and barefooted, clad in a robe of pure white linen, in an ecstasy of joy and thankfulness mingled with profound contrition, Godfrey entered the church of the Holy Sepulchre and knelt at the tomb of his Lord. With groans and tears his followers came, each in his turn, to offer his praises for the divine mercy which had vouchsafed this triumph to the armies of Christendom. With feverish earnestness they poured forth the vows which bound them to sin no more, and the excitement of prayer and slaughter, perhaps of both combined, led them to see everything which might be needed to give effect to the closing scene of this appalling tragedy. As the saints had arisen from their graves when the Son of Man gave up the ghost on Calvary, so the spirits of the pilgrims who had died on the terrible journey came to take part in the great thanksgiving. Foremost among them was Adhemar of Puy, rejoicing in the prayers for forgiveness and the resolutions of repentance, which promised a new era of peace upon earth and of goodwill toward all men. With departed saints were mingled living men who deserved all the honor which might be paid to them. The backsliding of the hermit Peter was blotted out of the memory of those who remembered only the fiery eloquence which had first called them to their now triumphant pilgrimage, and the zeal which had stirred the heart of Christendom to cut short the tyranny of the unbeliever in the birthland of Christianity. The assembled throng fell down at his feet and gave thanks to God, who had vouchsafed to them such a teacher. His task was done, and in the annals of the time Peter is heard of no more. On this dreadful day, Tancred had spared 300 captives to whom he had given a standard as a pledge of his protection and a guarantee of their safety. Such misplaced mercy was a crime in the eyes of the Crusaders. The massacre of the first day may have been aggravated by the ungovernable excitement of victory, but it was resolved that on the next day there should be offered up a more solemn and deliberate sacrifice. The men whom Tancred had spared were all murdered, and the wrath of Tancred was roused not by their fate, but by an act which called his honor into question. The butchery went on with impartial completeness. Old and young, decrepit men and women, mothers with their infants, boys and girls, young men and maidens in the bloom of their vigor, all were mowed down and their bodies mangled until heads and limbs were tossed together in awful chaos. A few were hidden away by Raymond of Toulouse. His motive, however, was not mercy, but the prospects of gain in the slave market. After this great act of faith and devotion, the streets of the Holy City were washed by Saracen prisoners, but whether these were butchered when their work was ended, we are not told. 4 centuries and a half had passed away when these things were done, since Omar had entered Jerusalem as a conqueror and knelt outside the church of Constantine, that his followers might not trespass within it on the privileges of the Christians. The contrast is at the least marked between the Caliph of the Prophet and the children of the Holy Catholic Church. When, the business of the slaughter being ended, the chiefs met to choose a king for the realm which they had won with their swords, one man only appeared to whom the crown could fitly be offered. Baldwin was lord of Edessa, Bohemond ruled at Antioch, Hugh of Vermandois and Stephen of Chartres had returned to Europe, Robert of Flanders cared not to stay, the Norman Robert had no mind to forfeit the duchy which he had mortgaged, and Raymond was discredited by his avarice, and in part also by his traffic in the visions of Peter Barthélemy. But in the city where his lord had worn the thorny crown, The veteran leader who had looked on ruthless slaughter without blanching and had borne his share in swelling the stream of blood would wear no earthly diadem nor take the title of king. He would watch over his master's grave and the interests of his worshippers under the humble guise of baron and defender of the Holy Sepulchre, and as such, a fortnight after his election, Godfrey departed to do battle with the hosts of the Fatimite Caliph of Egypt, who now felt that the loss of Jerusalem was too high a price for the humiliation of his rivals. The conflict took place at Ascalon, and the Fatimite army was miserably routed. Godfrey returned to Jerusalem to hang the sword and standard of the Sultan before the Holy Sepulchre, and to bid farewell to the pilgrims who were now to set out on their homeward journey. He retained with 300 knights under Tancred only 2,000 foot soldiers for the defense of his kingdom, and so ended the first act in the great drama of the Crusades. End of section 32. Section 33 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 33. Foundation of the Order of Knights Templars, A.D. 1118, by Charles G. Addison. Among the military orders of past ages, that of the Knights Templars, founded for the defense of the Latin kingdom of Jerusalem, with its lofty motive, its superb organization and discipline, and its history extending over nearly 2 centuries, is justly accounted one of the most illustrious. At the period when this extraordinary and romantic order came into existence, the contrasting spirits of warlike enterprise and monastic retirement were drawing men, some from the field to the cloister, others from the life of ascetic piety to the scenes of strife. There appeared a strange blending of these two tendencies, which indeed was the leading characteristic of the time. This union of the religious with the militant spirit had been promoted by the enthusiasm of the Crusades, which had already been undertaken, and among the Crusaders themselves, the blended spiritual and military ideal of the Holy War had its complete development. Let us recall the reasons and the beginnings of the Crusades themselves. Upon the legendary discovery of the Holy Sepulchre by Helena, the mother of Constantine, about 300 years after the death of Christ, and the consequent erection, as it is said, by her great son, the first Christian emperor of Rome, of the magnificent church of the Holy Sepulchre over the sacred spot, a tide of pilgrimage set in toward Jerusalem, which increased in strength as Christianity gradually spread throughout Europe. When, in AD 637, the Holy City was surrendered to the Saracens, the Caliph Omar gave guarantees for the security of the Christian population. Under this safeguard, the pilgrimages to Jerusalem continued to increase, until in 1064 the Holy Sepulchre was visited by 7,000 pilgrims, led by an archbishop and 3 bishops. But in 1065, Jerusalem was taken by the Turkomans, who massacred 3,000 citizens and placed the command of the city in savage hands. Terrible oppression of the Christians there followed. The Patriarch of Jerusalem was dragged by the hair of his head over the sacred pavement of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre and cast into a dungeon for ransom. Extortion, imprisonment, and massacre were indiscriminately visited upon the people. Such were the conditions that aroused the indignant spirit of Christendom and prepared it for the cry of Peter the Hermit, which awoke the wild enthusiasm of the Crusades. When Jerusalem was captured by the Crusaders under Godfrey of Bouillon in 1099, the zeal of pilgrimage burst forth anew. But although Jerusalem was delivered, Palestine was still infested with the infidels, who made it as hazardous as before for the pilgrims entering there. Some means for their protection must be found, and out of this necessity grew the great military order of which the following pages treat. To alleviate the dangers and distresses to which the pilgrim enthusiasts were exposed, to guard the honor of the saintly virgins and matrons, and to protect the gray hairs of the venerable palmers, 9 noble knights formed a holy brotherhood in arms, and entered into a solemn compact to aid one another in clearing the highways of infidels and robbers, and in protecting the pilgrims through the passes and defiles of the mountains to the holy city. Warmed with the religious and military fervor of the day, and animated by the sacredness of the cause to which they had devoted their swords, they called themselves the poor fellow soldiers of Jesus Christ. They renounced the world and its pleasures, and in the holy church of the resurrection, in the presence of the Patriarch of Jerusalem, they embraced vows of perpetual chastity, obedience, and poverty, after the manner of monks, uniting in themselves the two most popular qualities of the age, devotion and valor, and exercising them in the most popular of all enterprises, the protection of the pilgrims and of the road to the Holy Sepulchre, they speedily acquired a vast reputation and a splendid renown. At first, we are told, they had no church and no particular place of abode, but in the year of our Lord 1118, 19 years after the conquest of Jerusalem by the Crusaders, they had rendered such good and acceptable service to the Christians that Baldwin II, King of Jerusalem, granted them a place of habitation within the sacred enclosure of the temple on Mount Moriah, amid those holy and magnificent structures, partly erected by the Christian Emperor Justinian and partly built by the Caliph Omar, which were then exhibited by the monks and priests of Jerusalem, whose restless zeal led them to practice on the credulity of the pilgrims, and to multiply relics and all objects likely to be sacred in their eyes, as the Temple of Solomon, whence the poor fellow soldiers of Jesus Christ came thenceforth to be known by the name of the Knighthood of the Temple of Solomon. A few remarks in elucidation of the name Templars, or Knights of the Temple, may not be unacceptable. By the Mussulmans, the site of the great Jewish temple on Mount Moriah has always been regarded with peculiar veneration. Muhammad, in the first year of the publication of the Quran, directed his followers, when at prayer, to turn their faces toward it, and pilgrimages have constantly been made to the holy spot by devout Muslims. On the conquest of Jerusalem by the Arabians, it was the first care of the Caliph Omar to rebuild the temple of the Lord. Assisted by the principal chieftains of his army, the commander of the faithful undertook the pious office of clearing the ground with his own hands, and of tracing out the foundations of the magnificent mosque which now crowns with its dark and swelling dome the elevated summit of Mount Moriah. This great house of prayer, the most holy Mussulman temple in the world after that of Mecca, is erected over the spot where Solomon began to build the house of the Lord at Jerusalem in Mount Moriah, where the Lord appeared unto David his father in the place that David had prepared in the threshing floor of Oman the Jebusite. It remains to this day in a state of perfect preservation, and is one of the finest specimens of Saracenic architecture in existence. It is entered by 4 spacious doorways, each door facing one of the cardinal points: the Bab el-Dejanat, or Gate of the Garden, on the north, the Bab el-Kebla, or Gate of Prayer, on the south, the Bab ibn el-Daoud, or Gate of the Son of David, on the east, and the Bab el-Garbi on the west. By the Arabian geographers, it is called Beit Allah, the house of God, also Beit al-Muqaddas, or Beit al-Maqdis, the holy house. From it, Jerusalem derives its Arabic name El-Quds, the holy, El-Sharif, the noble, and El-Mubarak, the blessed, while the governors of the city, instead of the customary high-sounding titles of sovereignty and dominion, take the simple title of Hami, or protectors. On the conquest of Jerusalem by the Crusaders, the crescent was torn down from the summit of this famous Mussulman temple and was replaced by an immense golden cross, and the edifice was then consecrated to the services of the Christian religion, but retained its simple appellation of the Temple of the Lord. William, Archbishop of Tyre and Chancellor of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, gives an interesting account of this famous edifice as it existed in his time, during the Latin dominion. He speaks of the splendid mosaic work, of the Arabic characters setting forth the name of the founder and the cost of the undertaking, and of the famous rock under the center of the dome, which is to this day shown by the Moslems as the spot whereon the destroying angel stood, with his drawn sword in his hand stretched out over Jerusalem. This rock, he informs us, was left exposed and uncovered for the space of 15 years after the conquest of the Holy City by the Crusaders, but was, after that period, cased with a handsome altar of white marble, upon which the priests daily said Mass. To the south of this holy Mussulman temple, on the extreme edge of the summit of Mount Moriah, and resting against the modern walls of the town of Jerusalem, stands the venerable Church of the Virgin, erected by the Emperor Justinian, whose stupendous foundations, remaining to this day, fully justify the astonishing description given of the building by Procopius. That writer informs us that in order to get a level surface for the erection of the edifice, it was necessary, on the east and south sides of the hill, to raise up a wall of masonry from the valley below, and to construct a vast foundation, partly composed of solid stone and partly of arches and pillars. The stones were of such magnitude that each block required to be transported in a truck drawn by 40 of the emperor's strongest oxen, and to admit of the passage of these trucks it was necessary to widen the roads leading to Jerusalem. The forests of Lebanon yielded their choicest cedars for the timbers of the roof, and a quarry of variegated marble, seasonably discovered in the adjoining mountains, furnished the edifice with superb marble columns. The interior of this interesting structure, which still remains at Jerusalem after a lapse of more than 13 centuries, in an excellent state of preservation, is adorned with 6 rows of columns, from whence spring arches supporting the cedar beams and timbers of the roof, and at the end of the building is a round tower surmounted by a dome. The vast stones, the walls of masonry, and the subterranean colonnade raised to support the southeast angle of the platform whereon the church is erected are truly wonderful, and may still be seen by penetrating through a small door and descending several flights of steps at the southeast corner of the enclosure. Adjoining the sacred edifice, the emperor erected hospitals or houses of refuge for travelers, sick people, and mendicants of all nations, the foundations whereof, composed of handsome Roman masonry, are still visible on either side of the southern end of the building. On the conquest of Jerusalem by the Muslims, this venerable church was converted into a mosque, and was called Dejame al-Aqsa. It was enclosed, together with the great Muslim temple of the Lord erected by the Caliph Omar, within a large area by a high stone wall, which runs around the edge of the summit of Mount Moriah, and guards from the profane tread of the unbeliever the whole of that sacred ground, whereon once stood the gorgeous temple of the wisest of kings. When the holy city was taken by the Crusaders, the Dejama al-Aqsa, with the various buildings constructed around it, became the property of the kings of Jerusalem, and is denominated by William of Tyre the Palace, or Royal House, to the south of the Temple of the Lord, vulgarly called the Temple of Solomon. It was this edifice or temple on Mount Moriah which was appropriated to the use of the poor fellow soldiers of Jesus Christ, as they had no church and no particular place of abode, and from it they derived their name of Knights Templars. James of Vitry, Bishop of Acre, who gives an interesting account of the holy places, thus speaks of the temple of the Knights Templars. There is, moreover, at Jerusalem another temple of immense spaciousness and extent, from which the brethren of the knighthood of the temple derive their name of Templars, which is called the Temple of Solomon, perhaps to distinguish it from the one above described, which is specially called the Temple of the Lord. He moreover informs us in his Oriental history that in the Temple of the Lord there is an abbot and canons regular, and be it known that the one is the Temple of the Lord and the other the Temple of the Chivalry. These are clerks, the others are knights. The canons of the Temple of the Lord conceded to the poor fellow soldiers of Jesus Christ the large court extending between that building and the Temple of Solomon. The king, the patriarch, and the prelates of Jerusalem, and the barons of the Latin kingdom, assigned to them various gifts and revenues for their maintenance and support. And, the order being now settled in a regular place of abode, the knights soon began to entertain more extended views and to seek a larger theater for the exercise of their holy profession. Their first aim and object had been, as before mentioned, simply to protect the poor pilgrims on their journeys backward and forward from the seacoast to Jerusalem. But as the hostile tribes of Mussulmans, which everywhere surrounded the Latin kingdom, were gradually recovering from the stupefying terror into which they had been plunged by the successful and exterminating warfare of the first Crusaders, and were assuming an aggressive and threatening attitude, it was determined that the holy warriors of the temple should, in addition to the protection of pilgrims, make the defense of the Christian kingdom of Jerusalem, of the Eastern Church, and of all the holy places a part of their particular profession. The two most distinguished members of the fraternity were Hugh de Payens and Geoffrey de Saint-Aldemar, or Saint-Omer, two valiant soldiers of the cross, who had fought with great credit and renown at the siege of Jerusalem, Hugh de Payens was chosen by the knights to be superior of the new religious and military society by the title of the Master of the Temple, and he has, in consequence, been generally called the founder of the order. The name and reputation of the Knights Templars speedily spread throughout Europe, and various illustrious pilgrims of the far west aspired to become members of the Holy Fraternity. Among these was Fulk, Count of Anjou, who joined the society as a married brother, 1120, and annually remitted the order 30 pounds of silver. Baldwin, King of Jerusalem, foreseeing that great advantages would accrue to the Latin kingdom by the increase of the power and numbers of these holy warriors, exerted himself to extend the order throughout all Christendom, so that he might, by means of so politic an institution, keep alive the holy enthusiasm of the West, and draw a constant succor from the bold and warlike races of Europe for the support of his Christian throne and kingdom. Saint Bernard, the holy abbot of Clairvaux, had been a great admirer of the Templars. He wrote a letter to the Count of Champagne on his entering the order, 1123, praising the act as one of eminent merit in the sight of God, and it was determined to enlist the all-powerful influence of this great ecclesiastic in favor of the fraternity. By a vow of poverty and penance, by closing his eyes against the visible world, by the refusal of all ecclesiastical dignities, the abbot of Clairvaux became the oracle of Europe and the founder of 160 convents. Princes and pontiffs trembled at the freedom of his apostolical censures. France, England, and Milan consulted and obeyed his judgment in a schism of the Church. The debt was repaid by the gratitude of Innocent II, and his successor, Eugenius III, was the friend and disciple of the holy Saint Bernard. To this learned and devout prelate, 2 Knights Templars were dispatched with the following letter. Baldwin, by the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ, King of Jerusalem and Prince of Antioch, to the venerable Father Bernard, Abbot of Clairvaux, health and regard. The brothers of the Temple, whom the Lord hath deigned to raise up, and whom by an especial providence he preserves for the defense of this kingdom, desiring to obtain from the Holy See the confirmation of their institution and a rule for their particular guidance, we have determined to send to you the 2 knights, Andrew and Gondomar, men as much distinguished by their military exploits as by the splendor of their birth, to obtain from the Pope the approbation of their order, and to dispose his holiness to send succor and subsidies against the enemies of the faith, reunited in their design to destroy us and to invade our Christian territories. Well knowing the weight of your mediation with God and his vicar upon earth, as well as with the princes and powers of Europe, we have thought fit to confide to you these 2 important matters, whose successful issue cannot be otherwise than most agreeable to ourselves. The statutes we ask of you should be so ordered and arranged as to be reconcilable with the tumult of the camp and the profession of arms. They must, in fact, be of such a nature as to obtain favor and popularity with the Christian princes. Do you then so manage that we may, through you, have the happiness of seeing this important affair brought to a successful issue, and address for us to heaven the incense of your prayers. Soon after the above letter had been dispatched to St. Bernard, Hugh de Payens himself proceeded to Rome, accompanied by Geoffrey de Saint Aldemar and 4 other brothers of the order, namely Brother Payen de Montdidier, Brother Goral, Brother Geoffrey Bisol, and Brother Archibald de Saint Armand. They were received with great honor and distinction by Pope Honorius, who warmly approved of the objects and designs of the Holy Fraternity. Saint Bernard had, in the meantime, taken the affair greatly to heart. He negotiated with the Pope, the Legate, and the bishops of France, and obtained the convocation of a great ecclesiastical council at Troyes, 1128, which Hugh de Payens and his brethren were invited to attend. This council consisted of several archbishops, bishops, and abbots, among which last was Saint Bernard himself. The rules to which the Templars had subjected themselves were there described by the Master, and to the holy abbot of Clairvaux was confided the task of revising and correcting these rules, and of framing a code of statutes fit and proper for the governance of the great religious and military fraternity of the Temple. The rule of the poor fellow soldiers of Jesus Christ and of the Temple of Solomon, arranged by Saint Bernard and sanctioned by the Holy Fathers of the Council of Troyes for the government and regulation of the monastic and military society of the Temple, is principally of a religious character and of an austere and gloomy cast. It is divided into 72 heads or chapters, and is preceded by a short prologue addressed to all who disdain to follow after their own wills, and desire with purity of mind to fight for the Most High and true King, exhorting them to put on the armor of obedience, and to associate themselves together with piety and humility for the defense of the Holy Catholic Church, and to employ a pure diligence and a steady perseverance in the exercise of their sacred profession, so that they might share in the happy destiny reserved for the holy warriors who had given up their lives for Christ. The rule enjoins severe devotional exercises, self-mortification, fasting and prayer, and a constant attendance at matins, vespers, and on all the services of the Church, that, being refreshed and satisfied with heavenly food, instructed and established with heavenly precepts, after the consummation of the divine mysteries, none might be afraid of the fight, but be prepared for the crown. If unable to attend the regular service of God, the absent brother is for matins to say over 13 paternosters, for every hour 7, and for vespers 9. When any Templar draweth nigh unto death, the chaplains and clerk are to assemble and offer up a solemn mass for his soul. The surrounding brethren are to spend the night in prayer, and 100 paternosters are to be repeated for the dead brother. Moreover, say the Holy Fathers, we do strictly enjoin you, that with divine and most tender charity ye do daily bestow as much meat and drink as was given to that brother when alive, unto some poor man for 40 days. The brethren are, on all occasions, to speak sparingly and to wear a grave and serious deportment. They are to be constant in the exercise of charity and almsgiving, to have a watchful care over all sick brethren, and to support and sustain all old men. They are not to receive letters from their parents, relations, or friends without the license of the master, and all gifts are immediately to be taken to the latter or to the treasurer, to be disposed of as he may direct. They are, moreover, to receive no service or attendance from a woman, and are commanded, above all things, to shun feminine kisses. This same year, 1128, Hugh of the Temple came from Jerusalem to the king in Normandy, and the king received him with much honor and gave him much treasure in gold and silver. And afterward he sent him into England, and there he was well received by all good men, and all gave him treasure, and in Scotland also. And they sent in all a great sum in gold and silver by him to Jerusalem. And there went with him and after him so great a number as never before since the days of Pope Urban. Grants of land, as well as of money, were at the same time made to Hugh de Payens and his brethren, some of which were shortly afterward confirmed by King Stephen on his accession to the throne, 1135. Among these is a grant of the manor of Bistelisham made to the Templars by Count Robert de Ferrara, and a grant of the church of Langford in Bedfordshire made by Simon de Wahal and Sibylla his wife and Walter their son. Hugh de Payens, before his departure, placed a Knight Templar at the head of the order in England, who was called the Prior of the Temple and was the procurator and vice-regent of the master. It was his duty to manage the estates granted to the fraternity, and to transmit the revenues to Jerusalem. He was also delegated with the power of admitting members into the order, subject to the control and direction of the master, and was to provide means of transport for such newly admitted brethren to the Far East, to enable them to fulfill the duties of their profession. As the houses of the temple increased in number in England, sub-priors came to be appointed, and the superior of the order in this country was then called the Grand Prior, and afterward master of the temple. Many illustrious knights of the best families in Europe aspired to the habit and vows, but, however exalted their rank, they were not received within the bosom of the fraternity until they had proved themselves by their conduct worthy of such a fellowship. Thus, when Hugh de Amboise, who had harassed and oppressed the people of Marmontier by unjust exactions, and had refused to submit to the judicial decision of the Count of Anjou, desired to enter the order, Hugh de Payens refused to admit him to the vows until he had humbled himself, renounced his pretensions, and given perfect satisfaction to those whom he had injured. The candidates, moreover, previous to their admission, were required to make reparation and satisfaction for all damage done by them at any time to churches and to public or private property. An astonishing enthusiasm was excited throughout Christendom in behalf of the Templars. Princes and nobles, sovereigns and their subjects, vied with each other in heaping gifts and benefits upon them, and scarce a will of importance was made without an article in it in their favor. Many illustrious persons on their deathbeds took the vows, that they might be buried in the habit of the order, and sovereigns, quitting the government of their kingdoms, enrolled themselves among the holy fraternity, and bequeathed even their dominions to the master and the brethren of the temple. Thus Raymond Berenger, Count of Barcelona and Provence, at a very advanced age, abdicating his throne and shaking off the ensigns of royal authority, retired to the house of the Templars at Barcelona, and pronounced his vows, 1130, before Brother Hugh de Rigaud, the prior. His infirmities not allowing him to proceed in person to the chief house of the order at Jerusalem, he sent vast sums of money thither, and immuring himself in a small cell in the temple at Barcelona, he there remained in the constant exercise of the religious duties of his profession until the day of his death. At the same period, the Emperor Lothair bestowed on the order a large portion of his patrimony of Supplenburg, and the year following, 1131, Alfonso I, King of Navarre and Aragon, also styled Emperor of Spain, one of the greatest warriors of the age, by his will declared the Knights of the Temple his heirs and successors in the crowns of Navarre and Aragon. In a few hours before his death, he caused this will to be ratified and signed by most of the barons of both kingdoms. The validity of this document, however, was disputed, and the claims of the Templars were successfully resisted by the nobles of Navarre. But in Aragon they obtained, by way of compromise, lands and castles and considerable dependencies, a portion of the customs and duties levied throughout the kingdom, and the contributions raised from the Moors. To increase the enthusiasm in favor of the Templars, and still further to swell their ranks with the best and bravest of the European chivalry, Saint Bernard, at the request of Hugh de Payens, took up his powerful pen in their behalf. In a famous discourse, in praise of the new chivalry, the holy abbot sets forth in eloquent and enthusiastic terms the spiritual advantages and blessings enjoyed by the military friars of the temple over all other warriors. He draws a curious picture of the relative situations and circumstances of the secular soldiery and the soldiery of Christ, and shows how different in the sight of God are the bloodshed and slaughter of the one from that committed by the other. This extraordinary discourse is written with great spirit. It is addressed to Hugh, Knight of Christ and Master of the Knighthood of Christ, is divided into 14 parts or chapters, and commences with a short prologue. It is curiously illustrative of the spirit of the times, and some of its most striking passages will be read with interest. The holy abbot thus pursues his comparison between the soldier of the world and the soldier of Christ, the secular and the religious warrior. As often as thou who wagest a secular warfare marchest forth to battle, it is greatly to be feared lest when thou slayest thine enemy in the body, he should destroy thee in the spirit, or lest peradventure thou shouldst be at once slain by him both in body and soul. From the disposition of the heart, indeed, not by the event of the fight, is to be estimated either the jeopardy or the victory of the Christian. If, fighting with the desire of killing another, thou shouldst chance to get killed thyself, thou diest a manslayer. If, on the other hand, thou prevailest, and through a desire of conquest or revenge killest a man, thou livest a manslayer. O unfortunate victory! When in overcoming thine adversary thou fallest into sin, and, anger or pride having the mastery over thee, in vain thou gloriest over the vanquished. What, therefore, is the fruit of this secular, I will not say militia, but malitia, if the slayer committeth a deadly sin, and the slain perisheth eternally? Verily, to use the words of the apostle, he that ploweth should plow in hope, and he that thresheth should be a partaker of his hope. Whence, therefore, O soldiers, cometh this so stupendous error? What insufferable madness is this, to wage war with so great cost and labor, but with no pay except either death or crime? Ye cover your horses with silken trappings, and I know not how much fine cloth hangs pendant from your coats of mail. Ye paint your spears, shields, and saddles. Your bridles and spurs are adorned on all sides with gold and silver and gems. And with all this pomp, with a shameful fury and a reckless insensibility, ye rush on to death. Are these military ensigns, or are they not rather the garnishments of women? Can it happen that the sharp-pointed sword of the enemy will respect gold? Will it spare gems? Will it be unable to penetrate the silken garment? As ye yourselves have often experienced, 3 things are indispensably necessary to the success of the soldier. He must, for example, be bold, active, and circumspect, quick in running, prompt in striking. Ye, however, to the disgust of the eye, nourish your hair after the manner of women. Ye gather around your footsteps long and flowing vestures. Ye bury up your delicate and tender hands in ample and wide-spreading sleeves. Among you, indeed, naught provoketh war or awakeneth strife, but either an irrational impulse of anger, or an insane lust of glory, or the covetous desire of possessing another man's lands and possessions. In such cases it is neither safe to slay nor to be slain, but the soldiers of Christ indeed securely fight the battles of their Lord, in no wise fearing sin, either from the slaughter of the enemy or danger from their own death. When indeed death is to be given or received for Christ, it has naught of crime in it, but much of glory. And now for an example, or to the confusion of our soldiers fighting not manifestly for God, but for the devil, we will briefly display the mode of life of the knights of Christ, such as it is in the field and in the convent, by which means it will be made plainly manifest to what extent the soldiery of God and the soldiery of the world differ from one another. The soldiers of Christ live together in common in an agreeable but frugal manner, without wives and without children, and that nothing may be wanting to evangelical perfection, they dwell together without property of any kind, in one house, under one rule, careful to preserve the unity of the Spirit in the bond of peace. You may say that to the whole multitude there is but one heart and one soul, as each one in no respect followeth after his own will or desire, but is diligent to do the will of the Master. They are never idle nor rambling abroad, but, when they are not in the field, that they may not eat their bread in idleness, they are fitting and repairing their armor and their clothing, or employing themselves in such occupations as the will of the Master requireth, or their common necessities render expedient. Among them there is no distinction of persons. Respect is paid to the best and most virtuous, not the most noble. They participate in each other's honor. They bear one another's burdens, that they may fulfill the law of Christ. An insolent expression, a useless undertaking, immoderate laughter, the least murmur or whispering, if found out, passeth not without severe rebuke. They detest cards and dice. They shun the sports of the field, and take no delight in the ludicrous catching of birds, hawking, which men are wont to indulge in. Jesters and soothsayers and storytellers, scurrilous songs, shows, and games, they contemptuously despise and abominate as vanities and mad follies. They cut their hair, knowing that, according to the apostle, it is not seemly in a man to have long hair. They are never combed, seldom washed, but appear rather with rough neglected hair, foul with dust, and with skins browned by the sun and their coats of mail. Moreover, on the approach of battle, they fortify themselves with faith within and with steel without, and not with gold, so that, armed and not adorned, they may strike terror into the enemy, rather than awaken his lust of plunder. They strive earnestly to possess strong and swift horses, but not garnished with ornaments or decked with trappings, thinking of battle and of victory, and not of pomp and show, studying to inspire fear rather than admiration. Such hath God chosen for his own, and hath collected together as his ministers from the ends of the earth, from among the bravest of Israel, who indeed vigilantly and faithfully guard the holy sepulchre, all armed with the sword and most learned in the art of war. There is indeed a temple at Jerusalem in which they dwell together, unequal, it is true, as a building, to that ancient and most famous one of Solomon, but not inferior in glory. For truly the entire magnificence of that consisted in corrupt things, in gold and silver, in carved stone, and in a variety of woods. But the whole beauty of this resteth in the adornment of an agreeable conversation, in the godly devotion of its inmates and their beautifully ordered mode of life. That was admired for its various external beauties. This is venerated for its different virtues and sacred actions, as becomes the sanctity of the house of God, who delighteth not so much in polished marbles as in well-ordered behavior, and regardeth pure minds more than gilded walls. The face likewise of this temple is adorned with arms, not with gems, and the wall, instead of the ancient golden chapiters, is covered around with pendant shields. Instead of the ancient candelabra, censers, and lavers, the house is on all sides furnished with bridles, saddles, and lances, all which plainly demonstrate that the soldiers burn with the same zeal for the house of God as that which formerly animated their great leader, when, vehemently enraged, he entered into the temple, and with that most sacred hand, armed not with steel, but with a scourge which he had made of small thongs, drove out the merchants, poured out the changers' money, and overthrew the tables of them that sold doves, most indignantly condemning the pollution of the house of prayer by the making of it a place of merchandise. The devout army of Christ, therefore, earnestly incited by the example of its king, thinking indeed that the holy places are much more impiously and insufferably polluted by the infidels than when defiled by merchants, abide in the holy house with horses and with arms, so that from that, as well as all the other sacred places, all filthy and diabolical madness of infidelity being driven out, they may occupy themselves by day and by night in honorable and useful offices. They emulously honor the temple of God with sedulous and sincere oblations, offering sacrifices therein with constant devotion, not indeed of the flesh of cattle after the manner of the ancients, but peaceful sacrifices, brotherly love, devout obedience, voluntary poverty. These things are done perpetually at Jerusalem, and the world is aroused, the islands hear, and the nations take heed from afar. St. Bernard then congratulates Jerusalem on the advent of the soldiers of Christ, and declares that the holy city will rejoice with a double joy in being rid of all her oppressors, the ungodly, the robbers, the blasphemers, murderers, perjurers, and adulterers, and in receiving her faithful defenders and sweet consolers, under the shadow of whose protection Mount Zion shall rejoice, and the daughters of Judah sing for joy. End of section 33.
Section 34 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Stephen usurps the English crown. His conflicts with Matilda. Decisive influence of the Church. A.D. 1135-1154. Charles Knight. William the Conqueror, King of England, was succeeded by his sons, William Rufus and Henry, on account of his scholarship, known as Beauclerk. Prince William, Henry's only son, was drowned when starting from Normandy for England in 1120. In the absence of male issue, Henry settled the English and Norman crowns upon his daughter, Matilda, and demanded an oath of fidelity to her from the barons. Matilda had been married first to Emperor Henry V of Germany, who died in 1125, and secondly to Geoffrey Plantagenet, Count of Anjou. Stephen was the son of Adela, daughter of William the Conqueror, who had married Stephen, Count of Blois. Stephen, with his brother Henry, had been invited to the court of England by their uncle, and had received honors, preferments, and riches. Henry, becoming an ecclesiast, was created abbot of Glastonbury and bishop of Winchester. Stephen, among other possessions, received the great estate forfeited by Robert Mallet in England.
and that forfeited by the Earl of Morgan in Normandy. By his marriage with Matilda, daughter of the Earl of Boulogne, he had succeeded also to the territories of his father-in-law. Stephen, by studied arts and personal qualities, became a great favorite with the English barons and the people. The Empress Matilda and her husband Geoffrey, unfortunately, were unpopular both in England and Normandy. The English barons especially viewing with disfavor the prospect of a woman occupying the throne. Henry Beauclerc died in 1135 at his favorite hunting seat, the Castle of Lyons, near Rouen in Normandy. Stephen, ignoring the oath of fealty to the daughter of his benefactor, hastened to England and, notwithstanding some opposition, with the help of his clerical brother and other functionaries, had himself proclaimed and crowned king. This act involved England in years of civil war, anarchy, and wretchedness, which ended only with the accession as Henry II of Empress Matilda's son, Henry Plantagenet of Anjou. On the reign of Stephen, Sir James Mackintosh has said, "It perhaps contains the most perfect condensation of all the ills of feudality to be found in history." He adds, "The whole narrative would have been rejected as devoid of all likeness to truth, if it had been hazarded in fiction as a picture of all the ills of feudality. This narrative is a picture of the entire social state, the monarchy, the church, the aristocracy, the people, and appears to us, therefore, to demand a more careful examination than if the historical interest were chiefly centered in the battles and adventures belonging to a disputed succession, and in the personal characters of a courageous princess and her knightly rival." Stephen, Earl of Boulogne, the nephew of King Henry I, was no stranger to the country which he aspired to rule. He had lived much in England and was a universal favorite. From his complacency of manners and his readiness to joke, and sit and regale even with low people, he had gained so much on their affections as is hardly to be conceived. This popular man was at the death bed of his uncle, but before the royal body was borne on the shoulders of nobles from the Castle of Lyons to Rouen, Stephen was on his road to England. He embarked at Withsend, undeterred by boisterous weather, and landed during a winter storm of thunder and lightning. It was a more evil omen when Dover and Canterbury shut their gates against him. But he went boldly on to London. There can be no doubt that his proceedings were not the result of a sudden impulse, and that his usurpation of the crown was successful through a very powerful organization. His brother Henry was Bishop of Winchester, and his influence with the other dignitaries of the church was mainly instrumental in the election of Stephen to be king, in open disregard of the oaths taken a few years before to recognize the succession of Matilda and of her son. Between the death of a king and the coronation of his successor, there was usually a short interval, in which the form of election was gone through. But it is held that during that suspension of the royal functions, there was usually a proclamation of the king's peace, under which all violations of law were punished, as if the head of the law were in the full exercise of his functions and dignities. King Henry I died on the 1st of December, 1133. Stephen was crowned on the 26th of December. The death of Henry would probably have been generally known in England in a week after the event. There is a sufficient proof that this succession was considered doubtful, and consequently that there was an unusual delay in the proclamation of the king's peace. The forest laws were the great grievance of Henry's reign. His death was the signal for their violation by the whole body of the people. It was wonderful how many myriads of wild animals, which in large herds before plentiful stacked the country, suddenly disappeared, so that out of the vast number scarcely two now could be found together. They seemed to be entirely extirpated. According to the same authority, the people also turned to plundering each other without mercy, and whatever the evil passions suggested in peaceable times, now that the opportunity of vengeance presented itself, was quickly executed. This is a remarkable condition of a country which, having been governed by terror, suddenly passed out of the evils of despotism into the greater evils of anarchy. This temporary confusion must have contributed to urge on the election of Stephen. By the Londoners he was received with acclamations, and the Witan chose him for king without hesitation, as one who could best fulfill the duties of the office and put an end to the dangers of the kingdom. Stephen succeeded to a vast amount of treasure. All the rents of Henry I had been paid in money, instead of in necessaries, and he was rigid in enforcing the payment in coin of the best quality. With this possession of means, Stephen surrounded himself with troops from Flanders and Brittany. The objections to his want of hereditary right appear to have been altogether laid aside for a time, in the popularity which he derived from his personal qualities and his command of wealth. Strict hereditary claims to the choice of the nation had been disregarded since the time of the Confessor. The oath to Matilda, it was maintained, it had been unwillingly given, and even extorted by force. It is easy to conceive that, both to Saxon and Norman, the notion of a female sovereign would be out of harmony with their ancient traditions and their warlike habits. The king was a great military chief, as well as the supreme dispenser of justice and guardian of property. The time was far distant when the sovereign rule might be held to be most beneficially exercised by a wise choice of administrators, civil and military, and the power of the crown, being coordinate with other powers, strengthening as well as controlling its final authority, might be safely and happily exercised by a discreet, energetic, and just female. King Stephen vindicated the choice of the nation at the very outset of his reign. He went in person against the robbers who were ravaging the country. The daughter of the Lion of Justice would probably have done the same, but more than 300 years had passed since the Lady of Mercia, the sister of Alfred, had asserted the courage of her race. Norman and Saxon wanted a king, for though ladies defended castles, and showed that firmness and bravery were not the exclusive possession of one sex, no thane or baron had yet knelt before a queen, and sworn to be her liege man of life and limb. The unanimity which appeared to hail the accession of Stephen was soon interrupted. David, King of Scotland, had advanced to Carlisle and Newcastle to assert the claim of Matilda, which he had sworn to uphold. But Stephen came against him with a great army, and for a time there was peace. Robert, Earl of Gloucester, the illegitimate son of Henry I, had done homage to Stephen, but his allegiance was very doubtful, and the general belief that he would renounce his fealty engendered secret hostility or open resistance among other powerful barons. Robert of Gloucester very soon defied the king's power. With 2 years of his accession, the throne of Stephen was evidently becoming an insecure seat. To counteract the power of the great nobles, he made a lavish distribution of crown lands to a large number of tenants-in-chief. Some of them were called earls, but they had no official charge, as the greater barons had, but were mere titular lords, made by the royal body. All those who held direct from the crown were called barons, and these new barons, who were scattered over the country, had permission from the king to build castles. Such permissions was extended to many other lay barons. The accustomed manor house of the land proprietor, in which he dwelt amid the churls and serfs of his domain, was now replaced by a stone tower surrounded by a moat and a wall. The wooden one-storied homestead, with his thatched roof shaded by the tuft of ash and elm and maple, was pulled down, and the square fortress with loopholes and battlements stood in solitary nakedness upon some bleak hill, ugly and defiant. There, with a band of armed men, sometimes with a wife and children, and not unfrequently with an unhappy victim of his licentiousness, the baron lived in gloom and gluttony, till the love of excitement, the approach of want, or the call to battle drove him forth. His passion for hunting was not always free to be exercised. Venison was not everywhere to be obtained without danger, even to the powerful and lawless. But within a ride of a few miles there was generally corn in the barns, and herds were in the pastures. The petty baron was almost invariably a robber, sometimes on his own account, often in some combined adventure of plunder. The spirit of rapine, always too prevalent under the strongest government of those times, was now universal, when the government was fighting for its own existence. Bands of marauders sallied forth from the great towns, especially from Bristol, and of their proceedings the author of the Gesta Stephani speaks with the precision of an eye-witness. The Bristolians, under the instigation of the Earl of Gloucester, were partisans of the ex-Empress Matilda, and whatever the king or his adherents had estates, they came to seize their oxen and sheep, and carried men of substance into Bristol as captives, with bandaged eyes and bits in their mouths. From other towns as well as Bristol came forth plunderers, with humble gait and courteous discourse, who, when they met a lonely man having the appearance of being wealthy, would bear him off to starvation and torture, till they had mulcted him to the last farthing. These and other indications of an unsettled government took place before the landing of Matilda to assert her claims. An invasion of England by the Scottish king, without regard to the previous pacification, was made in 1138. But this attempt, although grounded upon the oath which David had sworn to Henry, was regarded by the Northumbrians as a national hostility, which demanded a national resistance. The course of this invasion has been minutely described by contemporary chroniclers. The author of Gesta Stephani says, Scotland, also called Albany, is a country overspread by extensive moors, but containing flourish woods and pastures, which feed large herds of cows and oxen. Of the mountainous regions he says nothing, describing the natives as savage, swift or foot, and lightly armed, he adds, a confused multitude of these people, being assembled from the low lands of Scotland. They were formed into an irregular army, and marched for England. From the period of the Conquest, a large number of Anglo-Saxons had been settled in the lowlands, and the border countries of Westmoreland and Cumberland were also occupied, to a considerable extent, by the same race. The people of Galloway were chiefly of the original British stock. The historians describe the confused multitude as exercising great cruelties in their advance through the country that lies between the Tweed and the Tees, and Matthew Paris uses a significant phrase which marks how completely they spread over the land. He calls them the Scottish ants. The Archbishop of York, Thurston, an aged but vigorous man, collected a large army to resist the invaders, and he made a politic appeal to the Old English nationality by calling out the population under the banners of their Saxon saints. The Bishop of Durham was the leader of his army, composed of the Norman chivalry and the English archers. The opposing forces met at North Allerton on the 2nd of August, 1138. The Anglo-Norman army was gathered round a tall cross, raised on a car, and surrounded by the banners of St. Cuthbert and St. Wilfrid and St. John of Beverley. From this incident, the bloody day of North Allerton was called the Battle of the Standard. Hoveden has given an oration made by Ralph, Bishop of Durham, in which he addresses the captains as brave nobles of England, Normans by birth, and pointing to the enemy who knew not to use of armor exclaims, "Your head is covered with a helmet, your breast with a coat of mail, your legs with greaves, and your whole body with a shield." Of the Saxon yeomanry he says nothing. Whether the oration be genuine or not, it exhibits the mode in which the mass of the people were regarded at that time. Theory appears to consider that the bold attempt of David of Scotland was made in reliance upon the support of the Anglo-Saxon race, but it is perfectly clear that they bore the brunt of the English battle, and whatever might be their wrongs, were not disposed to yield their fields and houses to a fierce multitude who came for spoil and for possession. The Scotch fought with darts and long spears, and attacked the solid mass of Normans and English, gathered round the standard. Prince Henry, the son of the King of Scotland, made a vigorous onslaught with a body of a horse, composed of English and Normans, attached to his father's household. These were, without doubt, special partisans of the claim to the English crown of the ex-Empress Matilda, and, as the King of Scotland himself is described, were inflamed with zeal for a just cause. The issue of the battle was the signal defeat of the Scottish army, with the loss of 11,000 men upon the field. A peace was concluded with King Stephen in the following year. Footprint 42. Scott has given a picturesque account of the battle in his Tales of a Grandfather, writing, as he often did, from general impressions. In describing the gallant charge of Prince Henry, he states that he broke the English line as if it had been a spider's web. Hoveden, the historian to whom Scott alludes, applies this strong image to the scattering of the men of Lothian. For the Almighty was offended at them, and their strength was rent like a cobweb. The issue of the Battle of the Standard might have given rest to England if Stephen had understood the spirit of his age. In 1139 he engaged in a contest more full of peril than the assaults of Scotland or the disturbances of Wales. He had been successful against some of the disaffected barons. He had besieged and taken Hereford Castle and Shrewsbury Castle. Dover Castle had surrendered to his queen. Robert, Earl of Gloucester, kept possessions of the castles of Bristol and Leeds, and other nobles held out against him in various strong places. London and some of the larger towns appear to have steadily clung to his government. The influence of the Church, by which he had been chiefly raised to sovereignty, had supported him during his 4 years of struggle, but that influence was now to be shaken. The rapid but steady growth of the ecclesiastical power in England from the period of the Conquest is one of the most remarkable characteristics of that age. This progress we must steadily keep in view if we would rightly understand the general condition of society. All the great offices of the Church, with scarcely an exception, were filled by Normans. The Conqueror sternly resisted any attempts of bishops or abbots to control his civil government. The Red King misappropriated the revenues in many cases. Henry I quarreled with Anselm about the right of investiture, which the Pope declared should not be in the hands of any layman. But Henry compromised a difficult question with his usual prudence. Whatever difficulties the Church encountered during 70 years, and especially during the whole course of Henry's reign, wealth flowed in upon the ecclesiastics, from king and noble, from burgess and sackman, and every improvement of the country increased the value of church possessions. It was not only from the lands of the crown and the manors of earls that bishoprics and monasteries derived their large endowments. Henry I founded the Abbey of Reading, but the Mimus of Henry I built the Priory and Hospital of St. Bartholomew. This pleasant-witted gentleman, as Stowe calls the Royal Mimus, which Percy interprets minstrel, having, according to the legend, diverted the palaces of princes with courtly mockeries and triflings for many years, bethought himself at last of more serious matter, and went to do penance at Rome. He returned to London, and obtaining a grant of land in a part of the King's Market of Smithfield, which was a filthy marsh, where the common gallows stood, there erected the Priory, whose Norman arches as satisfactorily attest its date as Henry's charter. The piety of a court jester, in the 12th century, when the science of medicine was wholly empirical, founded one of the most valuable medical schools of the 19th century. The desire to raise up splendid churches in the place of the dilapidated Saxon buildings was a passion with Normans, whether clerics or laymen. Ralph Flambard, the bold and scrupulous minister of William II, erected the great priory of Christ Church in his capacity of bishop, but he raised the necessary funds with his usual financial vigor. He took the revenues of the canons into his hands, and put the canons upon a short allowance till the work was completed. The Cistercian order of monks was established in England late in the reign of Henry I. The rule was one of the most severe mortification and of the strictest discipline. Their lives were spent in labor and in prayer, and their one frugal daily meal was eaten in silence, while other religious orders had their splendid abbeys amid large communities. The Cistercians humbly asked grants of land in the most solitary places, where the recluse could meditate without interruption by his fellow men, amid desolate moors and in the uncultivated gorges of inaccessible mountains. In such a barren district, Walter Lespee, who had fought at North Allerton, founded Ribolg's Abbey. It was a solitary place in Blakemore, in the midst of hills. The Norman knight had lost his son, and here he derived a holy comfort in seeing the monastic buildings rise under his munificent care, and the waste lands become fertile under the incessant labors of the devoted monks. The ruins of Tintern Abbey and Melrose Abbey, whose solemn influences have inspired the poets of our own age with thoughts akin to the contemplations of their Cistercian founders, belong to a later period of ecclesiastical architecture, for the dwellings of the original monks have perished, and the broken arches and shafted oriel, the imagery, and the scrolls that teach thee to live and die, speak of another century, when the Norman architecture, like the Norman character, was losing its distinctive features and becoming early English. We dwell a little upon these Norman foundations to show how completely the Church was spreading itself over the land, and asserting its influence in places where man had seldom trod, as well as in populous towns where the great cathedral was crowded with earnest votaries, and the lessons of peace were proclaimed amid the distractions of unsettled government and the oppressions of lordly despotism. Whatever was the misery of the country, the ordinary family ties still bound the people to the universal Christian Church, whether the priests were Norman or English. The newborn infant was dipped in the great Norman font, as the children of the Confessor's time had been dipped in the ruder Saxon. The same Latin office, unintelligible in words, but significant in its import, was said and sung when the bride stood at the altar, and the father was laid in his grave. The vernacular tongue gradually melted into one dialect, and the penitent and the confessor were the first to lay aside the great distinction of race and country, that of language. The Norman prelates were men of learning and ability, of taste and magnificence, and, whatever might have been the luxury and even vices of some among them, the vast revenues of the great sees were not wholly devoted to worldly pomp, but were applied to noble uses. After the lapse of 7 centuries, we still treat with reverence those portions of our cathedrals in which the early Norman architecture is manifest. There is no English cathedral in which we are so completely impressed with the massive grandeur of the round-arched style as by Durham. Durham Cathedral was commenced in the middle of the reign of Rufus, and the building went on through the reign of Henry I. Canterbury was commenced by Archbishop Lanfranc soon after the Conquest, and was enlarged and altered in various details, till it was burned in 1174. Some portions of the original building remain. Rochester was commenced 11 years after the Conquest, and its present nave is an unaltered part of the original building. Chichester has nearly the same date of its commencement, and the building of this church was continued till its dedication in 1148. Norwich was founded in 1094, and its erection was carried forward so rapidly that in 7 years there were 60 monks here located. Winchester is one of the earliest of these noble cathedrals, but its Norman feature of the round arch is not the general characteristic of the edifice, the original piers having been recased in the pointed style in the reign of Edward III. The dates of these buildings, so grand in their conception, so solid in their execution, would be sufficient of themselves to show the wealth and activity of the Church during the reigns of the Conqueror and his sons, but during this period of 70 years, and in part of the reign of Stephen, the erection of monastic buildings was universal in England as in continental Europe. The Crusades gave a most powerful impulse to the religious fervor. In the enthusiasm of chivalry, which covered many of its enormities with outward acts of piety, vows were frequently made by wealthy nobles that they would depart for the holy wars. But sometimes the vow was inconvenient. The lady of the castle wept at the almost certain perils of her lord, and his projects of ambition often kept the lord at home to look after his own special interests. Then the vow to wear the cross might be commuted by the foundation of a religious house. Deathbed repentance for crimes of violence and a licentious life increased the number of these endowments. It has been computed that 300 monastic establishments were founded in England during the reigns of Henry I, Stephen, and Henry II. We have stated these few general facts regarding the outward manifestation of the power and the wealth of the Church at this period, to show how important an influence it must have exercised upon all questions of government. But its organization was of far greater importance than the aggregate wealth of the sees and abbeys. The English Church, during the troubled reign of Stephen, had become more completely under the papal dominion than at any previous period of its history. The king attempted, rashly perhaps, but honestly, to interpose some check to the ecclesiastical desire for supremacy. But from the hour when he entered into a contest with bishops and synods, his reign became one of kingly trouble and national misery. The Norman bishops not only combined in their own persons the functions of the priest and of the lawyer, but were often military leaders. As barons, they had night service to perform, and this condition of their tenures naturally surrounded them with armed retainers. That this anomalous position should have corrupted the ambitious churchman into a proud and luxurious lord was almost inevitable. The authority of the crown might have been strong enough to repress the individual discontent or to punish the individual treason of these great prelates, but every one of them was doubly formidable as a member of the confederacy over which a foreign head claimed to preside. There were 3 bishops whose intrigues King Stephen had especially to dread at the time when an open war for the succession of Matilda was on the point of bursting forth. Roger, the Bishop of Salisbury, had been promoted from the condition of a parish priest at Caen to be chaplain, secretary chancellor, and chief justiciary of Henry I. He was instrumental in the election of Stephen to the throne, and he was rewarded with extravagant gifts, as he had been previously rewarded by Henry. Stephen appears to have fostered his rapacity in the conviction that his pride would have a speedier fall. The king often sang, "I would give him half England if he asked for it. Till the time be ripe, he shall tire of asking ere I tire of giving." The time was ripe in 1139. The bishop had erected castles at Devizes, at Sherborne, and at Malmesbury. King Henry had given him the castle of Salisbury. This lord of 4 castles had powerful auxiliaries in his nephews, the Bishop of Lincoln and the Bishop of Ely. Alexander of Lincoln had built the castles of Newark and Sleaford, and was almost as powerful as his uncle. In July 1139, a great council was held at Oxford, and thither came these three bishops, with military and secular pomp, and with an escort that became the wonder of all beholders. A quarrel ensued between the retainers of the bishops and those of Lane, Earl of Brittany, about a right to quarters, and the quarrel went on to a battle, in which men were slain on both sides. The bishops of Salisbury and Lincoln were arrested, as breakers of the king's peace. The Bishop of Ely fled to his uncle's castles at Devizes. The king, under the advice of the sagacious Earl Milent, resolved to dispossess these dangerous prelates of their fortresses, which were all finally surrendered. The bishops, humbled and mortified, and stripped of all pomp and vainglory, were reduced to a simple ecclesiastical life, and to the possessions belonging to them as churchmen. The contemporary who writes this, the author of the Gesta Stephani, although a decided partisan of Stephen, speaks of this event as the result of mad councils, and a grievous sin that resembled the wickedness of the sons of Korah and of Saul. The great body of the ecclesiastics were indignant at what they considered an offense to their order. The Bishop of Winchester, the brother of Stephen, had become the Pope's legate in England, and he summoned the king to attend a synod at Winchester. He there produced his authority as legate from Pope Innocent, and denounced the arrest of the bishops as a dreadful crime. The king had refused to attend the council, but he sent Alberic the Bear, a man deeply versed in legal affairs, to represent him. This advocate urged that the Bishop of Lincoln was the author of the tumult at Oxford, that whenever Bishop Roger came to court, his people, presuming of his power, excited tumults, that the bishop secretly favored the king's enemies, and was ready to join the party of the empress. The council was adjourned, but on a subsequent day came the Archbishop of Rouen as the champion of the king, and contended that it was against the canons that the bishops should possess castles, and that even if they had the right, they were bound to deliver them up to the will of the king, as the times were eventful, and the king was bound to make war for the common security. The Archbishop of Rouen reasoned as a statesman, the Bishop of Winchester as the Pope's legate. Some of the bishops threatened to proceed to Rome, and the king's advocate intimated that if they did so, their return might not be so easy. Swords were at last unsheathed. The king and the earls were now in open hostility with the legate and the bishops. Excommunication of the king was hinted at, but persuasion was resorted to. Stephen, according to one authority, made humble submission, and thus abated the rigor of ecclesiastical discipline. If he did submit, his submission was too late. Within a month Earl Robert and the Empress Matilda were in England. Matilda and the Earl of Gloucester landed at Arundel, where the widow of Henry I was dwelling. They had a very small force to support their pretensions. The Earl crossed the country to Bristol. All England was struck with alarm, and men's minds were agitated in various ways. Those who secretly or openly favored the invaders were roused to more than usual activity against the king, while his own partisans were terrified as if a thunderbolt had fallen. Stephen invested the castle of Arundel, but in the most romantic spirit of chivalry, he permitted the empress to pass out, and, to set forward to join her brother at Bristol, under a safe conduct. In 1140, the whole kingdom appears to have been subjected to the horrors of a partisan warfare. The barons in their castles were making a show of defending their neighborhoods, but more properly to speak, were laying them waste. The legate and the bishops were excommunicating the plunderers of churches, but the plunderers laughed at their anathemas. Freebooters came over from Flanders, not to practice the industrial arts as in the time of Henry I, but to take their part in the general pillage. There was frightful scarcity in the country, and the ordinary interchange of man with man was unsettled by the debasement of the coin. All things, says Malmesbury, became venial in England, and churches and abbeys were no longer secretly but even publicly exposed to sale. All things become venial under a government too weak to repress plunder or to punish corruption, the strong aim to be rich by rapine, and the cunning by fraud. When the confusion of a kingdom is grown so great that, as is recorded of this period, the neighbor could not put faith in his nearest neighbor, nor the friend in his friend, nor the brother in his own brother. The demoralization of anarchy is even more terrible than its bloodshed. End of section 34. Section 35 of the Great Events by Famous Historians. Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians. Volume 5. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Stephen usurps the English crown. His conflicts with Matilda. Decisive influence of the Church. A.D. 1135 to 1154. By Charles Knight. Part 2. The marches and sieges, the revolts and treacheries of this evil time are occasionally varied by incidents which illustrate the state of society. Robert Fitzherbert, with a detachment of the Earl of Gloucester's soldiers, surprised the castle of Devizes, which the king had taken from the Bishop of Salisbury. Robert Fitzherbert varies the atrocities of his fellow barons by robbing his prisoners with honey and exposing them naked to the sun. But Robert, having obtained Devizes, refused to admit the Earl of Gloucester to any advantage of its possession, and commenced the subjection of the neighborhood on his own account. Another crafty baron, John Fitzgilbert, held the castle of Marlborough, and Robert Fitzherbert, having an anxious desire to be lord of that castle also, endeavoring to cajole Fitzgilbert into the admission of his followers, went there as a guest, but was detained as a prisoner. Upon this, the Earl of Gloucester came in force for revenge against his treacherous ally, Fitzherbert, and, conducting him to Devizes, there hanged him. The surprise of Lincoln Castle, upon which the events of 1141 mainly turned, is equally characteristic of the age. Ranulph, Earl of Chester, and William de Rumeur, his half-brother, were avowed friends of King Stephen, but their ambition took a new direction for their support for Matilda. The garrison of Lincoln had no apprehension of a surprise, and were busy in those sports which hardy men enjoy even amid the rougher sport of war. The Countess of Chester and her sister-in-law, with a politeness that the ladies of the court of Louis le Grand could not excel, paid a visit to the wife of the knight who had the defense of the castle. While there, at this pleasant morning call, talking and joking with the unsuspecting matron, as Ordericus relates. The Earl of Chester came in, without his armor or even his mantle, attended only by 3 soldiers. His courtesy was as flattering as that of his countess and her friend. But his men-at-arms suddenly mustered the unprepared guards, and the gates were thrown open to Earl William and his numerous followers. The earls, after this stratagem, held the castle against the king, who speedily marched to Lincoln. But the Earl of Chester contrived to leave the castle, and soon raised a powerful army of his own vassals. The Earl of Gloucester joined him with a considerable force, and they together advanced to the relief of the besieged city. The Battle of Lincoln was preceded by a trifling incident, to which the chroniclers have attached importance. It was the Feast of the Purification, and at the Mass, which was celebrated at the dawn of day, when the king was holding a lighted taper in his hand, it was suddenly extinguished. This was an omen of sorrow to the king, says Hoveden. But another chronicler, the author of the Gesta Stephani, tells us, in addition, that the wax candle was suddenly relighted, and he accordingly argues that this incident was a token that for his sins he should be deprived of his crown, but on his repentance, through God's mercy, he should wonderfully and gloriously recover it. The king had been more than a month laying siege to the castle, and his army was encamped around the city of Lincoln. When it was ascertained that his enemies were at hand, he was advised to raise the siege and march out to strengthen his power by a general levy. He decided upon instant battle. He was then exhorted not to fight on the solemn festival of the Purification, but his courage was greater than his prudence or his piety. He set forth to meet the insurgent earls. The best knights were in his army, but the infantry of his rivals was far more numerous. Stephen detached a strong body of horse and foot to dispute the passage of a ford of the Trent. But Gloucester, by an impetuous charge, obtained possession of the ford, and the battle became general. The king's horsemen fled. The desperate bravery of Stephen and the issue of the battle have been described by Henry of Huntingdon with singular animation. King Stephen, therefore, with his infantry, stood alone in the midst of the enemy. These surrounded the royal troops, attacking the columns on all sides, as if they were assaulting a castle. Then the battle raged terribly round this circle. Helmets and swords gleamed as they clashed, and the fearful cries and shouts re-echoed from the neighboring hills and city walls. The cavalry, furiously charging the royal column, slew some and trampled down others. Some were made prisoners. No respite, no breathing time was allowed, except in the quarter in which the king himself had taken his stand, where the assailants recoiled from the unmatched force of his terrible arm. The Earl of Chester, seeing this, and envious of the glory the king was gaining, threw himself upon him with the whole weight of his men-at-arms. Even then the king's courage did not fail, but his heavy battle-axe gleamed like lightning, striking down some, bearing back others. At length it was shattered by repeated blows. Then he drew his well-tried sword, with which he wrought wonders, until that too was broken, perceiving which William the Kames, a brave soldier, rushed on him, and seizing him by his helmet, shouted, "Here, here!" I have taken the king. Others came to his aid, and the king was made prisoner. After the capture of King Stephen, at this brief but decisive battle, he was kept a close prisoner at Bristol Castle. Then commenced what might be called the reign of Queen Matilda, which lasted about 8 months. The defeat of Stephen was the triumph of the greater ecclesiastics. On the third Sunday in Lent, 1141, there was a conference on the plain in the neighborhood of Winchester, a day dark and rainy, which portended disasters. The Bishop of Winchester came forth from his city with all the pomp of the Pope's legate, and there Matilda swore that in all matters of importance, and especially in the bestowal of bishoprics and abbeys, she would submit to the Church, and the bishop and his supporters pledged their faith to the Empress on these conditions. After Easter, a great council was held at Winchester, which the bishop called as the Pope's vice-regent. The unscrupulous churchman boldly came forward and denounced his brother, inviting the assembly to elect a sovereign, and, with an amount of arrogance totally unprecedented, thus asserted the notorious untruth that the right of electing a king of England principally belonged to the clergy. The case was yesterday agitated before a part of the higher clergy of England, to whose right it principally pertains to elect the sovereign, and also to crown him. First, then, as is fitting, invoking God's assistance, we elect the daughter of that peaceful, that glorious, that rich, that good, and in our times incomparable king, as sovereign of England and Normandy, and promise her fidelity and support. The bishop then said to the applauding assembly, "We have dispatched messengers for the Londoners, who, from the importance of their city in England, are almost nobles, as it were, to meet us on this business." The next day the Londoners came. They were sent, they said, by their fraternity to entreat that their lord, the king, might be liberated from captivity. The legate refused them, and repeated his oration against his brothers. It was a work of great difficulty to soothe the minds of the Londoners, and St. John's Day had arrived before they would consent to acknowledge Matilda. Many parts of the kingdom had then submitted to her government, and she entered London with great state. Her nature seems to have been rash and imperious. Her first act was to demand subsidies of the citizens, and when they said that their wealth was greatly diminished by the troubled state of the kingdom, she broke forth into insufferable rage. The vigilant queen of Stephen, who kept possession of Kent, now approached the city with a numerous force, and by her envoys demanded her husband's freedom. Of course, her demand was made in vain. She then put forth a front of battle. Instead of being crowned at Westminster, the daughter of Henry I fled in terror, for the whole city flew to arms at the ringing of the bells, which was the signal for war, and all with one accord rose upon the Countess of Anjou and her adherents, as swarms of wasps issue from their hives. William Fitzstephen, the biographer of Thomas à Becket, in his description of London, supposed to be written about the middle of the reign of Henry II, says of this city, ennobled by her men, graced by her arms, and peopled by a multitude of inhabitants, that in the wars under King Stephen there went out to a muster of armed horsemen, esteemed fit for war, 20,000, and of infantry 60,000. In general, the description of London appears trustworthy, and in some instances is supported by other authorities. But this vast number of fighting men must unquestionably be exaggerated, unless, as Lyttleton conjectures, such a muster included the militia of Middlesex, Kent, and other counties adjacent to London. Peter of Blois, in the reign of Henry II, reckons the inhabitants of the city at 40,000. That the citizens were trained to warlike exercises, and that their manly sports nurtured them in the hardihood of military habits, we may well conclude from Fitzstephen's account of this community at a little later period than that of which we are writing. To the north of the city were pasture lands, with streams on whose banks the clack of many mills was pleasing to the ear, and beyond was an immense forest, with densely wooded thickets, where stags, fallow deer, boars, and wild bulls had their coverts. We have seen that in the charter of Henry I, the citizens had liberty to hunt through a very extensive district, and hawking was also among their free recreations. Football was the favorite game, and the boys of the schools and the various guilds of craftsmen had it their wall. The elder citizens came on horseback to see these contests of the young men. Every Sunday in Lent, a company with lances and shields went out to joust. In the Easter holidays, they had river tournaments. During the summer, the youths exercised themselves in leaping, archery, wrestling, stone throwing, slinging javelins, and fighting with bucklers. When the great marsh which washed the walls of the city on the north was frozen over, sliding, sledging, and skating were the sports of crowds. They had sham fights on the ice, and legs and arms were sometimes broken. But, says Fitzstephen, youth is an age eager for glory, and the serious of victory, and so young men engage in counterfeit battles, that they may conduct themselves more valiantly in real ones. That universal love of hardy sports, which is one of the greatest characteristics of England, and from which we derive no little of that spirit which keeps our island safe, is not of modern growth. It was one of the most important portions of the education of the people 7 centuries ago. It was this community, then, so brave, so energetic, so enriched by commerce above all the other cities of England, that resolutely abided by the fortunes of King Stephen. They had little to dread from any hostile assaults of the rival faction, for the city was strongly fortified on all sides except of the river. But on that side it was secure, after the tower was built. The palace of Westminster had also a breastwork and bastions. After Matilda had taken her hasty departure, the indignant Londoners marched out, and they sustained a principal part in what has been called the rout of Winchester, in which Robert, Earl of Gloucester, was taken prisoner. The ex-empress escaped to Devizes. The capture of the Earl of Gloucester led to important results, as convention was agreed to between the adherents of each party, that the king should be exchanged for the earl. Stephen was once more every inch a king, but still there was no peace in the land. The Bishop of Winchester had again changed his side. In the hour of success, the Empress Matilda had refused the reasonable request that Prince Eustace, the son of Stephen, should be put in possession of his father's earldom of Boulogne. Malmesbury says, "A misunderstanding arose between the legate and the empress, which may be justly considered as the melancholy cause of every subsequent evil in England. The chief actors in this extraordinary drama present a curious study of human character. Matilda, resting her claim to the throne upon her legitimate descent from Henry I, who had himself usurped the throne, possessing her father's courage and daring, with some of his cruelty, haughty, vindictive, furnishes one of the most striking portraits of the proud lady of the feudal period, who shrank from no danger by reason of her sex, but made the homage of chivalry to woman a powerful instrument for enforcing her absolute will. The Earl of Gloucester, the illegitimate brother of Matilda, brave, steadfast, of a free and generous nature, a sagacious counselor, a lover of literature, appears to have had few of the vices of that age, and most of its elevating qualities. Of Stephen it has been said, he deserves no other reproach than that of having embraced the occupation of a captain of banditti. This appears rather a harsh judgment from a philosophical writer, bearing in mind that the principle of election prevailed in the choice of a king, whatever was the hereditary claim, and seeing how welcome was the advent of Stephen when he came, in 1135, to avert the dangers of the kingdom, he merits the title of a captain of banditti no more than Harold or William the Conqueror. After the contests of 6 years, the victories, the defeats, the hostility of the church, his capture and imprisonment, the attachment of the people of the great towns to his person and government appears to have been unshaken. When he was defeated at Lincoln and led captive through the city, the surrounding multitude were moved with pity, shedding tears and uttering cries of grief. Ordericus says, the king's disaster filled with grief the clergy and monks and the common people, because he was condescending and courteous to those who were good and quiet, and if his treacherous nobles had allowed it, he would have put an end to their rapacious enterprises, and being a generous protector and benevolent friend of the country. The fourth and not least remarkable personage of this history is Henry, the Bishop of Winchester, and the Pope's legate. At that period, when the functions of churchmen and statesmen were united, we find this man the chief instrument for securing the crown for his brother. He subsequently becomes the vice-regent of the papal see. Stephen, with more justice than discretion, is of opinion that bishops are not doing their duty when they build castles, ride about in armor, with crowds of retainers, and are not at all scrupulous in appropriating some of the booty of a lawless time. From the day when he exhibited his hostility to fighting bishops, the Pope's legate was his brother's deadly enemy. But he found that the rival whom he had set up was by no means a pliant tool in his hands, and he then turned against Matilda, when Stephen had shaken off the chains with which he was loaded in Bristol Castle. The bishop summoned a council at Westminster, on his legatine authority, and there, by great powers of eloquence, endeavored to extenuate the odium of his own conduct, affirming that he had supported the empress, not from inclination, but necessity. He then commanded on the part of God and of the Pope that they should strenuously assist the king, appointed by the will of the people, and by the approbation of the Holy See. Malmesbury, who records these doings, adds that a layman sent from the empress affirmed that Her coming to England had been effected by the legate's frequent letters, and that her taking the king and holding him in captivity had been done principally by his connivance. The reign of Stephen is not only the most perfect condensation of all the ills of feudality, but affords a striking picture of the ills which befall a people when an ambitious hierarchy, swayed to and fro at the will of a foreign power, regards the supremacy of the Church as the one great object to be attained, at whatever expense of treachery and falsehood, of national degradation and general suffering. In 1142, the civil war is raging more fiercely than ever. Matilda is at Oxford, a fortified city, protected by the Thames, by a wall and by an impregnable castle. Stephen, with a body of veterans, wades across the river and enters the city. Matilda and her followers take refuge in the keep. For 3 months the king presses the siege, surrounding the fortress on all sides. Famine is approaching to the helpless garrison. It is the Christmas season. The country is covered with deep snow. The Thames and the tributary rivers are frozen over. With a small escort, Matilda contrives to escape, and passes undiscovered through the royal posts. On a dark and silent night, when no sound is heard but the clang of a trumpet or the challenge of a sentinel. In the course of the night, she went to Abingdon on foot, and afterwards reached Wallingford on horseback. The author of the Gesta Stephanie expresses his wonder at the marvelous escapes of this courageous woman. The changes of her fortune are equally remarkable. After the flight from Oxford, the arms of the Earl of Gloucester are again successful. Stephen is beaten at Wilton, and retreats precipitately with his military brother, the Bishop of Winchester. There are now, in the autumn of 1142, universal turmoil and desolation. Many people emigrate. Others crowd round the sanctuary of the churches and dwell there in mean hovels. Famine is general. Fields are white with ripened corn, but the cultivators have fled, and there is none to gather the harvest. Cities are deserted and depopulated. Fierce foreign mercenaries, for whom the barons have no pay, pillage the farms and the monasteries. The bishops, for the most part, rest supine amid all this storm of tyranny. When they rouse themselves, they increase, rather than mitigate the miseries of the people. Milo, Earl of Hereford, has demanded money of the Bishop of Hereford to pay his troops. The bishop refuses, and Milo seizes his lands and goods. The bishop then pronounces sentence of excommunication against Milo and his adherents, and lays an interdict upon the countries subject to the earl's authority. We might hastily think that the solemn curse pronounced against a nation or a district was an unmeaning ceremony, with its bell, book, and candle, to terrify only the weak-minded. It was one of the most outrageous of the numerous ecclesiastical tyrannies. The cancellations of religion were eagerly sought for and justly prized by the great body of the people, who earnestly believed that a happy future would be a reward for the patient endurance of a miserable present, as they were admitted to the Holy Communion. They recognized an acknowledgment of the equality of man before the great Father of all. Their marriages were blessed and their funerals were hallowed. Under an interdict, all the churches were shut. No knell was tolled for the dead, for the dead remained unburied. No merry peals welcomed the bridal procession, for no couple could be joined in wedlock. The awe-stricken mother might have her infant baptized, and the dying might receive extreme unction. But all public offices of the church were suspended. If we imagine such a condition of society in a village devastated by fire and sword, we may wonder how a free government and Christian church have ever grown up among us. If Stephen had quietly possessed the throne, and his heir had succeeded him, the crowns of England and Normandy would have been disconnected before the 13th century. Geoffrey of Anjou, while his duchess was in England, had become master of Normandy, and its nobles had acknowledged his son Henry as their rightful duke. The boy was in England, under the protection of the Earl of Gloucester, who attended to his education. The great Earl died in 1147. For a few years there had been no decided contest between the forces of the king and the empress. After 8 years of terrible hostility and of desperate adventure, Matilda left the country. Stephen made many efforts to control the license of the barons, but with little effect. He was now engaged in another quarrel with the church. His brother had been superseded as legate by Theobald, Archbishop of Canterbury, in consequence of the death of the Pope, who had supported the Bishop of Winchester. Theobald was Stephen's enemy, and his hostility was rendered formidable by his alliance with Bigod, the Earl of Norfolk. The Archbishop excommunicated Stephen and his adherents, and the king was enforced to submission. In 1150, Stephen, having been again reconciled to the church, sought the recognition of his son Eustace as the heir to the kingdom. This recognition was absolutely refused by the archbishop, who said that Stephen was regarded by the papal see as an usurper. But time was preparing a solution of the difficulties of the kingdom. Henry of Anjou was grown into manhood, born in 1133. He had been knighted by his uncle, David of Scotland, in 1149. His father died in 1151, and he became not only Duke of Normandy, but Earl of Anjou, Touraine, and Maine. In 1152, he contracted a marriage of ambition with Eleanor, the divorced wife of Louis of France, and thus became Lord of Aquitaine and Poitou, which Eleanor possessed in her own right, master of all the western coast of France, from the Somme to the Pyrenees, with the exception of Brittany. His ambition, thus strengthened by his power, prepared to dispute the sovereignty of England, with better hopes than ever waited on his mother's career. He landed with a well-appointed band of followers in 1153, and besieged various castles, but no general encounter took place. The king and the duke had a conference, without witnesses, across a rivulet, and this meeting prepared the way for a final pacification. The negotiators were Henry, the bishop, on the one part, and Theobald, the archbishop, on the other. Finally, Stephen led the prince in solemn procession through the streets of Winchester, and all the great men of the realm, by the king's command, did homage, and pronounced the fealty due to their liege lord, to the Duke of Normandy, saving only their allegiance to King Stephen during his life. Stephen's son Eustace had died during the negotiations. The troublesome reign of Stephen was soon after brought to a close. He died on the 25th of October, 1154. His constant and heroic queen had died 3 years before him. End of section 35.
Section 36 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson and John Rudd. Anti-Papal Democratic Movement, Arnold of Brescia, St. Bernard in the Second Crusade, A.D. 1145 to 1155, by Johann A. W. Neander. During the first half of the 12th century, a period marked by conflicting spiritual tendencies, in Italy began a work of political and religious reform, which has ever since been associated with the name of its chief originator and apostle, Arnold of Brescia, so called from his native city in Lombardy. He was born about the year 1100, became a disciple of Abelard, whose teachings fired him with enthusiasm, and entered the priesthood. Although quite orthodox in doctrine, he rebelled against the secularization of the Church, which had given to the Pope almost supreme power in temporal affairs, and against the worldly disposition and life then prevalent among ecclesiastics and monks. His own life was sternly simple and ascetic, and this habit had been strongly confirmed by the ethical passion which burned in the religious and philosophical instructions of Abelard. With the popular religion, Arnold had earnest sympathy, but he would reduce the clergy to their primitive and apostolic poverty, depriving them of individual wealth and of all temporal power. The inspiring idea of Arnold's movement was that of a holy and pure church, a renovation of the spiritual order after the pattern of the Apostolic Church. He conformed in dress, as well as in his mode of life, to the principles he taught. The worldly and often corrupt clergy, he maintained, were unfit to discharge the priestly functions. They were no longer priests, and the secularized church was no longer the house of God. Arnold dreamed of a great Christian republic, and laboured to establish it, insomuch that his ideal, never realized in concrete form, either in church or state, took, and in history has kept, the name of republic. His eloquence and sincerity brought him powerful popular support, and even a large part of the nobility were won to his side. But of course, among those whom his aims condemned or antagonized, there were many who spared no pains to place him in an unfavourable light and to bring his labours to naught. In the simple story of his career, as here told by the great church historian, his figure appears in an attitude of heroism, which the pathos of his end can only make the reader more deeply appreciate. Through all this agitation is heard the voice of St. Bernard, urging the religious conscience and better aspiration of the time, preaching the Second Crusade, and speeding its eastward march with earnest expectation, his high hope doomed to perish with its inglorious result. Arnold's discourses were directly calculated by their tendency to find ready entrance into the minds of the laity, before whose eyes the worldly lives of the ecclesiastics and monks were constantly present, and to create a faction in deadly hostility to the clergy. Superadded to this was the inflammable matter already prepared by the collision of the spirit of political freedom with the power of the higher clergy. Thus Arnold's addresses produced in the minds of the Italian people, quite susceptible to such excitements, a prodigious effect, which threatened to spread more widely, and Pope Innocent felt himself called upon to take preventive measures against it. At the Lateran Council in the year 1139, he declared against Arnold's proceedings and commanded him to quit Italy, the scene of the disturbances thus far, and not to return again without express permission from the Pope. Arnold, moreover, is said to have bound himself by an oath to obey this injunction, which probably was expressed in such terms as to leave him free to interpret it as referring exclusively to the person of Pope Innocent. If the oath was not so expressed, he might afterward have been accused of violating that oath. It is to be regretted that the form in which the sentence was pronounced against Arnold has not come down to us, but from its very character it is evident that he could not have been convicted of any false doctrine, since otherwise the Pope would certainly not have treated him so mildly, would not have been contented with merely banishing him from Italy, since teachers of false doctrine would be dangerous to the Church everywhere. Bernard, moreover, in his letter directed against Arnold, states that he was accused before the Pope of being the author of a very bad schism. Arnold now betook himself to France, and here he became entangled in the quarrels with his old teacher Abelard, to whom he was indebted for the first impulse of his mind toward this more serious and free bent of the religious spirit. Expelled from France, he directed his steps to Switzerland, and sojourned in Zurich. The abbot Bernard thought it necessary to caution the Bishop of Constance against him, but the man who had been condemned by the Pope found protection there from the papal legate, Cardinal Guido, who indeed made him a member of his household and companion of his table. The abbot Bernard severely censured the prelate on the ground that Arnold's connection with him would contribute, without fail, to give importance and influence to that dangerous man. This deserves to be noticed on two accounts, for it makes it evident what power he could exercise over men's minds, and that no false doctrines could be charged to his account. But independent of Arnold's personal presence, the impulse which he had given continued to operate in Italy, and the effects of it extended even to Rome. By the papal condemnation, public attention was only more strongly drawn to the subject. The Romans certainly felt no great sympathy for the religious element in that serious spirit of reform which animated Arnold, but the political movements which had sprung out of his reforming tendency found a point of attachment in their love of liberty and their dreams of the ancient dominion of Rome over the world. The idea of emancipating themselves from the yoke of the Pope and of re-establishing the old republic flattered their Roman pride. Espousing the principles of Arnold, they required that the Pope, as spiritual head of the Church, should confine himself to the administration of spiritual affairs, and they committed to a Senate the supreme direction of civil affairs. Innocent could do nothing to stem such a violent current, and he died in the midst of these disturbances, in the year 1143. The mild Cardinal Guido, the friend of Abelard and Arnold, became his successor, and called himself, when Pope, Celestine II. By his gentleness, quiet was restored for a short time. Perhaps it was the news of the elevation of this friendly man to the papal throne that encouraged Arnold himself to come to Rome. But Celestine died after 6 months, and Lucius II was his successor. Under his reign the Romans renewed the former agitations with more violence. They utterly renounced obedience to the Pope, whom they recognized only in his priestly character, and the restored Roman Republic sought to strike a league in opposition to the Pope and to papacy with the new emperor, Conrad III. In the name of the Senate and Roman people, a pompous letter was addressed to Conrad. The emperor was invited to come to Rome, that from thence, like Justinian and Constantine, in former days, he might give laws to the world. Caesar should have things that are Caesar's, the priest the things that are the priest's, as Christ ordained when Peter paid the tribute money. Long did the tendency awakened by Arnold's principles continue to agitate Rome. In the letters written amidst these commotions by individual noblemen of Rome to the emperor, we perceive a singular mixing together of the Arnoldial spirit with the dreams of Roman vanity, a radical tendency to the separation of secular from spiritual things, which if it had been capable enough in itself, and if it could have found more points of attachment in the age, would have brought destruction on the old theocratical system of the Church. They said that the Pope could claim no political sovereignty in Rome. He could not even be consecrated without the consent of the emperor, a rule which had in fact been observed till the time of Gregory VII. Men complained of the worldliness of the clergy, of their bad lives, of the contradiction between their conduct and the teachings of Scripture. The popes were accused as the instigators of the wars. The popes, it was said, should no longer unite the cup of the Eucharist with the sword. It was their vocation to preach, and to confirm what they preached by good works. How could those who eagerly grasped at all the wealth of this world, and corrupted the true riches of the Church, the doctrine of salvation obtained by Christ, by their false doctrines and their luxurious living, receive that word of our Lord, "Blessed are the poor in spirit," when they were poor themselves, neither in fact nor in disposition? Even the donative of Constantine to the Roman bishop Sylvester was declared to be a pitiable fiction. This lie had been so clearly exposed that it was obvious to the very day labourers and to women, and that these could put to silence the most learned men if they ventured to defend the genuineness of this donative, so that the Pope, with his cardinals, no longer dared to appear in public. But Arnold was perhaps the only individual in whose case such a tendency was deeply rooted in religious conviction. With many it was but a transitory intoxication, in which their political interests had become merged for the moment. The Pope, Lucius II, was killed as early as 1145 in the attack on the capital. A scholar of the great abbot Bernard, the abbot Peter Bernard of Pisa, now mounted the papal chair under the name of Eugene III. As Eugene honoured and loved the abbot Bernard as his spiritual father and old preceptor, so the latter took advantage of his relation to the Pope to speak the truth to him with a plainness which no other man would easily have ventured to use. In congratulating him upon his elevation to the papal dignity, he took occasion to exhort him to do away with the many abuses which had become so widely spread in the Church by worldly influences. "Who will give me the satisfaction," said he in his letter, "of beholding the Church of God before I die, in a condition like that in which it was in ancient days, when the apostles threw out their nets, not for silver and gold, but for souls? How fervently I wish thou mightest inherit the word of that apostle, whose episcopal seat thou hast acquired, of him who said, 'Thy gold perish with thee.' Oh, that all the enemies of Zion might tremble before this dreadful word, and shrink back abashed. This thy mother indeed expects and requires of thee. For this long and sigh the sons of thy mother, small and great, that every plant which our Father in heaven has not planted may be rooted up by thy hands." He then alluded to the sudden deaths of the last predecessors of the Pope, exhorting him to humility and reminding him of his responsibility. "In all thy works," he wrote, "remember that thou art a man, and let the fear of him who taketh away the breath of rulers be ever before thine eyes." Eugene was soon forced to yield, it is true, to the superior force of the insurrectionary spirit in Rome, and in 1146 to take refuge in France. But like Urban and Innocent, he too, from this country, attained to the highest triumph of the papal power. Like Innocent, he found there, in the abbot Bernard of Clairvaux, a mightier instrument for operating on the minds of the age than he could have found in any other country. And like Urban, when banished from the ancient seat of the papacy, he was enabled to place himself at the head of a crusade proclaimed in his name, and undertaken with great enthusiasm, an enterprise from which a new impression of sacredness would be reflected back upon his own person. The news of the success which had attended the arms of the Saracens in Syria, the defeat of the Christians, the conquest of the ancient Christian territory of Edessa, the danger which threatened the new Christian kingdom of Jerusalem and the Holy City, had spread alarm among the Western nations, and the Pope considered himself bound to summon the Christians of the West to the assistance of their hard-pressed brethren in the faith, and to the recovery of the holy places. By a letter directed to the abbot Bernard, he commissioned him to exhort the Western Christians in his name, that for penance and forgiveness of sins they should march to the East to deliver their brethren, or to give up their lives for them. Enthusiastic for the cause himself, Bernard communicated, through the power of the living word and by letters, his enthusiasm to the nations. He represented the new crusade as a means furnished by God to the multitude sunk in sin, of calling them to repentance and of paving the way by devout participation in a pious work for the forgiveness of their sins. Thus, in his letter to the clergy and people in East Frankland, Germany, he exhorts them eagerly to lay hold on this opportunity. He declares that the Almighty condescended to invite murderers, robbers, adulterers, perjurers, and those sunk in other crimes into his service, as well as the righteous. He calls upon them to make an end of waging war with one another, and to seek an object for their warlike prowess in this holy contest. "Here, brave warrior," he exclaims, "thou hast a field where thou mayest fight without danger, where victory is glory and death is gain. Take the sign of the cross, and thou shalt obtain the forgiveness of all the sins which thou hast never confessed with a contrite heart." By Bernard's fiery discourses, men of all ranks were carried away. In France and in Germany he travelled about, conquering by an effort his great bodily infirmities, and the living word from his lips produced even mightier effects than his letters. A peculiar charm and a peculiar power of moving men's minds must have existed in the tones of his voice. To this must be added the awe-inspiring effect of his whole appearance. The way in which his whole being and the motions of his bodily frame joined in testifying of that which seized and inspired him. Thus it admits of being explained how, in Germany, even those who understood but little, or in fact nothing, of what he said, could be so moved as to shed tears and smite their breasts, could, by his own speeches in a foreign language, be more strongly affected and agitated than by the immediate interpretation of his words by another. From all quarters sick persons were conveyed to him by the friends who sought from him a cure, and the power of his faith, the confidence he inspired in the minds of men, might sometimes produce remarkable effects. With this enthusiasm, however, Bernard united a degree of prudence and a discernment of character such as few of that age possessed, and such qualities were required to counteract the multiform excitements of the wild spirit of fanaticism which mixed in with this great ferment of minds. Thus he warned the Germans not to suffer themselves to be misled so far as to follow certain independent enthusiasts, ignorant of war, who were bent on moving forward the bodies of the Crusaders prematurely. He held up as a warning the example of Peter the Hermit, and declared himself very decidedly opposed to the proposition of an abbot who was disposed to march with a number of monks to Jerusalem. "For," said he, "fighting warriors are more needed there than singing monks." At an assembly held at Chartres, it was proposed that he himself should take the lead of the expedition, but he rejected the proposition at once, declaring that it was beyond his power and contrary to his calling, having perhaps reason to fear that the Pope might be hurried on by the shouts of the many to lay upon him some charge to which he did not feel himself called. He besought the Pope that he would not make him a victim to men's arbitrary will, but that he would inquire, as it was his duty to do, how God had determined to dispose of him. With the preaching of this second crusade, as with the invitation to the first, was connected an extraordinary awakening. Many who had hitherto given themselves up to their unrestrained passions and desires, and become strangers to all higher feelings, were seized with compunction. Bernard's call to repentance penetrated many a heart. People who had lived in all manner of crime were seen following this voice and flocking together in troops to receive the badge of the cross. Bishop Artaud of Freisingen, the historian, who himself took the cross at that time, expresses it as his opinion that every man of sound understanding would be forced to acknowledge so sudden and uncommon a change could have been produced in no other way than by the right hand of the Lord. The provost Gerhard of Reichersberg, who wrote in the midst of these movements, was persuaded that he saw here a work of the Holy Spirit, designed to counteract the vices and corruptions which had got the upper hand in the Church. Many who had been awakened to repentance confessed what they had taken from others by robbery or fraud, and hastened, before they went to the holy war, to seek reconciliation with their enemies. The Christian enthusiasm of the German people found utterance in songs in the German tongue, and even now the peculiar adaptation of this language to sacred poetry began to be remarked. Indecent songs could no longer venture to appear abroad. While some were awakened by Bernard's preaching from a life of crime to repentance, and by taking part in the holy war, strove to obtain the remission of their sins, others again, who though hitherto borne along in the current of ordinary worldly pursuits, yet had not given themselves up to vice, were filled by Bernard's words with loathing of the worldly life, inflamed with a vehement longing after a higher stage of Christian perfection, after a life of entire consecration to God. They longed rather to enter upon the pilgrimage to the heavenly than to an earthly Jerusalem. They resolved to become monks, and would fain have the man of God himself, whose words had made so deep an impression on their hearts, as their guide in the spiritual life, and commit themselves to his directions in the monastery of Clairvaux. But here Bernard showed his prudence and knowledge of mankind. He did not allow all to become monks who wished to do so. Many he rejected, because he perceived they were not fitted for the quiet of the contemplative life, but needed to be disciplined by the conflicts and cares of a life of action. As contemporaries themselves acknowledge, these first impressions, in the case of many who went to the Crusades, were of no permanent duration, and their old nature broke forth again, the more strongly under the manifold temptations to which they were exposed, in proportion to the facility with which, through the confidence they reposed in a plenary indulgence, without really laying to heart the condition upon which it was bestowed, they could flatter themselves with security in their sins. Gerhard of Reichersberg, in describing the blessed effects of that awakening which accompanied the preaching of the Crusader, yet says, "We doubt not that among so vast a multitude some became in the true sense, and in all sincerity, soldiers of Christ. Some, however, were led to embark in the enterprise by various other occasions, concerning whom it does not belong to us to judge, but only to Him, who alone knows the hearts of those who march to the contest, either in the right or not in the right spirit. Yet this we do confidently affirm, that to this crusade many were called, but few were chosen. And it was said that many returned from this expedition, not better, but worse than they went. Therefore the monk Caesarius of Heisterbach, who states this, adds, "All depends on bearing the yoke of Christ, not 1 year or 2 years, but daily, if a man is really intent on doing it in truth, and in that sense in which our Lord requires it to be done, in order to follow him." When it turned out, however, that the event did not answer the expectations excited by Bernard's enthusiastic confidence, but the crusade came to that unfortunate issue, which was brought about especially by the treachery of the princes and nobles of the Christian kingdom in Syria, this was a source of great chagrin to Bernard, who had been so active in setting it in motion, and who had inspired such confident hopes by his promises. He appeared now in the light of a bad prophet, and he was reproached by many with having incited men to engage in an enterprise which had cost so much blood to no purpose. But Bernard's friends alleged in his defence that he had not excited such a popular movement single-handed, but as the organ of the Pope, in whose name he acted, and they appealed to the facts by which his preaching of the cross was proved to be a work of God, to the wonders which attended it. Or they ascribed the failure of the undertaking to the bad conduct of the Crusaders themselves, to the unchristian mode of life which many of them led, as one of these friends maintained in a consoling letter to Bernard himself, adding, "God, however, has turned it to good. Numbers who, if they had returned home, would have continued to live a life of crime, disciplined and purified by many sufferings, have passed into the life eternal." But Bernard himself could not be staggered in his faith by this event. In writing to Pope Eugene on this subject, he refers to the incomprehensibleness of the divine ways and judgments, to the example of Moses, who, although his work carried on its face incontestable evidence of being a work of God, yet was not permitted himself to conduct the Jews into the promised land. As this was owing to the fault of the Jews themselves, so too the Crusaders had none to blame but themselves for the failure of the divine work. But, says he, it will be said perhaps, how do we know that this work came from the Lord? What miracle dost thou work, that we should believe thee? To this question I need not give an answer. It is a point on which my modesty asks to be excused from speaking. Do you answer, says he to the Pope, for me and for yourself, according to that which you have seen and heard? So firmly was Bernard convinced that God had sustained his labours by miracles. Eugene was at length enabled in the year 1149, after having for a long time excited against himself the indignation of the cardinals by his dependence on the French abbot, with the assistance of Roger, King of the Sicilies, to return to Rome, where, however, he still had to maintain a struggle with the party of Arnold. The Provost Gerho finds something to complain of in the fact that the Church of St. Peter wore so warlike an aspect that men beheld the tomb of the Apostle surrounded with bastions and the implements of war. As Bernard was no longer sufficiently near the Pope to exert on him the same immediate personal influence as in times past, he addressed to him a voice of admonition and warning, such as the mighty of the earth seldom enjoy the privilege of hearing. With the frankness of a love, which, as he himself expresses it, knew not the Master, but recognized the Son, even under the pontifical robes, he set before him in his 4 books on meditation, which he sent to him singly at different times, the duties of his office and the faults against which, in order to fulfill these duties, he needed especially to guard. Bernard was penetrated with the conviction that to the Pope, as to St. Peter's successor, was committed by God a sovereign power of church government over all, and responsible to no other tribunal, that to this church theocracy, guided by the Pope, the administration even of the secular power, though independent within its own peculiar sphere, should be subjected for the service of the kingdom of God. But he also perceived with the deepest pain how very far the papacy was from corresponding to this its idea and destination. What prodigious corruption had sprung and continued to spring from the abuse of papal authority. He perceived already, with prophetic eye, that this very abuse of arbitrary will must eventually bring about the destruction of this power. He desired that the Pope should disentangle himself from the secular part of his office and reduce that office within the purely spiritual domain, and that above all he should learn to govern and restrict himself. But to the close of his life, in the year 1153, Pope Eugene had to contend with the turbulent spirit of the Romans and the influences of the principles disseminated by Arnold, and this contest was prolonged into the reign of his second successor, Adrian IV. Among the people and among the nobles, a considerable party had arisen who would concede to the Pope no kind of secular dominion, and there seems to have been a shade of difference among the members of this party. A mob of the people is said to have gone to such an extreme of arrogance as to propose the choosing of a new emperor from among the Romans themselves, the restoration of a Roman Empire independent of the Pope. The other party, to which belonged the nobles, were for placing the Emperor Frederick I at the head of the Roman Republic, and uniting themselves with him in a common interest against the Pope. They invited him to receive the imperial crown in the ancient manner from the Senate and Roman people, and not from the heretical and recreant clergy and false monks, who acted in contradiction to their calling, exercising lordship despite of the evangelical and apostolical doctrine, and in contempt of all laws, divine and human, brought the Church of God and the kingdom of the world into confusion. Those who pretend that they are the representatives of Peter, it was said, in a letter addressed in the spirit of this party to the Emperor Frederick I, act in contradiction to the doctrines which that apostle teaches in his epistles? How can they say with the apostle Peter, Lo, we have left all and followed thee, and silver and gold have I none? How can our Lord say to such, Ye are the light of the world, the salt of the earth? Much rather is to be applied to them what our Lord says of the salt that has lost its savour. Eager after earthly riches, they spoil the true riches, from which the salvation of the world has proceeded. How can the saying be applied to them, Blessed are the poor in spirit, for they are neither poor in spirit nor in fact? Pope Adrian IV was first enabled under more favourable circumstances, and assisted by the Emperor Frederick I, to deprive the Arnold party of its leader, and then to suppress it entirely. It so happened that, in the first year of Adrian's reign, 1155, a cardinal, on his way to visit the Pope, was attacked and wounded by followers of Arnold. This induced the Pope to put all Rome under the interdict, with a view to force the expulsion of Arnold and his party. This means did not fail of its effect. The people, who could not bear the suspension of divine worship, now themselves compelled the nobles to bring about the ejection of Arnold and his friends. Arnold, on leaving Rome, found protection from Italian nobles. By the order, however, of the Emperor Frederick, who had come into Italy, he was torn from his protectors and surrendered up to the papal authority. The prefect of Rome then took possession of his person, and caused him to be hanged. His body was burned, and its ashes thrown into the Tiber, lest his bones might be preserved as the relics of a martyr by the Romans, who were enthusiastically devoted to him. Worthy men, who were in other respects zealous defenders of the Church orthodoxy and of the hierarchy, as, for example, Gerhard of Reichersberg, expressed their disapprobation, first that Arnold should be punished with death on account of the errors which he disseminated, secondly, that the sentence of death should proceed from a spiritual tribunal, or that such a tribunal should at least have subjected itself to that bad appearance. But on the part of the Roman court it was alleged, in defence of this proceeding, that it was done without the knowledge and contrary to the will of the Roman Curia. The prefect of Rome had forcibly removed Arnold from the prison where he was kept, and his servants had put him to death in revenge for injuries they had suffered from Arnold's party. Arnold, therefore, was executed, not on account of his doctrines, but in consequence of tumults excited by himself. It may be a question whether this was said with sincerity, or whether, according to the proverb, a confession of guilt is not implied in the excuse. But Gerhard was of the opinion that in this case they should at least have done as David did in the case of Abner's death, and by allowing Arnold to be buried and his death to be mourned over, instead of causing his body to be burned and the remains thrown into the Tiber, washed their hands of the whole transaction. But the idea for which Arnold had contended, and for which he died, continued to work in various forms, even after his death, the idea of a purification of the Church from the foreign worldly elements with which it had become vitiated, of its restoration to its original spiritual character. End of section 36. Recording by Florence.
Section 37 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daniel. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 5, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Decline of the Byzantine Empire. Ravages of Roger of Sicily, AD 1146, by George Finlay. From the enthronement of the Comnenian dynasty in AD 1081, which was accomplished through a successful rebellion attended by shameful treachery and rapine, the Byzantine Empire, and especially Constantinople, its capital, passed through many vicissitudes. But the sack of the city by Alexius Comnenus, the founder of the line, was remembered by the populace to the disadvantage of all his successors, the last of whom, Andronicus I, ended his reign in 1185. John, the son of Alexius, 1118 to 1143, ruled with discretion and ability, and recovered some territory from the Turks. Manuel I, the son of John, 1143 to 1181, ruled during a period of almost constant war, and for a time he held the enemies of the empire in check. But he appears to have been more endowed with courage and the spirit of enterprise than with good judgment, and his conduct of the empire coincided with events that, as seen in history, contributed to its decline, which after his death followed rapidly. As this decline is to be dated especially from the passing but not ineffectual invasion of Roger II, King of Sicily, in 1146, some account of that, together with a view of conditions immediately preceding, becomes important in a work like this. The century and a half before Roger's invasion had been a period of tranquility for the distinctively Greek people of the empire, who had increased rapidly in numbers and wealth, and were in possession of an extensive commerce and many manufactures. The century and a half before Roger's invasion had been a period of tranquility for the distinctively Greek people of the empire, who had increased rapidly in numbers and wealth, and were in possession of an extensive commerce and many manufactures. Therefore, they were perhaps the greatest sufferers from the adverse events which befell the state. The Emperor Alexius I had concluded a commercial treaty with Pisa towards the end of his reign. Manuel renewed this alliance, and he appears to have been the first of the Byzantine emperors who concluded a public treaty with Genoa. The pride of the emperors of the Romans, as the sovereigns of Constantinople was styled, induced them to treat the Italian republics as municipalities still dependent on the empire of the Caesars, of which they had once formed a part, and the rulers both of Pisa and Genoa yielded to this assumption of supremacy and consented to appear as vassals and liegemen of the Byzantine emperors, in order to participate in the profits which they saw the Venetians gained by trading in their dominions. Several commercial treaties with Pisa and Genoa, as well as with Venice, have been preserved. The obligations of the republics are embodied in the charter enumerating the concessions granted by the emperor, and the document is called a chrysobullum, or golden bull, from the golden seal of the emperor, attached to it as the certificate of its authenticity. In Manuel's treaties with the Genoese and Pisans, the republics bind themselves never to engage in hostilities against the empire, but on the contrary, all the subjects of the republics residing in the emperor's domain become bound to assist him against all assailants. They engage to act with their own ships or to serve on board the imperial fleet, for the usual pay granted to Latin mercenaries. They promise to offer no impediment to the extension of the empire in Syria, reserving to themselves the factories and privileges they already possess in any place that may be conquered. They submit their civil and criminal affairs to the jurisdiction of the Byzantine courts of justice, as was then the case with the Venetians and other foreigners in the empire. Acts of piracy and armed violence, unless the criminals were taken in the act, were to be reported to the rulers of the republic whose subjects had committed the crime, and the Byzantine authorities were not to render the innocent traders in the empire responsible for the injuries inflicted by these brigands. The republicans engaged to observe all the stipulations in their treaties in defiance of ecclesiastical excommunication or the prohibition of any individual, crowned or not crowned. Manuel, in return, granted to the republicans the right of forming a factory, erecting a quay for landing their goods, and building a church, and the Genoese received their grant in an agreeable position on the side of the port opposite Constantinople, where in after times their great colony of Galata was formed. The emperor promised to send an annual of from 400 to 500 gold byzants, with 2 pieces of a rich brocade then manufactured only in the Byzantine Empire, to the republican governments, and 60 byzants with 1 piece of brocade to the archbishops. These treaties fixed the duty levied on the goods imported or exported from Constantinople by the Italians at 4%, but in the other cities of the empire, the Pisans and Genoese were to pay the same duties as other Latin traders, excepting, of course, the privileged Venetians. These duties generally amounted to 10%. The republics were expressly excluded by the Genoese Treaty from the Black Sea trade, except when they received a special license from the emperor. In case of shipwreck, the property of the foreigners was to be protected by the imperial authorities and respected by the people, and every assistance was to be granted to the unfortunate sufferers. This humane clause was not new in Byzantine commercial treaties, for it is contained in the earliest treaty concluded by Alexius I with the Pisans. On the whole, the arrangements for the administration of justice in these treaties prove that the Byzantine Empire still enjoyed a greater degree of order than the rest of Europe. The state of civilization in the Eastern Empire rendered the public finances the moving power of the government, as in the nations of modern Europe. This must always tend to the centralization of political authority, for the highest branch of the executive will always endeavour to dispose of the revenues of the state according to its views of necessity. This centralizing policy led Manuel to order all the money which the Greek commercial communities had hitherto devoted to maintaining local squadrons of galleys for the defence of the islands and coasts of the Aegean to be remitted to the treasury at Constantinople. The ships were compelled to visit the imperial dockyard in the capital to undergo repairs and to receive provisions and pay. A navy is a most extensive establishment. Kings, ministers, and people are all very apt to think that when it is not wanted at any particular time, the cost of its maintenance may be more profitably applied to other objects. Manuel, after he had secured the funds of the Greeks for his own treasury, soon left their ships to rot, and the commerce of Greece became exposed to the attacks of small squadrons of Italian pirates who previously would not have dared to plunder in the archipelago. And may be thought by some that Manuel acted wisely in centralizing the naval administration of his empire. The great number, the small size, and the relative position of many of the Greek islands with regard to the prevailing winds render the permanent establishment of naval stations at several points necessary to prevent piracy. Manuel and Otto ruined the navy of Greece by their unwise measures of centralization. Pericles, by prudently centralizing the maritime forces of the various states, increased the naval power of Athens and gave additional security to every Greek ship that navigated the sea. The same fiscal views which induced Manuel to centralize their naval administration when it was injurious to the interests of the empire prompted him to act diametrically opposite with regard to the army. The Emperor, John, had added greatly to the efficiency of the Byzantine military force by improving and centralizing its administration, and he left Manuel an excellent army, which rendered the Eastern Empire the most powerful state in Europe. But Manuel, from motives of economy, abandoned his father's system. Instead of assembling all the military forces of the empire annually in camps, where they received pay and were subjected to strict discipline, towards the end of his reign, he distributed even the regular army in cities and provinces, where they were quartered far apart in order that each district, by maintaining a certain number of men, might relieve the treasury from the burden of their pay and subsistence, while they were not on actual service. The money, thus retained in the central treasury, was spent in idle festivals at Constantinople, and the troops, dispersed and neglected, became careless of their military exercises, and lived in a state of relaxed discipline. Other abuses were quickly introduced. Resident yeomen, shopkeepers, and artisans were enrolled in the legions, or the connivance of the officers. The burden of maintaining the troops was in this way diminished, but the army was deteriorated. In other districts, where the divisions were exposed to be called into action, or were more directly under central inspection, the effective force was kept up at its full complement, but the people were compelled to submit to every kind of extortion and tyranny, the tendency of absolute power being always to weaken the power of law, and to increase the authority of the executive agents of the sovereign, soon manifested its effects in the rapid progress of administrative corruption. The Byzantine garrisons in a few years became prototypes of the shopkeeping janissaries of the Ottoman Empire, and bore no resemblance to the feudal militia of Western Europe, which Manuel had proposed as the model of his reform. This change produced a rapid decline in the military strength of the Byzantine army and accelerated the fall of the empire. For a considerable period, the Byzantine emperors had been gradually increasing the proportion of foreign mercenaries in their service. This practice Manuel carried further than any of his predecessors. Besides the usual Varangian, Italian, and German guards, we find large corps of Patzinaks, Franks, and Turks enrolled in his armies, and officers of these nations occupying situations of the highest rank. A change had taken place in the military tactics caused by the heavy armour and powerful horses which the Crusaders brought into the field, and by the greater personal strength and skill in warlike exercises of the Western troops, who had no occupation from infancy but gymnastic exercises and athletic amusements. The nobility of the feudal nations expended more money on arms and armour than on other luxuries, and this becoming the general fashion. The Western troops were much better armed than the Byzantine soldiers, war became the profession of the higher ranks, and the expense of military undertakings was greatly increased by the military classes being completely separated from the rest of society. The warlike disposition of Manuel led him to favour the military nobles of the West who took service at his court, while his confidence in his own power and in the political superiority of his empire deluded him with the hope of being able to quell the turbulence of the Franks and set bounds to the ambition and power of the popes. The wars of Manuel were sometimes forced on him by foreign powers, and sometimes commenced for temporary objects. But he appears never to have formed any fixed idea of the permanent policy which ought to have determined the constant employment of all the military resources at his command, for the purpose of advancing the interest of his empire and giving security to his subjects. His military exploits may be considered under three heads: his war with the Franks, whether in Asia or Europe, his wars with the Hungarians and Servians, and his war with the Turks. His first operations were against the Principality of Antioch. The death of John II caused the dispersion of the fine army he had assembled for the conquest of Syria, but Manuel sent a portion of that army and a strong fleet to attack the Principality. One of the generals of the land forces was Prosuch, a Turkish officer in high favour with his father. Raymond of Antioch was no longer the idle gambler he had shown himself in the camp of the Emperor John, but though he was now distinguished by his courage and skill in arms, he was completely defeated, and the imperial army carried its ravages up to the very walls of the Antioch, while the fleet laid waste the coast. Though the Byzantine troops retired, the losses of the campaign convinced Raymond that it would be impossible to defend Antioch should Manuel take the field in person. He therefore hastened to Constantinople as a supplicant to sue for peace, but Manuel, before admitting him to an audience, required that he should repair to the tomb of the Emperor John and ask pardon for having violated his former promises. When the Hercules of the Franks, as Raymond was called, had submitted to this humiliation, he was admitted to the imperial presence, swore fealty to the Byzantine Empire as Prince of Antioch, and became the vassal of the Emperor Manuel. The conquest of Edessa by the Mahometans, which took place in the month of December 1144, rendered the defence of Antioch by the Latins a doubtful enterprise unless they could secure the assistance of the Greeks. Manuel involved himself in a war with Roger, King of Sicily, which perhaps he might have avoided by more prudent conduct. An envoy he had sent to the Sicilian court concluded a treaty, which Manuel thought fit to disavow with unsuitable violence. This gave the Sicilian king a pretext for commencing war, but the real cause of hostilities must be sought in the ambition of Roger and the hostile feelings of Manuel. Roger was one of the wealthiest princes of his time. He had united under his sceptre both Sicily and all the Norman possessions in southern Italy. His ambition was equal to his wealth and power, and he aspired at eclipsing the glory of Robert Guiscard and Bohemond by some permanent conquests in the Byzantine Empire. On the other hand, the renown of Roger excited the envy of Manuel, who, proud of his army and confident of his own valour and military skill, hoped to reconquer Sicily. His passion made him forget that he was surrounded by numerous enemies, who would combine to prevent his employing all his forces against one adversary. Manuel consequently acted imprudently in revealing his hostile intentions. While Roger could direct all his forces against one point and avail himself of Manuel's embarrassments, he commenced hostilities by inflicting a blow on the wealth and prosperity of Greece, from which it never recovered. At the commencement of the Second Crusade, when the attention of Manuel was anxiously directed to the movements of Louis VII of France and Conrad the Emperor of Germany, Roger, who had collected a powerful fleet at Brindisi for the purpose either of attacking the Byzantine Empire or transporting the Crusaders to Palestine, availed himself of an insurrection in Corfu to conclude a convention with the inhabitants, who admitted a garrison of 1,000 Norman troops into their citadel. The Corfutes complained with great reason of the intolerable weight of taxation to which they were subjected, of the utter neglect of their interests by the central government, which consumed their wealth, and of the great abuses which prevailed in the administration of justice. But the remedy they adopted, by placing themselves under the rule of foreign masters, was not likely to alleviate these evils. The Sicilian admiral, after landing the Norman garrison at Corfu, sailed to Monembasia, then one of the principal commercial cities in the east, hoping to gain possession of it without difficulty. But the maritime population of this impregnable fortress gave him a warm reception and easily repulsed his attack. After plundering the coasts of Euboea and Attica, the Sicilian fleet returned to the west and laid waste Acarnania and Aetolia. It then entered the Gulf of Corinth and debarked a body of troops to Crissa. This force marched through the country to Thebes, plundering every town and village on the way. Thebes offered no resistance and was plundered in the most deliberate and barbarous manner. The inhabitants were numerous and wealthy. The soil of Boeotia is extremely productive, and numerous manufactures established in the city of Thebes gave additional value to the abundant produce of agricultural industry. A century had elapsed since the citizens of Thebes had gone out valiantly to fight the army of Slavonian rebels in the reign of Michael IV, the Paphlagonian, and the defeat had long been forgotten. But all military spirit was now dead, and the Thebans had so long lived without any fear of invasion that they had forgotten the use of arms. The Sicilians found them not only unprepared to offer any resistance, but so surprised that they had not even adopted any effectual measures to secure or conceal their movable property. The conquerors, secure against all danger of interruption, plundered Thebes at their leisure. Not only gold, silver, jewels, and church plate were carried off, but even the goods found in the warehouses and the rarest articles of furniture in private houses were transported to the ships. Bales of silk and dyed leather were sent off to the fleet deliberately, as if they had been legally purchased in time of peace. When all ordinary means of collecting booty were exhausted, the citizens were compelled to take an oath on the Holy Scriptures that they had not concealed any portion of their property, yet many of the wealthiest were dragged away captive, in order to profit by their ransom. And many of the most skillful workmen in the silk manufactories, for which Thebes had long been famous, were pressed on board the fleet to labour at the oar. From Boeotia, the army passed to Corinth. Nicephorus Caleuphus, the governor, retired into the Acra Corinth, but the garrison appeared to his cowardly heart not strong enough to defend this impregnable fortress, and he surrendered it to George Antiochus, the Sicilian admiral, on the first summons. On examining the fortress of which he had thus unexpectedly gained possession, the admiral could not help exclaiming that he fought under the protection of heaven, for if Caleuphus had not been more timid than a virgin, Corinth should have repulsed every attack. Corinth was sacked as cruelly as Thebes. Men of rank, beautiful women, and skillful artisans, with their wives and families, were carried away into captivity. Even the relics of Saint Theodore were taken from the church in which they were preserved. And it was not until the whole Sicilian fleet was laden with as much of the wealth of Greece as it was capable of transporting that the admiral ordered it to sail. The Sicilians did not venture to retain possession of the impregnable citadel of Corinth, as it would have been extremely difficult for them to keep up their communications with the garrison. This invasion of Greece was conducted entirely as a plundering expedition, having for its object to inflict the greatest possible injury on the Byzantine Empire, while it collected the largest possible quantity of booty for the Sicilian troops. Corfu was the only conquest of which Roger retained possession. The ruin of the Greek commerce and manufactures has been ascribed to the transference of the silk trade from Thebes and Corinth to Palermo, under the judicious protection it received from Roger. But it would be more correct to say that the injudicious and oppressive financial administration of the Byzantine emperors destroyed the commercial prosperity and manufacturing industry of the Greeks, while the wise liberality and intelligent protection of the Norman kings extended the commerce and increased the industry of the Sicilians. When the Sicilian fleet returned to Palermo, Roger determined to employ all the silk manufacturers in their original occupations. He consequently collected all their families together and settled them at Palermo, supplying them with the means of exercising their industry with profit to themselves and inducing them to teach his own subjects to manufacture the richest brocades and to rival the rarest productions of the East. Roger, unlike most of the monarchs of his age, paid particular attention to improving the wealth of his dominions by increasing the prosperity of his subjects. During his reign, the cultivation of the sugarcane was introduced into Sicily. The conduct of Manuel was very different. When he concluded peace with William, the son and successor of Roger, in 1158, he paid no attention to the commercial interests of his Greek subjects. The silk manufactures of Thebes and Corinth were not reclaimed and reinstated in their native seats. They were left to exercise their industry for the profit of their new prince, while their old sovereign would have abandoned them to perish from want. Under such circumstances, it is not remarkable that the commerce and manufactures of Greece were transferred in the course of another century to Sicily and Italy. End of section 37. Recording by Daniel. End of the Great Events by Famous Historians. Volume 5, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd.